Chapter 974. Yang Ri looked down at the blood flames burning in his chest. There wasn't a hint of panic on his face. Rather, he revealed a faint smile. It was light and light, like a gentle spring breeze blowing across a frozen lake. It caused tiny ripples to appear on the surface of the water. If one wasn't paying attention, it would be difficult to detect. He had succeeded. Blood Moon also felt the sudden appearance of this terrifying aura that made his chest feel heavy and nearly made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Although this aura hadn't been released yet, it already caused a great sense of instinctive fear to rise in his heart. Sun and Moon returning to one, he had actually done it. Blood Moon felt as if the heavens were playing a great joke on him. In the past, countless geniuses of heaven had shined like stars in the skies, but none of them had ever managed to accomplish this. Today, it had actually appeared in front of him in such a laughable manner. And the entire process had taken less than an hour. Was there really such a genius in this world? Above Qin Yu's head, the sun and moon phantoms trembled. Then, they completely condensed, their auras perfectly compatible with each other. He slowly opened his eyes. As he saw the woman floating above Hu Shan's head, he paused for a moment and said, "Next time, if you want to do something so dangerous, can you tell me ahead of time?" Yang Ri lightly said, "There won't be a next time." Her calm voice revealed an aura that left Qin Yu secretly admiring. If he were in her shoes, he feared he wouldn't be as calm as her. "Qin Yu, I will soon dissipate. Before that happens, you must cut down Blood Moon and end this grudge." Unexpectedly, Qin Yu remained silent. Yang Ri looked at him. He suddenly frowned, as if he had thought of something. "Ha ha ha ha!" Blood Moon reared back his head and laughed. His remaining eyes surged with endless emotion. A moment ago, he thought that the heavens were playing a great joke on him. But the truth proved that this was indeed a joke. It wasn't bad that Qin Yu had comprehended the sun sword, and it wasn't bad that he had reached the degree of fusing the sun and moon together. But his cultivation was far too low. He was a junior that hadn't even reached the divine realm. Even if he had some cards in his hand that allowed him to erupt with strength, the difference was far too great. He couldn't slash out that sword. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He thought that this was truly a sorrowful story. He had used all his strength, and with the help of the jade egg, he had finally comprehended the sun sword, but in the end, this was the result. No one would be able to accept this. However, things like cultivation, no matter how talented one was, required time to accumulate bit by bit. According to the current gap, he might only be able to successfully slash out this sword after several decades or centuries, but it was obvious that he wouldn't make it in time. Yang Ri slowly said, "Your cultivation isn't high enough, but you can borrow it." The speed at which her figure turned into ashes suddenly increased. Ling Yan, who was wrapped in bloody light, stood up straight. Bang! A scorching ray of light shot down, shattering the bloody light. "Yang Ri, do you think I can't think of what you can think of? You want to borrow his power? Dream on." The Blood Moon sneered. Suddenly, huge waves surged out of the burning sea of blood, covering the sky and earth. However, right at that moment, a figure whistled through the air and collided with the overwhelming wave of blood. "Although your realm is higher than mine, I'm still an original God Realm warrior. It's a little embarrassing to be ignored for a long time." With a light cough, Murong Chyoga constantly wept blood. His entire body was wrapped in crimson flames that felt extremely similar to the flames of the Blood Sea. Because of this, he was able to avoid withstanding the terrifying crushing pressure of the burning sea of blood. Shui Yuan roared, "You are seeking death." Murong Chyoga laughed. "For countless years I have wandered between life and death, but I have never been able to find the right path. If you can send me to my death, then bring it on." Bang! The burning sea of blood roared. Giant waves howled forwards. Murong Chyoga turned to look at Ling Yan. "Do what you must. I hope you won't make the wrong choice this time." Ling Yan cupped his hands together. He turned and stepped forwards. His sword hummed and fell to his knees in front of Yang Ri. "Teacher, please forgive me," Yang Ri said. "You can make up for everything." "Yes, teacher." Leng Yan stood up and looked at Qin Yu. "If you can survive today, go to Myriad Sword Mountain for me and take several heads." Qin Yu thought to himself. He revealed a solemn expression. "Kill who?" Leng Yan lightly said. "You will know when the time comes." He didn't speak further. He lifted his arms and the boundless sword intent he had cultivated for his entire life was released without reservation. "I have cultivated the sword my entire life. I am confident that the 3 feet long blade in my hand can cut down all in the world. You must remember this point and then lend me your sword intent." Bang! His entire body began to burn within this torrential sword intent. In the white flames, his figure rapidly turned transparent. Finally, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, this endless sword intent howled forwards, turning into a raging current that poured into Qin Yu's body. It was like he had swallowed an entire mountain. Qin Yu's face flushed red and every inch of his flesh and blood shivered in pain. Blood constantly seeped out from his millions of pores. It was like he would explode from this strength in the next moment. He impatiently wanted to vent this strength. Qin Yu roared out loud. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. The sun and moon above his head simultaneously lit up, releasing a brilliant light. Rumble, rumble, within the entire sky eradicating abyss, the winds and clouds changed color. An invisible aura descended and the rules trembled. The black vault of heaven seemed unable to withstand it and began to disintegrate in large swathes. The burning blood moon was sucked in, becoming dark and gloomy. Within the blood sea, most of the raging flames were extinguished. The blood moon roared out loud. It lifted a hand and dug out another eyeball. Without hesitation, it offered it to the great ruler it believed in, praying for more strength to descend upon it. Bang! The flames of the blood moon rose and the endless blood sea began to boil. All of this indicated that there would soon be a heaven-shaking collision. But just before he attacked, Qin Yu forcefully suppressed the terrifying sword intent that threatened to tear him apart. He clenched his teeth and roared, "Now!" The hair that Qin Yu had left behind in Mo Yuan's hand suddenly began to burn. She shouted out loud, "Fellow Taoists, attack with me!" Without hesitation, everyone mobilized all of their strength to attack the blood stone that had been tossed out. Dozens of formidable strengths were instantly absorbed. In the next moment, the blood stone trembled and shattered, opening up space. Bang! Qin Yu's figure appeared. Before anyone could speak, a wild aura rushed towards him and pressed him to the ground. He looked up, his eyes piercing through everything. He looked up at the area above his head where the blood vessels connected to the flesh sac gathered. With a step, the flesh sac shattered. Qin Yu shot into the skies like a bolt of thunder. Wherever he went, all obstacles were twisted apart by the raging strength around him. The original god that was slumbering in the sky, eradicating abyss, was called Blood Moon. He was an incomparably powerful and cunning existence. Emperor Obam's body wasn't his life gate. Even if he were to be cut down, the most he would do was fall into a deep slumber once more. After the endless years passed, he could still awaken once more. Above his head, the burning blood moon could be considered his life gate. But, in front of this life gate, there was the word false. If Qin Yu had used the method he used in the Blood Moon world and cut down this burning blood moon, he would have died, but he would still have a chance to revive. Blood Moon's true life gate had been hidden from start to finish. It was hidden deep within the abyss, within a sarcophagus. Inside was his nearly complete body. He had even cultivated a semi-independent consciousness that was split off from his main body. This hidden space was the place that Blood Moon had spent the most time and effort over the countless years, and it was only completed with the help of a supreme treasure. It was because of this that even someone as formidable as Yang Ri hadn't been able to sense it from start to finish. But Qin Yu knew of its existence. He had found his true life gate. Bang! A thick and solid membrane froze for a brief moment before shattering. Qin Yu howled out. Countless fragments that couldn't be seen with the naked eye tumbled down in all directions. That sarcophagus had appeared in front of Qin Yu. This was the moment. He lifted his hand and fused all of the sword intent that Ling Yan had sacrificed himself into his sword. Ling Yan had given up his life to fuse all of his sword intent into Qin Yu's body, helping him display the swords of sun and moon to cut down the god Blood Moon. But just as he was about to attack, he vanished from sight. Yang Ri, Blood Moon, as well as the blood-sobbing and paper-white Murong Chyoga, all of them subconsciously froze. Although they thought this was inconceivable, their first thought was that this boy wouldn't take advantage of this chance to escape. But soon after, Blood Moon's reaction overturned this guess. He froze, his face filled with anger and a bit of unconcealable fear. That's right, it was fear. This was the first time he had revealed such an expression. Even before this, when he discovered that Qin Yu had smoothly comprehended the Sword of Sun, he hadn't had such an expression. No! Blood Moon crazily roared. He looked down at the earth beneath his feet. In the next moment, the ground shattered and endless boundless sword intent surged out. It was like a flood that broke through a dam, tearing apart everything in its path. The giant sarcophagus was particularly conspicuous amongst the shattered earth. Now, it was cut in half and pained roars echoed out from within. A pair of hands grasped the edge of the sarcophagus and propped up his body. But this was all he could do before he froze in place. In the next moment, a gust of wind blew past and the sarcophagus was turned to ashes. At the same time, the enraged Emperor Obam's second body that Blood Moon controlled had its aura severed. The destruction of the main body was the same as severing its root. Naturally, its life force was extinguished. Rumble, rumble, the world roared and shook. The burning Blood Moon in the skies rapidly dimmed, as if it would soon be extinguished. The sea of blood on the ground vanished without a trace. Blood Moon had died. Because of his existence, the heaven-eradicating abyss would also collapse with him. Yang Ri's eyes lit up with understanding. He felt a lingering fear as well as a bit of gratitude. If it weren't for Qin Yu finding the true hiding place of Blood Moon's main body, then even killing him would have been futile. But now, he had been killed by his master's aura. He had thoroughly perished without any chance of resurrection. Now, his enmity had been avenged. His family and his little sister from the past could finally rest in peace. Yang Ri closed his eyes. The phantom turned to ashes and the last wisp of his remnant soul was thoroughly burned away. In this grudge, both sides had perished. No matter who was right or wrong, it couldn't be considered a satisfactory result. But this was how the world was. Not everything followed the will of a person. There were always some things that had to be done, even if one knew that they would eventually pay the price with their life. Qin Yu gasped for breath. Blood flowed out from all his pores and his black robes had been torn apart by the sword intent. It made him look extremely distressed. But after the flesh sack was destroyed, those lucky cultivators that had survived looked up. There was no contempt in their eyes, only deep shock and awe. A sword strike had cut through the sarcophagus and determined the result. Just what sort of cultivation was this? Moreover, these people all owed Qin Yu a life-saving grace. With the heaven-eradicating abyss dissipating, everyone was naturally safe. But before the joy of surviving a calamity could spread through their hearts, their complexions changed. They saw that in the skies, the Blood Moon that was about to be extinguished suddenly erupted with an unimaginable light. It was incomparably dazzling, even more dazzling than the great sun. A light chuckle sounded out in everyone's ears. "Little fellow, I've found you." This voice wasn't unpleasant to listen to. Although it was a man's, it still gave off a pleasant feeling. But for some unknown reason, all the surviving cultivators in the heaven-eradicating abyss felt an endless chill in their hearts the moment they heard this voice. Fear surged like a tide. It was 100 times, 1,000 times more horrifying than being locked onto by their most terrifying natural enemy. It was as if all they needed was a single breath of time to perish in body and soul. No, it was as if their souls would forever fall into the endless sea of suffering, withstanding thousands of tribulations, never to rise again. This sort of despair sucked away all of their strength. They could only freeze where they were, maintaining an expression of fear on their faces, unable to even think. But Qin Yu was an exception. When the blood moon suddenly lit up, the sun-moon force field violently fluctuated, as if it were withstanding an extremely powerful invisible impact. But now, although this impact was powerful, it wasn't able to destroy the protection that the sun-moon force field gave Qin Yu. So, he only felt his heart palpitate for a second before he broke free. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu looked up at the blood moon that shined brighter than a great sun. He squatted down and grabbed a piece of the broken flesh sack. It looked extremely disgusting, and its surface was covered in a translucent mucus. The mucus dispersed the protection of the sun-moon force field and directly touched his flesh and blood. After the cool sensation, there was a faint numbing feeling. Starting from his fingertips, this numbing feeling instantly invaded his mind, causing his vision to blur. Before this, Qin Yu had already discovered that the mucus in the flesh sac contained a formidable curse strength. This was the reason why cultivators that were immersed in it lost all ability to resist. Now, what was affecting his body was the power of this curse. His heart fiercely shrank. Another wave of fear rose up from the depths of his soul. At this moment, Qin Yu heard a deep and angry roar that came from a distant space. "Flesh and blood creature that killed my descendant, I will throw you into the sea of curses and suppress you there for all eternity. You will be tortured for 10,000 years. A trace of purple appeared between Qin Yu's eyebrows. Then, it turned into a closed purple eye. It was incomparably demonic. As the purple eye appeared, the rules within heaven eradicating abyss began to seethe. This was because another formidable existence was about to cross through space and descend. Everyone was already so frightened by the aura of the blood moon that their minds nearly collapsed. The despair in their eyes deepened. If they could still think, they would shiver and ask Qin Yu, "Big brother, just what atrocious crime did you commit that you could draw in two inconceivably tyrannical existences?" Quietly, beside the burning blood moon, a giant purple eye slowly appeared. Two boundless consciousnesses met as they crossed through space. Blood moon! Eye of curses! There were coincidences in this world, but for the consciousnesses of two peerless powerhouses to arrive at the same place, there had to be a reason. Without needing to communicate, both sides understood that their goal in arriving was the same. This flesh and blood creature killed my direct descendant. I must obtain it. I am also interested in this junior. After a brief silence, both consciousnesses drew back a bit, as if they had reached some sort of tacit understanding. Since their strengths were equal and neither side was willing to withdraw, then they would rely on their own methods. Whoever captured this person first would be the one to obtain it. Within the burning blood moon, a figure appeared. This figure was tall and straight. He wore a large cloak, mysterious and terrifying. At almost the same time, the purple eye beside him trembled for a moment before slowly opening. Bang bang, Qin Yu sensed something. A heaven-shaking roar rang out in his ears. It was like two towering divine mountains were crashing down on him, causing his chest to feel heavy and his heartbeat to nearly stop. The sun and moon force field violently shook, distorting and distorting. It made one worry that it would shatter and collapse in the next moment. Within his soul space, the purple moon and blue sun shined brightly. Although their revolutions were a bit slower, they weren't cut short because of this. Thus, after a brief buzzing in his ears and his vision darkened, Qin Yu's consciousness condensed, and he used it without hesitation. Perhaps this could be called one of his most formidable cards. Although he didn't know how much flow of energy this card could erupt with, it definitely wouldn't disappoint. Chapter 975. In a distant, different world, in the sea region where the Beast Trainer Alliance was located, President Douglas was calculating the losses of the Alliance in the next 10-year cycle. He was trying to reduce some of the unnecessary losses. After sitting here for several hours, he had barely managed to reduce some of the expenses. But, looking at the still massive base number, President Douglas couldn't help but bitterly smile. He sat up straight and rubbed his temples. Originally, with the Alliance's background and wealth, there was no need to do this. But in the past, that old white ape had taken advantage of the situation to extort them, emptying out 70% of their treasury and causing the entire Alliance to suffer a great deal of damage. Every time President Douglas thought of this, he felt a deep sense of guilt towards his ancestors. His heart ached so much that he found it hard to breathe. President Douglas picked up a teacup and took a sip. He thought that even the quality of his tea leaves had fallen by more than a level. But before he could swallow the hot tea, his eyes widened. He looked even more dazed than if he had seen a ghost. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of tea, soaking the table. But he didn't care about that right now. He took a step forwards and vanished. In the next moment, he appeared in the skies above the island. And at this time, the powerhouses in the Alliance headquarters all felt the sudden eruption of a terrifying aura. The skies were filled with figures. They saw President Douglas. But the shock brought about by the scene in front of them caused their jaws to drop open, and they even forgot to bow to him. They saw that in the distant sea region, the phantom of a heaven-piercing jade wall appeared like a mirage. It was massive and contained an endlessly majestic aura. Even though it was only a phantom, it caused everyone who saw it to feel endless awe, as if they were facing the 3,000 Daos, facing the heavens and earth. But at this time, massive cracks appeared on this miraculous jade wall that connected the heavens and earth. The cracks wove together like a giant spider web. Then, the jade wall collapsed. Pieces of fragments fell from the 9 heavens. Even though it was just a soundless illusion, it wasn't hard to imagine the earth-shattering momentum that was formed when the fragments fell with a loud rumble. Cries of alarm rose and fell. The Alliance cultivators looked at this scene in a daze. Their hearts were filled with endless shock, but they also couldn't suppress their excitement. Even if he didn't know the reason for what happened today, he would have something to talk about when he interacted with others in the future. For example, when a certain someone was at the headquarters, the weather suddenly changed, followed by a violent storm. A jade wall appeared between heaven and earth, and only a few deafening roars could be heard. The jade wall crashed into the sea and shattered into countless pieces, setting off endless waves. What? You're asking why what you said and what you saw are different? Haha, do you know what is embellishment? Do you know what is art? Being straightforward was a waste of conversation material. Only in this way could it have a better effect. However, the excited Alliance cultivators occasionally glanced at President Douglas and the Alliance elders, who were standing in the air. They discovered that the big shots looked as if they were going to eat someone alive. This jade disc doesn't seem simple. Could it be related to our alliance? White Ape sneered. What nonsense, of course it isn't simple. It has a great origin, so great that a blockhead like you can't even imagine it. As he spoke, he lifted a hand and ruthlessly knocked it down. You little bastard, all you think about is some random nonsense all day long. Hurry up and cultivate. The future of my bloodline rests on your shoulders. If you dare to waste this good fortune, then I will skin you alive. The chicken overlord grabbed its head and stamped its feet. Old man White Ape, you are a monkey and I am a chicken. We aren't even family, so don't try to pull any relations with me. And that good fortune you spoke of, how come I don't know anything about it? If you dare to knock my handsome head again, then I will fight you to the death. White Ape crossed his arms and sneered. You've got guts. It looks like your skin has been itching for the past few days. Let me help you loosen up your muscles and bones. Of course, during the entire process, The chicken overlord was held down by White Ape's hammer and beaten until it cried out for its parents. After leaving behind a sentence, the chicken overlord fled in distress. The river flows east for 30 years, the river flows west for 30 years. Don't bully the young for being poor. White Ape chuckled. I'll be waiting for you to take revenge. Don't bully the young for being poor? So what if I bully you? When the chicken overlord disappeared from sight, White Ape's complexion darkened. He stared at the fading sky-piercing jade wall, worry in his eyes. As he thought, the Chin-Yu who had suddenly disappeared in the past hadn't perished. He had only left this world. To the native life forms, wanting to open the world barrier and step into a different world was naturally difficult. But to White Ape, this was Chin-Yu who had fused with the jade wall embryo egg. To him, this was nothing out of the ordinary. But today, the sky-piercing jade wall had shattered. He had been forced to borrow its final remaining strength. Thinking about it, Chin-Yu must have encountered an extremely terrifying crisis. Could it be that the matter of him fusing with the jade wall embryo egg had been discovered by someone? If so, then the entire great desolate world would seethe with excitement. White Ape sucked in a deep breath, his eyes becoming increasingly dignified. He had finally found a junior with great difficulty. Although this junior had an unreliable temperament, his talent was top class. And more importantly, he possessed a heaven-defying good fortune that even he didn't know about. If Chin-Yu didn't die along the way, his future achievements would be like the sun and moon of the great desolate, illuminating the endless world. With him by his side, he would surely be able to accomplish great things in the future. He might even be able to help his bloodline return to the glory of the distant past. Chin-Yu, you must live on. Heaven extinguishing abyss. A burning blood moon shined down. A cold and gloomy purple eye locked onto Chin-Yu. Chin-Yu looked up. In his eyes, a complete phantom of the sky-split jade annulus appeared. At this moment, his entire aura thoroughly changed. Dignified, powerful, like an ancient spiritual god awakening from a deep slumber. Inviolable, disdainful. The figure in the burning blood moon let out a soft cry. His blood-colored eyes were filled with endless shock. This aura, the purple eye was indifferent and emotionless, but at this time, its icy cold pupils were fiercely contracting. They were both existences that had stepped through the world barrier and had the qualifications to step into the great desolate. They could naturally sense just how terrifying this aura was. This feeling was as if they were facing a ruler. Ruler, the blood moon and the curse eye both cried out in their hearts. Could it be that this junior that wasn't even worth mentioning was someone that some ruler had taken a liking to? If this weren't the case, how could there be such a terrifying power supporting his body? Regret and fear instantly rushed into their hearts. Without hesitation, the two of them lowered their heads and admitted their mistake. Little friend, please wait. Today was only a misunderstanding. In their eyes, face and whatnot weren't worth mentioning at all. Moreover, facing someone that had been chosen by a ruler, it was normal for them to lower their heads. But unfortunately, things weren't as they imagined. Chin-Yu had used the final strength of the sky-piercing jade wall, so how could he not use it? He lifted a hand and a sun and moon descended above his head. They were vast and boundless, as if they were a true sun and silver moon. Endless radiant divine light erupted. As the light of the sun and moon fused together, a phantom appeared. But this time, the strength that Chin-Yu used was far too great, so great that it surpassed a certain limit. So after this phantom paused for a brief moment, it began to rapidly solidify at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blood Moon and the Curse Eye were scared witless as they saw this. They screamed and prepared to leave. But now, as that phantom solidified, the entire heaven-eradicating abyss was completely sealed off. Everything was suppressed, and even the fluctuations of the rules vanished from sight. There was a surprised gasp. The figure in the interweaving sun and moon seemed a bit surprised and a bit helpless. He glanced at Chin-Yu and said, Just how long has it been and you've actually woken me up again? What a troublesome little fellow. I'm a bit regretful that I accepted you as my disciple." Her voice wasn't low, but as long as she didn't want to speak, no one could hear her. It was just like how even though a wisp of her true spirit had arrived, no one could clearly see her appearance. She glanced at Blood Moon and the Curse Eye, who were frozen in place, a bored look in her eyes. "So you were frightened by these two little fellows. To think that you would wake me up because of this, you really deserve a beating. I'll remember this beating for now. We'll talk about it later. However, since you dared to touch my disciple, although your crime isn't worthy of death, you should at least leave behind something. Consider it a lesson." She lifted a hand and slashed forwards. Bang, bang in the skies above. Whether it was the burning Blood Moon or the demonic Purple Eye, neither of them emitted a single sound. Under this casual slash they disintegrated. In the next moment she turned and vanished from sight. The shadows of the sun and moon were extinguished with her, and all fluctuations between the heavens and earth returned to silence. Qin Yu blinked his eyes. He felt as if something had happened just now, something he didn't know about. As if he had been glared at, but who was it that glared at him? Whatever, although it was a bit strange, at least the result wasn't bad. This was truly worthy of being a jade embryo egg. Even if it was the last bit of its strength, it was still boundless and terrifying. With a single slash, it had cleanly cut apart Blood Moon, Purple Eye, and everything else. Qin Yu could feel that the cold energy that wrapped around his body had completely vanished. He didn't know if it had been completely cut apart by this slash, or if the Blood Moon and Cursed Eye had been frightened and retracted on their own. Of course, no matter what the reason was, the result was perfect. But Qin Yu soon discovered that things were even more perfect than he had imagined. This was because the Blood Moon and Purple Eye that had been cut apart hadn't completely vanished. To be more specific, after the Blood Moon and the Eye of the Curse were killed, they each left something behind. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Could it be that these almighty beings needed to use some sort of medium to cross through space and descend? Otherwise, how could there be two that fell at the same time? If this was the case, it really didn't match their status. It was quite degrading. Or was there something wrong with these two things? One was a small purple eye. If he didn't look carefully, he would have thought it was a purple jade bead. The other was even simpler. It was a small blood-red stone. Qin Yu carefully sensed it. The sun and moon force field wrapped around it. When he didn't sense anything wrong, he carefully picked it up. It wasn't that he was timid. Rather, when it came to existences like the Blood Moon and Cursed Eye, he couldn't be too cautious. Otherwise, if something went wrong, he could inexplicably lose his life. But immediately, Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He looked at the jade bead and stone in his hand, a look of joy on his face. He thought that these two were truly worthy of their status as almighty beings. Even though they had been cut down, they still left behind such treasures. This breadth of mind, this bearing, it was hard not to give them a thumbs up. They were simply role models. The small purple eye that was shaped like a jade bead came from the Cursed Eye. It was a dual-use treasure. After refining it, not only could it resist the invasion of the curse, but it could also summon the power of the Cursed Eye. Of course, there were great limitations to this summoning. After using it, the eye's strength would be completely exhausted. It would need to be reaccumulated before it could be used again. The blood-red stone naturally came from the Blood Moon. Or, to be more precise, it was a part of the Blood Moon. The Blood Moon referred to the true blood-red moon that hung above his head, not a person's name. It was only at this moment that Qin Yu learned that the Blood Moon really did exist in this world. As for its function, it was simple and crude. It could cause the Blood Moon to descend once and help the user overcome a crisis. The descent of the Blood Moon, moreover, it was the true Blood Moon. Even if it wasn't the main body, one didn't need to be a genius to know that it was incomparably terrifying. The flaw was that this stone could only be used once. Afterwards, it would be taken back by the blood moon. But this was already precious enough. He had used the last of the jade egg's strength and lost one of his strongest cards. But he had obtained the purple eye and the blood moon stone. This could be considered making up for it. Qin Yu flipped his hand and put away the two treasures. Then, he took a deep breath and shot up into the skies. Without hesitation, he flew straight towards the stone coffin that had been cut in half. Sweeping his eyes around, he found a crystal within. This crystal was dark red, as if it had absorbed a massive amount of blood. Looking at it, he could feel the formidable strength contained within. Suddenly, a distorted face appeared on the surface of this crystal. It roared as it tried to rush out, but it was firmly imprisoned within. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. His senses weren't wrong. This stone coffin had its own secret. The reason that the blood moon was able to borrow the stone coffin to reform its body and even conceal itself from the senses of the sun, and the sun should be because of this object. At this time, Qin Yu's complexion changed. The primordial spirit mark in his palm began to heat up. Before he could respond, the distorted face sealed within the stone coffin suddenly stopped howling, revealing a look of endless fear. As if it could feel some terrifying crisis, it suddenly vanished from sight, hiding within the crystal. Do you think you can escape like this? Don't be so naive. My luck is just too good to be able to survive such a great calamity. A rueful voice sounded out from behind him. Qin Yu stiffened for a moment before relaxing. He turned around, his complexion grim. Chapter 976. Shuijing cough. Virtuous little brother, please don't misunderstand. My injuries are so serious that they have reached my foundation, so how could I possibly maintain my consciousness? It's only because I discovered something that can heal my injuries that I forcefully woke up. He lifted a hand and pointed. This crystal is a good thing. Virtuous little brother, hurry up and put it away. You can refine it by dripping a drop of blood on it. Then, I ask virtuous little brother to hurry up and take out the remnant soul inside so that I can extend my life. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. You aren't lying to me? Shuijing's face turned green. Virtuous little brother, my current state is because I have used some secret technique that can only be maintained for a short period of time. If you don't do anything, then I really will die. I have lived for endless years and have enjoyed all that I can. But, virtuous little brother, you are still young and have a bright future ahead of you, so how could you be implicated by me? What he meant was, hurry up and stop blabbering. Otherwise, if I end up in bad luck, you won't have a good time either. Qin Yu lightly said, Are you threatening me? Shuijing cupped his hands together and bowed. In the beginning, I had no choice but to do so. Virtuous little brother, please rest assured that once I restore my cultivation in the future, I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Qin Yu coldly snorted. Right now, he and Shuijing were both going to suffer, so he naturally wouldn't allow anything to happen to him. Moreover, he could feel that Shuijing had no ill intentions towards him. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. The crystal in the coffin fell into his palm. He flicked a drop of blood onto it and it was instantly absorbed. The crystal trembled and a connection immediately appeared. Qin Yu immediately knew what this object was. Joy flashed in his eyes. With a thought, a mass of gray gas appeared. It screamed and tried to flee. Shuijing was ready for battle. Seeing this, he laughed out loud. My life-saving medicine, where do you think you are going? Obediently come in. He opened his mouth and swallowed. The gray gas was immediately pulled to his side. It split into 7 strands that flowed through his head and into his body. As if he had eaten a great supplement pill, Shuijing closed his eyes. His body shivered and a comfortable expression appeared on his face. His pale complexion began to redden at a speed visible to the naked eye. His empty aura began to rapidly expand. Qin Yu immediately felt an incomparably powerful oppressive aura. It was like a heavenly pillar was about to fall onto his body. He furrowed his eyebrows for a moment before regaining his composure. He grasped the crystal in his hand and calmly looked at Shuizheng, who had his eyes closed and was deep in thought. After several breaths of time, with several light coughs, Shuizheng opened his eyes and looked at Qin Yu. He curled his lips and said, "How boring. I can't even scare you, brat." Qin Yu lightly said, "I hope that big brother will keep his word and not be someone who breaks his promise." Shuizheng loudly slapped his chest. "Virtuous little brother, rest assured. Once you make it through today's calamity, I will protect you in all matters in the future. I will absolutely allow you to live a carefree and happy life." Qin Yu turned and walked away. "Then I must thank Big Brother." With that, he arrived at the giant ball that the dragon beast had spat out before it died. He took a look inside and frowned. "Xiaoyu, how are you?" The little dragon warily glanced at Qin Yu. But for some unknown reason, its expression soon relaxed. It opened its mouth and swallowed. The amber object that sealed the entire cave was like a gas that rapidly submerged into its mouth. With a loud burp, the little dragon beast lay down beside the unconscious Lei Xiaoyu. It roared at Qin Yu, telling him to hurry and save its beautiful big sister. Qin Yu glanced at it. He squatted down and placed the crystal between Lei Xiaoyu's eyebrows. With a thought, dark red blood energy immediately flowed out and fused into Lei Xiaoyu's body. At this time, Lei Xiaoyu's body was much thinner. Her complexion was deathly pale and her aura was extremely weak. As this blood energy fused into her, a happy cry sounded out from her body and her aura stabilized. Even her thin body began to rapidly recover. This was because at this time, what was fusing into her body was original spirit blood essence. The other blood moon that Qin Yu had cut down with his sword had perished. Its blood essence and remnant soul had been directly absorbed by the crystal. Seeing her like this, Qin Yu relaxed a little. Although this trip to Heaven Extinguishing Abyss had been dangerous, it had still been filled with harvest. Not only had Shuizheng awakened, but it seemed that not only would Lei Xiaoyu be able to continue living, but she would also be able to obtain a great harvest from this disaster. It had to be known that the goo insects in her body were not ordinary things. Once they matured, not only would they be harmless to their host, but they would also become a great help. At this point, everything seemed to be perfect, but accidents often occurred when everything seemed perfect and perfect. Moreover, they often came without warning, breaking apart everything. Just like now. Bang! As the Heaven Extinguishing Abyss was fading away, it was like it had been struck by a heavy fist. The speed at which it dissipated increased by more than 10 times. Shuizheng, who had been smiling happily as he watched Qin Yu save the others, had an expression that said, "My little brother is truly pure and kind, I didn't misjudge you." But now, it was like he had been bitten by a dog. He leapt 100 feet into the air and blurted out, "You peach girl, are you done yet? Do you really want to kill me? If it was just eating a few peaches, your punishment would have been more than enough. But one of the peach trees in my orchard was killed by you." A cold and indifferent voice echoed through the world. The temperature suddenly plummeted, as if it would freeze the void. Kacha, kacha, all around Shuizheng, a heart-chilling shattering sound rang out. As he heard this, his complexion darkened. He clenched his teeth and roared, "It was clearly you who chased me, causing the peach tree to be destroyed. You are also responsible for the peach girl? Even if I bear half of it, you will still die." "Nonsense! Is my life not as precious as a broken peach tree of yours?" Shuizheng clenched his teeth. "Let me tell you, don't go too far. Otherwise, even if I put my life on the line, you might not have a good ending. Then I will be looking forward to it." In the old site of Heaven Eradicating Abyss that had been swept clean, a giant illusion of a peach tree suddenly appeared. It floated between the heavens and the earth, its extremely developed roots intertwining with the thick canopy that covered the sky. It was impossible to see the end of it. Endless pressure and aura were released from it, as if the entire world had been sealed away. Countless pink peach blossoms fell down, gathering in midair. Finally, they formed the figure of a woman, her eyes indifferent as she looked at him. At this moment, it was like a million bolts of thunder exploded in Qin Yu's mind. He looked at the woman in front of him, all of his thoughts torn to shreds. How was this possible? How was this possible? Because this woman in front of him was exactly the same as Ning Ling. It wasn't just their appearance that was similar, but the feeling Qin Yu felt was completely the same. But what was terrifying was that Qin Yu was sure that this woman in front of him wasn't Ning Ling. Because in her eyes, he didn't exist at all. How could this be? Tu Shuijing, Tu Ning Ling. There was definitely a problem here. There was no reason at all. Qin Yu's intuition told him that he had discovered an extremely cruel truth. Shuijing, be buried with my peach tree. The woman lifted a hand and the peach tree phantom behind her gently trembled. An unimaginably terrifying aura swept out, blotting out the skies. Shuijing's back was as straight as a pine tree. He reared his head back and angrily roared, "If that's the case, then let us fight to the death." But at this time, Qin Yu heard his pitiful screams again and again. I'm dead, I'm dead. That crazy peach planting woman, she actually chased after me so quickly. It seems she's serious. Good brother, she doesn't know our relationship, so I don't think she will make things difficult for you. I'm about to flee for my life. Our mountains are high and rivers are far away. We will meet again in the future. Just as the peach planting woman was about to attack and Shuijing was about to flee, Lei Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes after absorbing her origin spirit blood energy. At this time, a beetle phantom appeared between her eyebrows. It shook its wings and then calmed down, as if it had fallen into a deep slumber. This beetle was shaped like a water droplet and its body was covered with runes that adorned the space between her eyebrows. It didn't seem strange at all, but rather added to its beauty. The peach planting woman furrowed her eyebrows. She slowed down her movements and turned to look at Qin Yu. Her eyes didn't stop on Qin Yu. Instead, they fell onto Lei Xiaoyu. Deep in her indifferent eyes there was a fluctuation. In the next moment, a ring on her finger suddenly emitted a bright light. A middle-aged Taoist walked out. The moment Shuijing saw this Taoist, all the blood drained from his face. His legs couldn't help but shiver. This, you can't bully me like this, I can't even defeat the young one and now even the old one has come. I'm done for, I can't even run away. Although this was only a projection, facing this middle-aged Taoist, Shuijing had already fallen into a deep despair. But at this time, the middle-aged Taoist's attention wasn't on him. His eyes turned to Lei Xiaoyu who had just woken up. A happy light flashed in his eyes. After looking at her several times, he turned and said, "Little Tao, can you sense it?" The peach planting woman slowly nodded. "Yes." The middle-aged Taoist laughed. "I thought it had gone extinct, but I never thought I would find it here. This is truly the luck of the heavens." As he looked at Lei Xiaoyu, his eyes filled with warmth. Even his tone softened. "Little girl, I don't want to lie to you. The goo insect in your body is of great use to me. If you are willing, I will receive you as my disciple today and send you a bright future." Shuijing blinked his eyes. He suddenly felt as if he had just survived a calamity. As he looked at the dazed Lei Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but shout out, "Little girl Lei, no, Miss Lei, what are you standing there for? The person in front of you is the Peach Blossom Spring Master, one of the most formidable existences in the world. To become his disciple is the dream of countless people. Hurry up and agree. Little girl, only if you agree will I be able to bask in your glory and survive. Don't try to be stubborn or you will really die." Lei Xiaoyu didn't know Shuijing at all, so she naturally wouldn't listen to him. Moreover, she had just woken up and her mind was still a bit hazy. She subconsciously looked at Qin Yu. "Big brother Qin." Qin Yu took a deep breath and tried to appear as calm as possible. He slowly said, "Agree." This is the lucky chance of your life. Lei Xiaoyu trusted Qin Yu unconditionally. Although she didn't know who this middle-aged Taoist was, he seemed very strong. She immediately knelt to the ground and bowed. Lei Xiaoyu greets Honorable Master. Ha 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 ha. The Peach Blossom Spring Master laughed. He was clearly in a good mood. Your master is the Peach Blossom Spring Master. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, feel free to tell them. He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. Little girl Lei, come with your master. Lei Xiaoyu wanted to say something, but Qin Yu shot her a look to stop her. She immediately shut up and obediently allowed herself to be brought to his side. The Peach Blossom Spring Master glanced at Qin Yu. He only treated him as a relative of Lei Xiaoyu and didn't care too much about him. His gaze then fell on Shuijing. Let's not talk about your previous actions. Just what you said just now is a crime deserving of 10,000 death. However, you also played a part in finding Xiaoyu this time. I will let bygones be bygones, but if there is a next time, I will destroy your body and soul. With a flick of his sleeves, he, the Peach Blossom Woman, and Lei Xiaoyu disappeared. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but when the Peach Blossom Woman left, her gaze seemed to pause on Qin Yu's face for a moment. But in the end, she left just like that. Qin Yu could no longer maintain his calm expression. He revealed a gloomy expression and said in a low voice, Elder Brother Shuijing, I have a question. I hope that you will answer me truthfully. Chapter 977. I, Shuijing, am truly blessed by the heavens. I was able to safely pass through such a great calamity. My future is destined to be bright and resplendent. Shuijing was admiring himself from the bottom of his heart and hadn't yet sobered up from his excitement. But as soon as he heard Qin Yu speak, he waved his hand and said, Virtuous brother, please speak freely. As long as I know, I will tell you everything I know. In the end, the reason he was able to survive was all because of Lei Xiaoyu. And the reason he was able to do so was because of Qin Yu. Indeed, this good brother of mine is my lucky star. Not only did he save me from awakening, but he also ensured my safety. In the future, I must treat him with sincerity and get closer to good brother. Qin Yu took a deep breath. May I ask, big brother, why do you look exactly the same as an old friend I knew in my early years? Not just that, but your aura is the same. Across from him, Shuijing's complexion froze. His eyes widened. Where is that person? Qin Yu's heart sank. This really wasn't a coincidence. He suppressed his tumbling emotions and cupped his hands together. I ask big brother to answer my question first. Shuijing's expression was cloudy and uncertain. He hesitated. It's not that I don't want to tell you. This matter cannot be casually spoken about. Heaven eradicating abyss shattered and dissipated. The cultivators that had luckily survived had now regained their freedom. With the sound of breaking air, several figures flew over. Among them were Mo Yuan, Li Hongye, and the others. There were also some other cultivators watching from afar, awe in their eyes. Qin Yu frowned. He turned and saw Mo Yuan, Li Hongye, and the others flying over. Big brother, let's talk somewhere else. He couldn't care too much about this right now. He grabbed Shuijing and vanished from sight. Mo Yuan paused. She looked in the direction Qin Yu left in, and the light in the depths of her eyes dimmed. He had left like this without even saying a word. Did he have something else to do, or did he not want to come into contact with them any longer? At this moment, Mo Yuan's heart was empty, as if something very important had been taken away from her. Li Hongye pursed her lips. Her expression was faint, but there was a bit of bitterness in her eyes. After today's parting, she didn't know if they would ever meet again. Qin Yu wasn't even willing to give her a chance to apologize? As for the other cultivators, they actually relaxed upon seeing this. Otherwise, they really wouldn't know just what position they should face Qin Yu from. Now they were much more at ease. Space twisted. Qin Yu and Shuijing stepped out. Qin Yu said in a low voice, Big brother, can we speak now? Shuizheng bitterly smiled. Little brother, just now I didn't care that there were people nearby. With my cultivation, if I didn't want them to hear, I naturally have my ways. After a moment of hesitation, he raised his hand and pointed to the sky. What you're asking about involves a great secret. I once swore that I would never divulge even the slightest bit of it. If I divulge it, it will definitely be sensed by the heavens and earth, and the consequences will be endless. Qin Yu earnestly looked at Shuizheng's expression. He judged that Shuizheng wasn't lying. His thoughts stirred and the sun-moon field expanded, wrapping around him. Shuizheng gawked. He was at the original God realm. Although his cultivation base hadn't recovered completely, his soul consciousness was still there. Of course, he could sense the changes around him. An invisible force wrapped around him, isolating him from the outside world. He couldn't even sense the existence of laws. Luckily, this force wasn't too strong. As long as he wanted to, he could easily break free. Otherwise, if he was sucked in, he would be trampled upon by others. Even so, this method of isolating the perception of the world was still incomparably powerful. Moreover, Shuizheng could faintly feel an invisible suppression. Little brother, what is this? Qin Yu didn't answer. Big brother, can you speak now? Shuizheng deeply looked at him. Although they had been together for many days, he still couldn't see through Qin Yu's background. But, without a doubt, there were many secrets on his little brother's body. It wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Moreover, he didn't know why, but he always had a premonition that the weak Qin Yu today would have great achievements in the future. After several breaths of silence, Shuizheng let out a breath. He slowly said, Little brother, have you heard the rumors about the myriad soul path? Qin Yu shook his head. I ask big brother to enlighten me. Cultivating the great Tao is difficult and arduous. The higher the boundary, the more difficult it is to take a step forward. Even a heaven-gifted genius will have their own limit. Once you touch it, you will be stuck in a bottleneck. No matter how many methods you have, you will never be able to take another step forward. This is the extreme of the great Tao. Because every cultivator is different, the extreme of the great Tao is also different. Most people find it difficult to step into the divine realm in their entire lives, and a small number stop at the original divinity realm. But there is also an extremely small number who inherit the destiny of the world and possess infinite potential or heaven-defying lucky chances. Because of this, they are able to touch upon a higher boundary. For instance, Blood Moon, the Eye of Curse, and even the Peach Blossom Origin Master. These words actually revealed some information. For instance, Shuizheng had said that his consciousness was in a deep slumber. This was clearly false. But at this time, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to care about these things. He nodded, indicating for Shuizheng to continue. Shuizheng revealed a look of reverence. He continued to say, These almighty beings were incomparably strong, so they naturally had greater ambitions. After touching upon the extreme of the great Tao, they weren't willing to sink into depravity. Thus, they began to think of ways to attack a higher boundary. I don't know how many years have passed, and I don't know which amazing senior it was, but after countless attempts, he finally found a method similar to gathering the power of all living beings to break through to the supreme realm. This method was called the myriad soul Tao. Using an arcane technique, one could split their own soul and turn half of it into 10,000 soul seed. Then, following the power of samsara, they would scatter into the boundless infinite worlds. 10,000 soul seeds are equivalent to 10,000 lives, opening up countless possibilities. Although there are some soul seeds that perish due to accidents, causing their souls to become incomplete, once these soul seeds return to their main body, they will bring with them a tremendous increase in strength. This is the foundation of the myriad soul Tao. Qin Yu's complexion darkened, his eyes filled with shock. Although Shuizheng hadn't fully explained everything, everything was clear now. Myriad soul Tao, soul seeds. Shuijing glanced at him and slowly nodded. As you think, if there isn't an accident, then the friend you speak of should be one of my soul seeds. Thus, not only is his appearance similar to mine, but his aura and all other aspects are exactly the same. Although Qin Yu had already guessed this, he still couldn't help but feel his heart violently contract as he heard this. He took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, "The relationship between the soul seed and the main body," Shuijing lightly said, "it is like a farmer and the crops in the field. Once they mature, they naturally have to be harvested. May I ask, Big Brother, if there is a way to sever the relationship between the soul seed and the main body?" Shuijing was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he suddenly said, "Are you asking me this because of that friend of yours?" Qin Yu thought for a moment and slowly nodded. A woman. Shuijing had an expression that seemed to say that he had already seen through everything, so there was no need to hide anything. The soul seed comes from the main body. Unless the main body is willing to abandon it, there is no way to sever it. Of course, there might be other methods, but I don't know. As he spoke to her, his voice came to an abrupt halt. His eyes widened as he stared at Qin Yu. As he thought about how Qin Yu had suddenly asked about this, and how he had remained silent until now, moreover, it was a woman, Shuijing subconsciously gulped. "Good little brother, don't tell me that the woman you care about is the same as the woman who planted the peaches?" Since he had already said it, Qin Yu certainly wouldn't hide it anymore. Moreover, he was asking for help, so how could he hide it? "Yes." Hearing this word, Shuijing violently swayed. He rubbed his forehead, feeling dizzy. He wanted to laugh out loud and then say, "Good little brother, don't mess around." But his eyes swept over Qin Yu several times. His expression was serious and earnest, without any hint of joking at all. It was true, it was actually true. I'm done for. Just now I was saying that my good little brother was my lucky star, so how did it change in the blink of an eye? This is the same as trying to drag me into death with him. Moreover, it's the kind of death where not even dregs remain. No, I have to stop my good little brother. No matter what, I cannot do anything stupid. Good little brother Qin Yu. Shuijing lowered his hand and shouted out loud, his expression solemn. "I don't know who that woman is, nor do I want to know what relationship you have with her. But, let me tell you, it is best if you bury this matter in your stomach forever and never mention it to anyone in the future, otherwise you will be in great trouble. No, not great trouble, but you will die a miserable death." Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows together before relaxing them. "She is my wife." "Your wife isn't." Shuijing's eyes widened. "What are you telling me? I don't want to know at all, so don't say anything more." Looking at Qin Yu, he cupped his hands together and bitterly smiled. "My good little brother, I just said that once a soul seed is destroyed, the main body will forever lose a portion of its soul. There is no way to repair this sort of loss. Do you understand? Moreover, the seriousness of this matter isn't just that. This is because your wife is exactly the same as the woman who planted the peaches." Qin Yu's complexion changed. "Is the soul seed the same as the main body?" Shuijing pointed a finger at him. "What happened to your usual cleverness? Just because it involves you, you eat it all up. If the soul seed is the same as the main body, then isn't that telling my enemies that they should hurry up and destroy my soul seed? As long as they can kill them, I will also suffer a great misfortune. If that were the case, then who would fight to the death to cultivate the myriad soul Tao? Everyone, wash up and go to sleep." He clenched his teeth and lowered his voice. "If 10,000 soul seeds are scattered throughout the world, they will give birth to 10,000 completely different lives. Whether it is man, beast, monster, or demon, their appearances will naturally be different. But, in a sense, the cultivation method of the myriad soul Tao goes against the will of the world. Because of this, it is restricted by the world and there is a loophole in it. That is, in 10,000 soul seeds, there will be one that is completely identical to the main body. This soul seed is called one's life. If one's life soul seed is destroyed, then the path of cultivating the myriad soul Tao will be severed and it will be impossible to use it to attack the great Tao. The reason I didn't say it clearly just now is because of this. Moreover, because of an accident in my early years, my cultivation method of the myriad soul Tao was destroyed, so my reaction wasn't too excited. Otherwise, I would have already thought of a way to have you tell me where your friend is. Qin Yu immediately understood why Shuijing had lost his composure after hearing this. As he said, in order to release a soul seed, one had to abandon their main body and sever the connection between them on their own initiative. But Ning Ling was the life soul seed of that woman who planted the peach tree. Once Qin Yu explained this matter, he feared she would immediately attack and suppress Qin Yu, forcing him to reveal Ning Ling's whereabouts. As for having her sever the connection between her and Ning Ling, that was naturally impossible. Thinking of this, his heart sank and his complexion became even uglier. Shuijing patted his shoulder. "Good little brother, do you understand now? That is why I told you to never mention this matter again and never try anything else, otherwise you will definitely die. Believe me, your current cultivation cannot reach too high a level. But the Peach Blossom Origin Master himself is one of the most formidable existences in the world besides the rulers of the world. That woman who planted the peach tree is his only daughter. If you dare to have any thoughts of harming her, you will die 10,000 times over." Seeing Qin Yu's silence, Shuijing thought he had changed his mind. He continued to say, "Why should a man worry about not having a wife? As for women, as long as you are strong enough, what can't you obtain? Once I restore my cultivation, I will bring good little brother away from this world, and let you enjoy your true life. Then, everything will be over." Qin Yu remained silent. Time slowly passed. Shuijing felt his mouth go dry and his expression stiffen. "Good little brother, don't be stupid." Chapter 978. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Dragging Big Brother into this matter is my mistake. I ask Big Brother not to blame me." Although he didn't answer, his words in themselves represented a certain answer. Shuijing clenched his teeth and roared, "Qin Yu, do you know what you are doing?" Qin Yu said, "I am clear-headed and I have thought deeply about it. I am not impulsive. I ask Big Brother to help me." "Help you? Help you die and then drag me down with you?" Shuijing sneered and looked at him. "Aren't you worried that I will kill you to silence you? As long as you die, I won't be drawn into this great calamity again." Qin Yu shook his head. "I believe Big Brother won't do that." He cupped his hands together and deeply bowed. "I know nothing about the myriad soul Tao. I ask Big Brother to point me in the right direction. No matter what happens in the end, Qin Yu will remember Big Brother's kindness and I will repay you in the future." For some unknown reason, seeing Qin Yu's solemn appearance, Shuijing's heart stirred. He had an impulse to nod and agree. Vaguely, his intuition told him that Qin Yu's promise was incomparably important to him. How could this be? Could this boy really grow into an existence strong enough to protect him in the future? An original God realm cultivator was considered an absolute powerhouse throughout the myriad heavens. Their minds were connected to the world, and they wouldn't act on a whim for no reason. There had to be a reason for a thought to move. Shuijing hesitated, but he could see the firmness in Qin Yu's eyes. Even if he didn't help him, Qin Yu wouldn't give up. Only if he did as he said and cut down Qin Yu now would he be able to stay out of this mess. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to avoid this storm. This was something that had been decided the moment he told Qin Yu about the myriad soul Tao. "Qin Yu, if something happens to you in the future, don't regret today's decision." Shuijing rubbed the point between his eyebrows, thinking that he must have gone insane. He glanced at Qin Yu and said in a low voice, "As for the method to undo the myriad soul Tao, besides my true self severing myself, I really don't know of any other way. You will need to search for it yourself. I can only tell you one direction that might lead you to this method. Qin Yu cupped his hands together and bowed. Thank you, big brother. Shuijing bitterly smiled. Don't thank me yet. Let me finish quickly lest I regret it later and change my mind. He glanced at Qin Yu. In truth, you have already intersected with the myriad soul path. It's just that you didn't know about it. Qin Yu's mind stirred. He immediately thought back to everything that had happened in the Obum Weave. 9 Nether Peak? Shuijing nodded. That stronghold master is a girl from the Eastern Zhou clan. Her name is Eastern Zhou Jolly. She participated in the competition for a spot in the Myriad Soul Dao. Since you helped her defeat her opponent, she will soon enter the Myriad Soul Dao when it opens. If you can get to Eastern Zhou before then and gain her approval, you can become Eastern Zhou's follower. He paused for a moment, then continued. Followers are qualified to enter the Myriad Soul Dao with her. I can only guide you up to this point. I'm not sure what to do next and whether or not you'll gain anything. You can only rely on your own luck. Qin Yu took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. Thank you, big brother. Although Shuijing didn't say much more, the news he told Qin Yu was incomparably important. Right now, the only way Qin Yu could come into contact with the Myriad Soul Dao was through Eastern Zhou Jolly. But the premise was that he had to know this. Otherwise, no matter how much effort he put in, it would all be useless. Cough. Shuijing coughed, an awkward look on his face. Good little brother, I was originally prepared to show you around this vast and carefree world. But unfortunately, my injuries have yet to recover and I will need some time to recuperate. Qin Yu said, Big brother, recovering from your injuries is more important. I can deal with what happens next by myself. However, I must ask Big brother to tell me how I can reach the place where the Eastern Zhou clan is located. Shuijing was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, This matter is simple. I will give good little brother a directional boundary-breaking talisman. When good little brother goes there, you only need to activate it and you will be able to directly cross space and enter the world where the Eastern Zhou clan is located. He lifted a hand and took out a jade archive. His hands formed a law formula and countless golden runes appeared in the void. The runes were large in the middle and small on both ends, surrounding the jade archive. Condense. With a loud shout, all the runes howled forth, submerging into the jade archive. Its clean and transparent surface suddenly shimmered with a golden light. Countless motes of light flickered within, as if it were a miniature version of a golden starry sky, incomparably mystical. Shuijing's complexion was a bit pale. It seemed that creating this boundary-breaking talisman had consumed a great deal of strength. He let out a deep breath. Good little brother, put it away. When you want to use it, you only need to pour in a bit of your strength. Qin Yu received it with both hands. Thank you, big brother. Shuijing dryly laughed. Good little brother, I am in a hurry to go into seclusion and cultivate, so I won't stay here any longer. We will meet again in the future. Farewell, big brother. Qin Yu bowed. With a thought, he withdrew the sun-moon force field. Shuijing turned and left. With a single step, he vanished from sight. From his appearance, it seemed as if he wanted to avoid Qin Yu. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He didn't feel any dissatisfaction towards Shuijing's decision to leave. To seek advantages and avoid disadvantages was a human instinct. Moreover, once he was discovered, he would die without a doubt. In this situation, it was already rare that Shuijing didn't turn hostile and instead told him about East Zhou Buddhist pair. Qin Yu was satisfied. He turned his hand and carefully put away the boundary-breaking talisman. Although he wanted to immediately use it to search for East Zhou Buddhist pair, there were still some matters he needed to deal with in this world. For instance, Lei Xiaoyu's matter. He had to give Lei Qianjun an explanation, and there was also Myriad Sword Mountain. He had promised Ling Yin that he would make a trip there. He would finish these matters as soon as possible and then immediately rush to the East Zhou family. With his thoughts settled, Qin Yu stepped forwards and howled into the distance. His first stop was Rock City. Relatively speaking, it was the simplest. He might have to kill people on his trip to Myriad Sword Mountain, so he might as well leave that for later. Heaven eradicating abyss collapsed and dissipated. The remaining surviving cultivators all ran out, their faces filled with joy and fear after surviving a calamity. On that day, less than a fifth of the cultivators that had entered were still alive. The remaining people were buried within. As this news spread out, it set off massive waves in the world. As this news spread out at an astonishing speed, the carriage pulled by the old horse and lame horse was already far away from heaven eradicating abyss. Banbu turned his head and looked at the tightly shut carriage door behind him. Although Qin Yu's expression was calm, he could still feel the heavy aura emanating from his master. Lei Xiaoyu hadn't come out yet. Was it because of this? He was a bit curious, but he wouldn't say anything. He turned around and focused on driving. What about Xiaoyu? Xiang Shui asked after hesitating for a long time. Qin Yu didn't open his eyes. Don't worry, she is still alive. It's just that she has encountered some other lucky chance and will naturally return in the future. Xiang Shui furrowed her eyebrows. Then, did you encounter some other problem? Qin Yu nodded. He looked at her and thought for a moment. Before long, I will be leaving this world. Are you willing to come with me? Xiang Shui's eyes widened. It was clear that Qin Yu's words had left a great impact on her. To shatter the void and open up a path to another world was an existence that only existed in the legends. But it was clear that Qin Yu's words weren't a joke. She took several deep breaths. Her eyebrows furrowed together, but she remained silent. Qin Yu said, "If you don't want to, you can stay here. Moreover, what I will be doing next will be extremely risky." "I'll go." Xiang Shui suddenly interrupted him. "I no longer have any attachments to this world. If I can go out and take a look at the fabled foreign world, that would be a good choice. I can only think of it as increasing my experience." She stood up and knocked on the carriage door. The carriage soon stopped. "But before that, I need to deal with some personal grudges. Once I'm done, I will naturally come find you." Qin Yu said, "I can help you." Xiang Shui rolled her eyes. "I didn't hear you. This is a personal grudge. Of course, it will only be meaningful if I do it myself. You just need to tell me where to meet up with you." Qin Yu frowned. Although Xiang Shui's expression was casual, there was a firm look in her eyes. It was clear she really didn't want him to interfere. "After leaving Rock City, I will go to Myriad Sword Mountain." Xiang Shui nodded. "I understand." She pushed open the carriage door and bid farewell to Banbu. Then, her figure whistled away. Banbu looked back and cautiously said, "My lord?" Qin Yu said, "Let's continue on our way." "Yes." The carriage continued onwards. The lame horse and the old horse seemed to sense the restless emotions that emanated from Qin Yu's body. They didn't need to be urged to accelerate to the fastest speed possible. 2 days later, Rock City was in sight. Qin Yu ordered Banbu to wait outside. Then, he stepped forwards and vanished from sight. City Lord Mansion. Lei Qianjun was in his study. He frowned, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Although he had already broken through the Heavenly Execution Division's killing trap, the Imperial Capital's methods hadn't ended yet. During this time, several accidents had occurred. If it weren't for the fact that he had made ample preparations, Rock City would have already been thrown into chaos. And besides that, what Lei Qianjun worried about the most was Lei Xiaoyu. News that Qin Yu had brought her into heaven-extinguishing abyss had already reached Rock City. He didn't know what her current condition was, but he hoped that nothing happened to her. At this time, Lei Qianjuan's furrowed eyebrows relaxed. He fiercely looked forwards like a tiger awakening. A terrifying aura broke out from his body. "Who?" With a low roar, the entire interior of the study was instantly suppressed. But what shocked Lei Qianjun was that his all-out suppression had no effect at all. Amidst the spatial fluctuations, a figure appeared. Lei Qianjun took a deep breath. The sound of wind and thunder rose in the air. His robes fluttered even though there was no wind. He was prepared to fight to the death. It wasn't that he was too nervous, but that the intruder's methods had far surpassed his expectations. It had to be known that the city lord's mansion had long since been activated. His study was even more heavily guarded. The fact that the intruder could directly barge in was already shocking enough. Lei Qianjun naturally didn't dare to be careless. "City Lord Lei, it's me." Hearing this voice, Lei Qianjun's eyes widened. He subconsciously stood up. Sure enough, in the next moment, Qin Yu walked out of the spatial fluctuations. "Qin Yu." He hurriedly turned away from the desk. "Where is the fishman?" "Don't worry, City Lord. She's fine." A moment later, Qin Yu left Rock City and appeared next to the carriage. "Let's go to Myriad Swords Mountain." Banbu respectfully nodded and turned his horse around. After a few breaths, he disappeared from sight. Clouds and mist lingered. Dozens of majestic mountains rose steeply from the ground and pierced into the sky. Their auras were fierce and arrogant, like unsheathed swords pointing at the boundless sky. The wind blows clouds was activated. The sound of swords rang in his ears. It was as if the clouds and wind both contained boundless sword intent. Without permission, no living being was allowed to casually step between the dozens of mountains. Otherwise, they would be chopped to pieces. The carriage stopped. After hurrying for so long, the old horse was a bit tired. However, when it turned to look at the lame horse beside it, it neighed lightly and pulled itself together, showing that it was still full of energy. The lame horse rolled its eyes weakly. If it could speak, it would have curled its lips and told it to stop pretending. "Milord, we've arrived." Banbu jumped off the carriage and spoke respectfully. Out of the corner of his eyes, he constantly glanced at the majestic mountains in front of him. There was a trace of awe and curiosity in his eyes. Awe because, as a sword cultivator, he naturally knew how powerful Myriad Swords Mountain was. As for curiosity, Banbu didn't know why Qin Yu had come here. Could it be that Milord had some other relationship with Myriad Swords Mountain? The carriage door was pushed open from the inside and Qin Yu stepped out. His eyes flashed, revealing a bit of surprise before understanding dawned on him. It seemed that what Tang Yi said in the past was true. Myriad Swords Mountain did indeed have something related to the Moon Sword. It should have been left here by Ling Yan. Of course, there had to be many stories behind this, otherwise why would Ling Yan ask him to come to Myriad Swords Mountain before he died to kill someone for him? As Qin Yu stood outside the gates of Myriad Swords Mountain, his thoughts raced. Because of his appearance, a commotion had been set off within Myriad Swords Mountain. This was because the sword that was inserted into the sword mound, suppressing everything around it, suddenly began to cry out. And as it changed, the trillions of swords within the sword mound resonated with it, setting off a vast and mighty sword cry. All of the cultivators of Myriad Swords Mountain were shocked by this change. In particular, the dozens of new disciples of Myriad Swords Mountain who were outside the sword mound trying to choose their own life sword all spat out a mouthful of blood. Their eyes widened and besides pain, they were also filled with disbelief. This, just what was going on let alone them, even the complexions of the two protectors responsible for guiding the new disciples to choose their life swords changed. Even they had never heard of such a change occurring within the sword mound. Whoosh, whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, 7 figures howled forwards, each of them releasing a terrifying aura. Invisible sword intent lingered around their bodies. As they collided with each other, sword cries filled the air. The two protectors hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Sword Master, greetings, elders." The shock on their faces was even greater. The Sword Master who had been in seclusion for so many years had actually appeared. As expected, today's matter wasn't ordinary at all. Outside the sword mound, the Myriad Swords Mountain cultivators all knelt to the ground, their faces filled with awe. "Sword Master!" Several elders cupped their hands together, their expressions dignified. There was a bit of questioning in their eyes. One of them had a single arm. It was Tang Yi. The sword master slowly nodded. He's back. He turned around, his gaze seeming to pierce through space and fall on the land outside the mountain. Everyone, let's go and welcome them together. Whoosh, whoosh, 7 sword phantoms howled into the skies, hurtling towards the outside world. Standing in front of the mountain, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He suddenly said, Banbu, you are a sword cultivator. Do you know anything about Myriad Swords Mountain? Banbu revealed a look of longing. When I first formed my way of the sword, I heard that within Myriad Swords Mountain, there was a secret sword called the Returning Dragon Sword. It was incomparably powerful. At that time, my greatest wish was to enter Myriad Swords Mountain and study this sword. Unfortunately, my talent was limited and I was ultimately rejected. This is one of the greatest regrets of my life. Returning Dragon Sword? Qin Yu lightly said, Wait a moment. I will give you the sword formula. Banbu was shocked. Qin Yu didn't speak further. This was because at this time, the fog in front of him had been pierced through and the 7 sword phantoms were howling towards him. Qin Yu! Tang Yi cried out, his complexion shaking. The sword master and the others frowned. They swept their eyes over, revealing a bit of scrutiny. It was clear they already knew of his existence. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Elder Tang, we meet again. Tang Yi returned the greeting. To be able to see fellow Taoist Qin again today, I am also very happy. As he spoke, he kept looking towards the carriage. The sword master and the others also looked over. Qin Yu said, Everyone, there is no need to look. Today, I came alone to help Senior Ling Yan deal with some unfinished business. Chapter 979. Ling Yan, if he could say this name and also activate the sword in the sword tomb, then he wasn't wrong. The sword master narrowed his eyes. He suddenly said, Since we've returned, let's enter the mountain first. The matters of the past involved the secrets of Myriad Sword Mountain. There were many dark and bloody parts that shouldn't be known by outsiders. Tang Yi immediately responded. He smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Qin, please follow us. Qin Yu nodded. He didn't know who Ling Yan wanted to kill, so he naturally had to enter Myriad Sword Mountain. Only then could he help him find the enemy that he couldn't forget even before he died. Whoosh, whoosh, swords cried out once more. The sword master, Tang Yi, and the others flew back. No one told Qin Yu how to enter Myriad Sword Mountain. Thinking about it, this was a seemingly unremarkable test. After all, when that person left the mountain gate in the past, he had left behind a great humiliation. Although things had changed with the passage of time, since he was that person's descendant, he might as well bring out his own methods and see just how much he could do. If he couldn't even enter the mountain gate, then that would be a joke. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He turned and said, Wait here. Banbu respectfully nodded, a trace of pity in his eyes. He didn't know who Ling Yan was, but without a doubt, Myriad Sword Mountain was going to suffer today. With the Lord's cultivation, even Myriad Sword Mountain, which reigned supreme in the way of the sword, could only bow their heads and listen to him. Qin Yu stepped forwards, his steps calm. His figure flickered and he stepped into Myriad Sword Mountain's great array formation. Like a stone falling into water, there was a slight ripple before everything calmed down. As he thought, to the Lord, this sword array that was so terrifying that it left one in despair wasn't worth mentioning at all. Banbu revealed a look of awe and longing. There was also a bit of pity in his eyes. He hoped that the cultivators of Myriad Sword Mountain could be a bit more tactful and perhaps suffer a little less. As he thought of what Qin Yu had said before, a fiery heat rose up in his heart. The returning dragon sword, since the Lord had said so, there naturally wouldn't be any problems. Years of regret could finally be realized today. Banbu revealed an excited expression. Outside the mountain, the unremarkable fog was swept up by the wind. Sword cries filled the air. It was originally a massive and shockingly powerful sword array. After being constantly strengthened and piled up over the generations, once it was activated, its might was infinite. Without permission, almost no one could directly break in. Therefore, when the sword master and the rest landed on the ground and turned to look at the sword array behind them, a glint flashed across their eyes. They were waiting. They were waiting for Qin Yu to rush over or for some accident to occur. Then, they would help him. Of course, in the eyes of the sword master and the other elders, even if Qin Yu was that person's descendant, it was nearly impossible for him to break through the blockade of the sword array with his current cultivation. The greatest possibility was that they would need to act in order to smoothly enter the mountain. At that time, they would be able to kill Qin Yu a little. This was to let him know that even though what happened in the past was over, the 10,000 Swords Mountain was still the 10,000 Swords Mountain. He had no right to be arrogant. Even if he was going to take away the sword in the sword catacomb in the near future, he still had to show enough respect or awe to Shan Zhong. But just at this moment, the sword master frowned slightly and a ripple appeared in his eyes. He didn't stay any longer and turned around to leave. "I'll make some preparations and bring him to the sword nurturing pavilion." The elders were shocked. In the next moment, a ripple arose within the sword formation, and then a figure approached from afar and gradually became clear before slowly walking out from within the mist. Qin Yu. Even Tang Yi's pupils shrank, a look of shock on his face. The other elders all had dignified expressions. Wasn't there news that when the divine seal Saint Stone descended, Qin Yu had suffered a crushing defeat in the Holy House and had to leave the imperial city? How could he possibly have such a powerful method? He was actually able to easily break through the sword formation outside the mountain. Qin Yu's eyes swept over the several people. In his mind, he could clearly sense something. He said, "Senior Ling Yan should have left something in the 10,000 Swords Mountain. I ask everyone to take it." Humph! An elder coldly coughed, his complexion gloomy. "Qin Yu, this is my 10,000 Swords Mountain. The sword master will decide what to do. There is no need for you to say anything." He turned and left, his complexion pale. His bloodline had coveted the sword in the sword catacomb for many years, and they had made countless attempts. Although they hadn't seen the possibility of success, they had still accumulated a great deal of experience. Elder Myriad Willow was confident that as long as they had enough time, their Wan family would be able to subdue that sword. At that time, the inheritance of the sword master's bloodline would naturally fall into the hands of the Wan family. But now, all of these beautiful plans had become an unrealistic dream. Ling Yan's bloodline had actually been found and they were willing to return to the mountain. Humph! That person had committed such a grave mistake in the past, and was actually forgiven. The previous sword master must have gone senile with age. But he could only roar these thoughts in his heart. He absolutely didn't dare to speak them out loud. Naturally, he would vent his anger on Qin Yu. Moreover, Elder Myriad Willow also had some unspeakable thoughts in his heart. If this junior Qin Yu couldn't stand his attitude and did something that he looked forward to, then that would be for the best. Tang Yi and the others naturally knew why Elder Myriad Willow had such an expression. Their eyes flashed, but they didn't say anything. Although they already knew what happened in the past, that sword had stayed in the sword catacomb for thousands of years. When they were young, they had also tried to become its master. Even though they failed in the end, they still subconsciously regarded it as a treasure that belonged to 10,000 Swords Mountain. And now, Qin Yu had come here to take it away. Even if it was reasonable, the elders still rejected him in their hearts. Qin Yu looked at Myriad Willow's back, his expression calm. But in the eyes of the elders, his calmness seemed cowardly and fearful. They couldn't help but reveal a bit of arrogance. So what if he could break through the sword array outside the mountain? Perhaps he had borrowed a treasure from that person and didn't rely on his own strength at all. After all, they all knew of Grandmaster Ling Yan's swordsmanship. It focused on bravely advancing without fear. If this was his descendant, he would naturally be affected by the sword intent. If he was reprimanded by Myriad Willow, how could he not respond? He should have responded, but in the end he didn't. Then there was only one explanation. Qin Yu suppressed his emotions. Only the weak would suppress their true intentions and compromise. This was a principle that applied everywhere in the world. The elders also had a reason to look down on Qin Yu. Finally, it was Tang Yi who broke the silence. The sword master just said that fellow Taoist Qin should go to Raising Sword Pavilion first. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand. The elders lightly glanced at Qin Yu. Then, with a wave of their sleeves, they turned and left. Tang Yi helplessly smiled. But as his eyes swept over Qin Yu's calm face, he couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Was he really hiding his anger but not daring to speak up? Why did he feel that Qin Yu was far too calm? It was as if none of this could affect his mind. Could it be that in his eyes, Wan Lu and the other elders didn't exist? Tang Yi secretly shook his head. He and the others were dignified elders of Myriad Sword Mountain, powerhouses of their own domain. Unless they were in front of an original divinity, who would dare to look down on them? Qin Yu naturally didn't have the qualifications to do so. Perhaps this young man's inner heart was relatively strong. Raising Sword Pavilion was built on a large boulder that jutted out from the cliff. It was 7 stories high, and one could overlook the giant sword tomb not too far away. And that sword was in the center of the sword tomb. It had suppressed everything for over 1,000 years and had long since become the leader of 10,000 swords. The reason the sword master brought Qin Yu here was probably because he wanted him to choose a sword from the sword tomb and then conveniently give it to him. If he did this, everyone's face would be much better. After all, if what happened in the past was revealed, then it was the mountain that was in the wrong. It would also be good to cover up some of their face. Thinking of this, Elder Wan Lu's complexion darkened. He looked at Qin Yu, his eyes cold and filled with anger. Damn it! This boy's ability to maintain his composure was quite good. Elder Wan Lu had provoked him many times with his eyes, but Qin Yu hadn't responded at all. This made Elder Wan Lu feel as if his plan had failed. The sword master hadn't arrived yet. Within Raising Sword Pavilion, the 6 elders were silent. Qin Yu walked over to the railing and looked up at the sword tomb. As far as he could see, the abyss was filled with countless swords. Each sword was releasing an aura. The millions of sword intents wove together, distorting the air and isolating one's line of sight. It was impossible to see too much. On the outside, the sword tomb seemed to be shrouded in fog. Besides the edges, everything else was blurry. But now, all of these sword intent barriers were meaningless to Qin Yu. Under the guidance of his aura, his eyes easily pierced through and he saw the center of the sword tomb. There, he saw the sword that was stabbed into a stone, its hilt gone. He couldn't see the sword blade, only the gray hilt. It looked ordinary, but in Qin Yu's eyes, it was the core of the entire sword tomb. The boundless sword intent that filled the entire sword tomb moved with the sword's breath. As long as it thought about it, it could mobilize all the strength of the sword tomb. As if it could feel Qin Yu's gaze, the stone sword trembled. The fog that covered the sword tomb began to tumble, setting off raging waves. Ah! Outside the sword tomb, the myriad Sword Mountain disciples that were watching from afar cried out in alarm and drew backwards. Many of them were so frightened that they rolled on the ground. It wasn't that they were weak, but that as sword cultivators, they could clearly feel the terrifying sword intent contained within the fog. It was a kind of power that could easily crush them. The corners of Qin Yu's lips curled up. This sword had already accomplished something terrifying here. But it seemed that the cultivators of Myriad Sword Mountain didn't know this. Otherwise, since he was already here, how could these elders dare to treat him with such an attitude? Interesting. Although Qin Yu really didn't put them in his eyes at all. That's right, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. After experiencing the matter of heaven-extinguishing abyss, Qin Yu's vision had risen to a new level. Of course, more importantly, it was because he had enough strength to directly ignore them. But if he could use the things that Myriad Sword Mountain occupied to suppress them, thinking about it, the expressions of these people would be very interesting, and Ling Yan would be more satisfied. From the bottom of his heart, Qin Yu was grateful to Ling Yan. After all, if Ling Yan hadn't sacrificed himself, Qin Yu wouldn't have been able to slash out that sword, and things wouldn't have turned out the way they did now. Since he owed Ling Yan a favor that cost his life, he naturally had to do his best to fulfill his wish to the greatest extent. Qin Yu didn't mind killing people, so he might as well do it more perfectly. As Qin Yu was thinking about killing people, Wan Lu coldly snorted. He saw Qin Yu's smile and thought he was mocking the performance of the Myriad Sword Mountain cultivators. His complexion paled and he gloomily said, "The Sword Tomb is a secret of my mountain. Qin Yu, you don't have the qualifications to approach it. Immediately retreat." Tang Yi frowned. The faces of the several elders were extremely calm. They were also dissatisfied with Qin Yu's performance. They even suspected that the sudden eruption of sword intent in the Sword Tomb was deliberate. After all, not long ago, they had already seen the changes that occurred in the Sword Tomb because of Qin Yu's arrival. He was capable of doing this. Was he venting the dissatisfaction in his heart? Or did Qin Yu think that after he obtained that sword, he could be unscrupulous? Thinking of this, there was even more dissatisfaction in the eyes of the several elders. He had found the sword in the center of the Sword Tomb and also determined that it had been completed. This was an extraordinary feat. Qin Yu looked at the several Myriad Sword Mountain elders in front of him and narrowed his eyes. He was considering whether he should tear off all pretenses of cordiality now, or whether he should tear off all pretenses now. But at this time, before Qin Yu could put on his ruthless performance, a shout came from afar. "You bastards from Myriad Sword Mountain, hand over that person to me." Chapter 980. My name is Xiang Shui. I heard from my dead father that the day I was born was covered in snow, which was how I got this name. Alright, snow covering mountains and rivers is indeed very domineering, but it can't hide my dead father's business. How could he be so casual about something as important as my name? If it wasn't for the fact that he died early, I would have argued with him about this 100 times. Of course, names aren't important today. Let's get down to business first. Many years ago, because a woman's age is a secret, let me say it in general terms. At that time, I was young and my eyesight wasn't that good. After being coaxed into bed by someone, coupled with the fact that he was indeed beautiful, I was foolishly coaxed into bed. Although his martial arts were quite good, and I can still reminisce about it now, it doesn't make up for the fact that he was a scum. What happened back then was far too pitiful and tragic. I didn't want to recount too many of my memories. The end result was that I was abandoned in the Obum weave. In order to survive, I had no choice but to cast a solidified flesh transformation spell and endure countless humiliations. But fortunately, everything I endured wasn't in vain. I survived in the end and started a new life. The past can't be changed by humans, so we shouldn't be immersed in it. We should face the sun and smile at life. But before we smile at life, we still have to collect some debts if we have the ability. Otherwise, how can we feel good? So, I'm going to start that cliché of a woman's revenge. The process went smoothly. Back in the capital, I had secretly investigated him. He was actually quite famous, so it didn't take me much effort to find him. Time had left its mark on him, but it didn't affect his handsomeness. Instead, it made him seem more elegant and calm. When he saw me, his eyes were filled with tears and intense emotions. If I was still the me from back then, I would probably believe his lies and be extremely moved. I might even be dragged to bed with him again. But unfortunately, I wasn't the me from back then, so my response was to attack him mercilessly. As expected, men are trash. Once they gain fame and status, they start to indulge in pleasure. So many years have passed, and his cultivation is far inferior to mine. If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated a powerful sword technique that could force me to retreat in desperate situations, he would have died long ago. Of course, that was also because I didn't want to die with him. After all, by following that brat, I can already see the shadow of a bright future. How can I die together with this scum? He ran and I chased. This was somewhat unexpected. This scumbag's desire to live was truly incomparably strong. He actually ran all the way here. I followed behind him. When the mist opened, we rushed in together. Then, I realized that something was wrong. Stinking whore, you dare to chase me to the mountain gate? You're dead today. This was the roar of the scumbag after he cried tears of joy. Next, a group of cultivators rushed out, every one of them wielding a sword in their hands. Leading them were two old men with cold faces, and their auras were not to be trifled with. I'm done for. I've chased him all the way to my lair. Moreover, he looks really powerful. I originally wanted to turn around and leave, but the mist passage behind me has already closed. Scum. He must have done it on purpose just now to let me follow behind him and successfully barge in. I had to admit that I was a bit afraid at this moment. However, this fear didn't even last for a breath's time before I heard a cold-faced old man roar, "Where did this woman come from? She dares to come to 10,000 Swords Mountain and behave atrociously? She's courting death." 10,000 Swords Mountain. This was 10,000 Swords Mountain. No wonder I saw a group of swordsmen everywhere I looked. I thought about it carefully. Just now, when I desperately chased after them and charged into the mist, I seemed to have seen a carriage on the ground. That carriage was a bit familiar, and the two horses pulling it were also a bit special. If that was the case, then what was there to be afraid of? I took a deep breath, opened my mouth and yelled, 10,000 Swords Mountain bastards, hand him over! Raising Sword Pavilion. The several elders who were thinking about how to teach Qin Yu a lesson all had green faces. What was the meaning of this? Was the great mountain protecting array destroyed? To think that people would be able to break in one after another. Where would they have any face left? Especially today, right in front of Qin Yu. Were they thinking about how to make Qin Yu bow his head and feel awe towards the mountain? This time, everything was ruined. A woman had charged into their lair and shouted at them. So what if they were suppressed the moment they turned around? They had already lost all face. Elder Myriad Willow clenched his teeth and roared, "Where did this crazy woman come from? Capture her for me. No matter who you are or why you came here, today you are going to be in trouble. You are going to be in big trouble." Bang! From afar, he could feel a tyrannical sword intent erupting. Judging from the aura, it should be the mountain gate protector Zhang Qing. Although this old boy's cultivation wasn't too high, his willow-swaying swordplay had reached large success. It was more than enough to shut this woman up. But just as this thought appeared, he heard a miserable scream. The surging sword intent came to a screeching halt, and cries of alarm could be heard from afar. And today, Zhang Qing seemed to be responsible for leading the new disciples to the sword tomb to choose their life swords. In other words, the new disciples had all witnessed this. This would likely leave a shadow in their hearts in the future. If so, how could they still maintain a heart of reverence towards the mountain gate? The several elders who had relaxed slightly immediately paled. At this time, they even had thoughts of killing someone. In particular, when they saw the faint smile on Qin Yu's face after a moment of surprise, it was even more dazzling to their eyes. "Trash!" Elder Wan Lu roared out loud. His feet moved and a sword hummed as he flew far away. Tang Yi coughed to cover up the awkwardness in his heart. "Fellow Daoist Qin, please sit down. The sword master will arrive soon." Since Wan Lu had made a move, there was naturally no more problem. The elders were well aware of each other's strengths. To become an elder of Myriad Sword Mountain, his cultivation was naturally formidable. Within the divine realm, he was more than qualified to be called. Qin Yu glanced at him and shook his head. There's no need to sit, because someone will be calling for me soon. Tang Yi frowned, a bit confused. The other 4 elders only thought that Qin Yu was deliberately watching Myriad Sword Mountain make a joke out of themselves. Their complexions became increasingly ugly. But before they could say anything, the woman who called herself Old Lady screamed out once more. You heartless little bastard, if you don't come out now then I'll be killed. Qin Yu's smile stiffened. He thought that this woman's mouth was truly foul. If it weren't for Wan Lu's aura being too strong, he really would have waited a bit longer and let her suffer a bit. He nodded to Tang Yi and the others. She's already calling for me. Taking a step forwards, Qin Yu shot into the skies, leaving behind Tang Yi and the others. They subconsciously widened their eyes in a daze. What was going on? You had just arrived and then a woman had rushed in and recklessly caused a ruckus in the mountains. Moreover, she just happened to know you and you were able to predict ahead of time that she would call for you. If someone said that the 2 of you didn't plan this, even a ghost wouldn't believe them. This was definitely a deliberate plot. Could it be that it was just to damage Myriad Sword Mountain's face? Did Qin Yu not know that if he did this, he would become the target of public criticism? That would give Myriad Sword Mountain an excuse to do things they wanted to do? Although they couldn't figure out why Qin Yu would do this, the eyes of the several elders brightened with excitement. Since an excuse had been delivered to them, how could they not accept it? I want to see just where this woman's confidence comes from. She dares to come to my Myriad Sword Mountain and act so insolently. Haha, I'm also curious. Just who gave her the courage? No matter who is involved, today's matter must be severely punished. There will be no room for tolerance. That should be the case. With just a few words, the 4 elders had already expressed their stance. They weren't afraid of things becoming bigger and bigger. As long as they could keep that sword, what did losing some face matter? Looking at the 4 elders' departing backs, Tang Yi frowned. He bitterly smiled, a bit of confusion in his eyes. With his understanding of Qin Yu, this shouldn't be the case. Why was he so unwise? Wan Lu and the others had originally opposed returning the sword to the junior grand uncle's faction. If it weren't for the old sword master leaving behind a final order, they would have already caused a ruckus. Now that there was a reason, things would inevitably be hindered. Qin Yu, no matter what your attitude is, the more you do right now, the more mistakes you will make. You are simply stirring up trouble for yourself. Wan Lu was truly worthy of his status as an elder of Myriad Sword Mountain. Every movement he made was filled with sword intent, swift and tyrannical. Faintly, one could hear the roars of dragons echoing in their ears, shaking their souls. Xiang Shui had caught them off guard and paid a price to defeat one of the cold-faced old men. But, facing Wan Lu, she had no chance at all. So, as she saw Wan Lu arrive and was about to attack, she didn't hesitate to call out for help. Schwa, the moment her voice fell, a figure appeared in front of her. This figure lifted a hand and pressed forward. Space shook. It was like an invisible mouth had opened up, swallowing up all the sword intent. Xiang Shui's heart, which had risen to her throat, finally calmed down. However, her heart was still pounding. She pinched him on the back. Damn you! You're so slow. If you came any later, I would have been dead. According to Qin Yu's understanding of Xiang Shui, this woman was absolutely acting at this time, and she was doing this on purpose. His eyes swept around. Not too far away, he saw a handsome middle-aged cultivator being supported by several Myriad Sword Mountain cultivators. His face had been made a cuckold and his eyes were fierce. Just as I expected, this person should be the main character. Qin Yu turned and glanced at Xiang Shui. The meaning behind his eyes was, Big sister, you're about to kill him, so what's the point of playing around like this? Xiang Shui blushed red. She glared at Qin Yu. I've already decided to sell myself to you to wander the different worlds, and yet you can't even handle such a minor matter? Qin Yu lightly coughed. He rubbed her head and said, "Be a good girl. Leave everything else to me." Xiang Shui's face was full of shyness. She gently nodded, her voice as gentle as it could be. There was simply no one else like her. Across from her, the handsome middle-aged cultivator who had been chased to the point where there was no road to heaven or door to hell could spit out flames from his eyes. He cursed inwardly at this adulterous couple. Wan Lu's eyes flashed. He immediately discovered a heaven-sent opportunity in front of him. He glanced at Qin Yu, who was standing in front of Xiang Shui, and suddenly said, "I think you look familiar. Are you a disciple of my mountain?" Yuan Di was shrouded in a warm and encouraging gaze. He suddenly felt as if he had found a thigh. "You adulterous couple, your time of death has arrived." This surname Yuan was a smart person, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to easily deceive Xiang Shui. Now, from his expression and tone, he was able to guess Wan Lu's thoughts. He knelt down with a thump and wept bitterly. Disciple Yuan Di greets Elder Wan Lu. All those years ago when I just entered the sect, I'd once heard you explain the sword Tao, and I never dared to forget it. Strictly speaking, you are my honorable master, so I ask that honorable master uphold justice for this disciple. Regardless of whether or not he succeeded, he had to climb up the relationship first. If he really succeeded, then he would be rich in the future. Wan Lu nodded. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. Since you are my disciple, I won't stand by and watch you suffer any grievances. Yuan Di was overjoyed. No matter what Wan Lu thought, with these words today, his value would multiply. Worth it. Worth it. With this harvest, he was willing to be chased down several more times. Chapter 981. As Yuan Di experienced Wan Lu's increasingly gentle and encouraging eyes, he was overjoyed. But his expression became increasingly twisted with grief, and his cries of anguish were pitiful. "Honorable Master! Honorable Master! This woman and I had some old grudges in the past, but that is all in the past now. This disciple believes that I have never owed her anything. I never imagined that she would suddenly visit and kill my beloved wife on the spot, as well as injuring countless of my loved ones. This disciple has fled all the way here, but she still refuses to forgive me. This disciple is well aware that because of my own incompetence, I have caused the face of the mountain to be damaged. This disciple is willing to accept all punishment. But before that, this disciple begs Honorable Master to help me take revenge for my dead wife. She died an unjust death." Qin Yu's eyebrows rose up. He turned to look at Xiang Shui. She could no longer maintain the gentle expression on her face. She angrily cursed, "What nonsense!" In order to escape, this scumbag man had pushed out the woman in his arms, and she hadn't been able to pull back enough to kill him. Moreover, looking at that woman's actions, she was at most a concubine. Moreover, it was unknown what rank she was in, but she wasn't even in the top 100 concubines. This scumbag man's acting skills were quite amazing. Qin Yu's lips curved up. He thought that this farting scumbag man wasn't completely useless. At the very least, when he attacked, he would feel more justified. Look, he was the one who jumped out on his own initiative to seek death. I was forced to kill him because I had no other choice. Just now, when he blocked that sword for Xiang Shui, Qin Yu had already found the person that Leng Yan wanted him to kill. Or to be more precise, it was a group of people. Wan Lu was very satisfied, but his expression was dignified. He coldly said, "Yuan Di, don't worry. No matter who is involved today, I will seek justice for you and allow your wife to rest in peace." There was no need for a confrontation or anything like that. All he wanted was a reason for him to make a move on her. Now he had one. "Qin Yu, immediately draw back, otherwise don't blame me for blaming you." "Haha, she is your woman, right? If I say this now, can you still endure it?" "Don't endure it, don't endure it. Bring out the impulse of a young man and hurry up and attack, This old man's sword is already thirsty for blood. Sword cultivators always used their full strength when they attack. Moreover, he had recently made a breakthrough in his sword Dao cultivation, so he could not control it as he wished. It was very possible for him to make a mistake. Qin Yu looked at Elder Myriad Lu, who had a serious expression on his face. Elder Myriad Lu seemed to be saying that he had already restrained himself and that it was best for him to hurry up and leave lest he provoke disaster upon himself. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a smile. I feel that right now, you should be hoping for a conflict between us, right? Wan Lu's expression stiffened, and a trace of astonishment appeared in her eyes. The script shouldn't be like this. You should be angry and exploding right now. How can you look like you've seen through everything and just wait for me to act cool? What am I supposed to do next? As if sensing the anger and embarrassment in Elder Myriad Willow's heart, Qin Yu's lips curved up even more. Don't worry. I'm the type of person who hates seeing others in trouble the most. Since you have this thought, I will help you achieve it. He raised his hand and pressed forward. With a loud hong sound in the air, it was as if mountains and rivers had collapsed, sweeping over in a mighty manner. Wan Lu was stunned for a moment before he was pleasantly surprised. He never imagined that Qin Yu would be so considerate even though he knew what he was thinking. But in the blink of an eye, this pleasant surprise turned into anger. This was because following that loud explosion was an extremely wild fluctuation of strength. It was like 1,000,000 giant armored bulls had been released from a fence. With loud rumbling sounds, they brought with them an aura that seemed as if they could trample over all as if they were rotten weeds and rotten wood. Ah! With a deep roar, Wan Lu lifted his hand and thrust forward. All of the sword intent he had cultivated in his life erupted without any reservation. A sword phantom appeared between the heavens and earth, slashing down from above. Its aura was sharp to the extreme, as if it could split apart mountains and split apart seas, destroying the world. With a single sword strike, all of the fear in Wan Lu's heart disappeared. He believed that his own sword was enough to cut through everything. This was the self-confidence of a powerhouse who had been infused with sword intent from the day he was born. Then, for thousands of years, he tirelessly immersed himself in the sword Dao. Beneath the edge of my sword, nothing can stop me. But Elder Wan Lu's heroic thoughts only lasted for an extremely short period of time. Then, he heard a loud clang in his ears. It was like he had taken a crudely crafted sword and slashed down on a thick and heavy iron ingot. The result was that it broke into several pieces. Thus, between the heavens and earth, that sword phantom that slashed down from above with an incomparably sharp aura was directly shattered. Its fragments were wrapped up by the wild and turbulent strength in the air. They tumbled about and wailed, like a helpless little wife that was being ruthlessly ravaged. But at this time, Elder Wan Lu was no longer in the mood to feel ashamed or angry about this. His eyes were wide and panic-stricken as he felt that terrifying strength that could topple mountains and overturn seas. This feeling was like a rapidly spinning mountain that slammed into his face without the slightest hesitation. In that instant, Elder Wan Lu's facial features twisted and warped. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood mixed with a few shiny white teeth. His body was like a ragged rag as he tumbled and flew back. But Elder Wan Lu was indeed an elder of 10,000 swords peak. He valued his face above all else, especially now that he was pressed to the ground and groaning in pain in front of so many disciples of the mountain. If he was pressed to the ground with just a single strike, would he still have the face to see others in the future? Elder Wan Lu forced himself to land on the ground. Even though he slid back several hundred meters, creating a straight gully in the ground, and even received an even more severe shock as a result, causing his injuries to worsen, he had at least managed to preserve some of his face. Of course, it was only slightly better than being completely disgraced. However, given the current situation, it really wasn't the time to care about face. Elder Myriad Willow's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief at the scene before him. It was as if a gentle little rabbit had suddenly opened its mouth and turned into a man-eating wolf. This kid was actually so strong. In fact, this wasn't just strong, but ridiculously strong. Just a casual punch from Qin Yu had been nearly unbearable. Wasn't it said that Qin Yu had been rejected by the Saint Stone at the Divine Seal's Saint Stone ceremony, and that his future path of cultivation had been severed? But even if this news was false, he was still alive and kicking. How could he be so strong? In the moment that he was sent flying back just now, Elder Wan Lu felt as if he were an ant looking up at the starry skies. That vast and empty feeling of disparity simply couldn't be described with word. But there was at least one thing that Elder Wan Lu was certain of. This brat Qin Yu absolutely could not be allowed to continue like this. Otherwise, after today's events, his fate would be miserable. He abruptly raised his hand and patted his chest, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood that he had forcefully suppressed. His chest instantly felt much better, and he roared, "Elders, please attack with me and suppress this fiend." Yes, a beast. Just this one word was enough to show that he didn't want to leave any room for negotiation. To be honest, the few elders hesitated when they saw Elder Wan Lu being sent flying by a punch and crying blood, and then heard his roar. However, after 2 breaths of silence and not receiving any response from the Sword Master, their eyes turned cold at the same time. With the Sword Master's cultivation, he had already reached the realm of 10,000 swords link. Nothing that occurred in Myriad Sword Mountain could escape his perception. Since the Sword Master didn't stop him, that meant he tacitly agreed. It seemed that even if he had no choice, he was still unwilling to disobey the orders left behind by the old Sword Master. That's right. When Leng Yen left the sect in the past, the Sword Master was severely wounded on the spot and had to recuperate for a long time to recover. Even now, he didn't allow anyone to mention it. Your teacher was indeed strong in the past. It's fine if I was humiliated, but now even his disciple dares to act so insolently in front of me. This is simply preposterous. Guessing the Sword Master's thoughts, the several elders naturally knew what to do. With a cold shout, their figures howled out and they stood in the void, surrounding Qin Yu in a circle. Most sword cultivators had tyrannical attacks, and they were undefeatable existences in the world of one-on-one combat. But this didn't mean that they lacked methods to fight together. After all, in this world, there was such a thing as a sword array. And in this part of the world, Myriad Sword Mountain was a leading figure in the way of the sword. There were dozens of sword arrays within Myriad Sword Mountain. At this time, as Wan Lu and the other 6 elders stepped into the void to surround Qin Yu, they all simultaneously chose the strongest one, the Everlasting Origin Annihilation Sword Array. With the combined strength of several elder-level sword cultivators, its might was strong enough that no one in the divine realm would dare to face it. In fact, when they were practicing before, they had personally felt the strength of the sword array. Wan Lu and the others believed that even if they faced an original God realm existence, they would still have the strength to fight. At the very least, they wouldn't immediately be defeated. With the Everlasting Origin Annihilation Sword Array in hand, even if they didn't know how Qin Yu had such formidable strength, he would still be suppressed. Regarding this, the 6 elders were fully confident. Wan Lu's face was pale and his eyes were gloomy. He calmed his mind and sneered again and again. "Qin Yu, just you wait. Before long, I will let you know what regret is and what it feels like to be crushed." Tang Yi took a deep breath. He said in a low voice, "Qin Yu, if you admit your mistakes now, you might be able to alleviate the situation. After all, in the end, you are also a part of my Myriad Sword Mountain." His eyes revealed a warning, a reminder. In the early years, his junior granduncle was old friends with the Tang family, so he owed them several favors. Now that he owed all of this to Qin Yu, he naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. Qin Yu's eyes fell on Elder Tang, a bit surprised. He didn't know the inside story, so he was a bit puzzled. They had only met several times, but this elder Tang was a bit too enthusiastic. But no matter what, this person wasn't bad. Moreover, he wasn't Ling Yan's enemy in the past, so he might as well let him go this time. At this moment, if the 6 myriad sword mountain elders who were standing in the void knew what Qin Yu was thinking right now, they would likely be thrown into chaos. They would shout out, "You have no idea of death or danger. 6 against 1, and with the help of the sword array, you actually dared to think like this? You were simply too insolent." But unfortunately, the elders didn't have the ability to probe the thoughts of others. Of course, even if they did, they wouldn't have the chance to shout out. Because Qin Yu had already attacked. His eyes swept around the elders in the sky. He lightly said, "Using numbers to bully the few? In truth, I also like to do such things." Wan Lu originally thought that this was just a taunt. He sneered and was about to retort when he heard a loud rumbling sound in his ears. He froze. This sound was the cry of a sword. 1 sword cry, 100 swords cry, 10,000 swords cry, all of them overlapped together, forming a vast sound wave that shook the world. And the source of this sword cry was the sword tomb. Wan Lu's eyes widened. His first thought was that this was impossible. He was well aware of the existence of the sword tomb. Although the swords within possessed a formidable might, they were all imprisoned within. And this imprisonment was the sword tomb itself. Besides the sword master, no one could move them. Moreover, this could only be done when the entire myriad sword mountain was facing a life or death crisis. This was because the sword tomb was the foundation of myriad sword mountain. There could not be the slightest mistake. But now, accompanied by those terrifying sword essences, whooshes, 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 whooshes resounded in succession. Countless sword shadows rushed into the sky and arranged themselves neatly. Big and small circles revolved around each other, and in the blink of an eye, they occupied the entire sky. The sword might was like a sea, the sword might was like a prison. Because he cultivated the sword, he could clearly feel the terrifying strength contained within the millions of swords above his head. Once it erupted, the world would collapse. Everything within its range would be twisted to powder, completely annihilated. Putong, myriad sword mountain cultivators fell to the ground one after another, their legs weakening. Their complexions paled and their eyes revealed great fear. Who could tell them just what was happening here? Why would the swords within the sword tomb obey the will of an outsider and turn their blades around? Wan Lu, Tang Yi, and the rest of the 6 elders were the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and they were the ones who felt the greatest pressure. Exclaiming in shock, they plummeted to the ground at the same time, creating a huge crater in the ground. It was as if they had been slapped by an invisible hand. Chapter 982. Their bones groaned, as if they would be crushed in the next moment. The myriad sword mountain elders that were lying in a deep pit in the ground couldn't figure out how Qin Yu could control the sword tomb. As their minds were in chaos and panic, a thought suddenly jumped out, causing their hearts to fiercely shake. Could it be, this was the only way to explain what was happening in front of them? Behind Qin Yu, Xiang Shue's mouth fell open. Her round eyes were filled with shock. Although she had enough confidence in Qin Yu and was sure that he could deal with the situation in Myriad Sword Mountain today, she never imagined that the people of Myriad Sword Mountain would be suppressed by him in such a crude and barbaric manner. Xiang Shui, who had personally faced Wan Lu, certainly knew how strong he was. Moreover, there were 6 terrifying elder-level sword cultivators on the same level as Wan Lu. What sort of strength did this require? Qin Yu had a calm expression. He looked up into the skies, a smile on his lips. "I told you I like to bully others with numbers. But now it seems that you don't have as many swords as I do." Whoosh, a sword cry sounded out. Although it was only one, it carried with it a vast and inviolable majesty. As this sword cry passed, the trillions of swords in the skies slowed down. The sword light converged, revealing the sword master's figure. He didn't look at Qin Yu. His eyes locked onto the millions of sword phantoms in the skies, his eyebrows furrowed together. So this is the reason you quietly stayed in the sword tomb. Although I am curious as to how you did this, the sword tomb is the foundation of my myriad sword mountain. It is not something you can take away. He lifted a hand and pointed towards the skies. He shouted, "In the name of the sword master, I command you to withdraw your sword intents and return to the sword tomb. This is the sword sect's decree." Hum hum, the trillions of swords trembled at the same time. An invisible binding strength descended, wrapping around them in layers. The sword intents they released were slowly withdrawn. But that was all. They withdrew their auras. They didn't completely obey the decree and return to the sword tomb. Instead, they floated in the skies, slowly spinning around. As if they were watching. The sword master's pupils shrank and his complexion paled. He never thought that things would deteriorate to this point. Even with his identity as the sword master, he still couldn't completely control the power of the sword tomb. Didn't this mean that in terms of authority, it had already reached the same level as him? If it hadn't been for today's incident, it would have continued to hide in the dark. After a few hundred years, the control of the sword catacomb would have completely changed hand. At that time, the 10,000 Swords Mountain would only exist in name. As the sword master, he was qualified to know all of the secrets of the sword tomb. He also knew how important the sword tomb was to the entire sect. To put it bluntly, as long as any sword cultivation sect had a sword grave, their strength would skyrocket in a short period of time. In the end, they would grow into a brand new colossus that could rival the 10,000 Swords Mountain. The 10,000 Swords Mountain, which had lost the sword catacombs, could only remain. This once glorious name had completely declined. Looking down, the sword master's eyes fell on Qin Yu for the first time. His eyes were icy cold, without the least bit of emotion. His master had left behind an order that the sword sect would definitely welcome back Ling Yan's line of descent and make up for all that they owed him in the past. Although he wasn't willing, he was willing to follow his master's orders. He suppressed the opposition of several elders and set the tone for this matter. But in the current situation, it was impossible for the sword master to maintain his original thoughts. He could have Ling Yan's line of descent return to 10,000 Swords Mountain and even return the sword. But it was absolutely impossible for him to hand over the entire 10,000 Swords Mountain to them. "Master, this disciple cannot retreat. I can only go against the last order you left behind. I hope that Master can understand this disciple's difficulties. Today's change was all because of Qin Yu. As long as he died, everything could return to the correct path." With a single thought, the sword moved according to his heart. Qin Yu took a step back. In the next moment, the ground where he stood made a popping sound. A black crack appeared, as if it had been pierced by a sword. It was unknown how deep it was. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. At the edge of this crack, there was a trace of sword intent that left him secretly shaken. It really was worthy of being called the sword master. In terms of swordsmanship, his cultivation had nearly reached the peak. Although he couldn't compare to Ling Yan, the gap between them wasn't too big. Both of them had reached the peak of the divine realm, the original god realm. Moreover, as a sword cultivator, once he attacked with all of his power, it was possible that he could surpass the limit and reach the original god realm. He wasn't his match. With just one sword, Qin Yu came to this conclusion. But his heart was still calm without too many waves. The sword master had cultivated for countless years, and he had reached the peak of the divine realm. But Qin Yu hadn't reached the divine realm yet, so it was normal that he wasn't his opponent. Of course, the most important reason was that his personal strength wasn't as good as the sword master's. To be more precise, there was a big gap between them. But that didn't mean he didn't have the strength to resist. Qin Yu, Today I will kill you because you rashly attacked the sword tomb and shook the foundation of my 10,000 swords mountain. This crime cannot be forgiven," the sword master slowly said. Every syllable of his words was intertwined with a cold intent that made people's hair stand on end. In the deep pit on the ground, although the mighty sword formation in the sky had retrieved its aura, Wan Lu, Tang Yi, and the others didn't dare to act rashly. Their instincts told them that as things had come to this, they weren't qualified to intervene. It would be better for them to stay in the pit. If they dared to move, they would have to face the thunderous strike of the sword formation. Although they had completely lost face by lying at the bottom of the pit and not daring to move, the eyes of Elder Myriad Willow and the others were filled with excitement and agitation. The sword master had taken action. They were the elders of the 10,000 Swords Mountain, and they had the highest authority. However, the sword master was the one who could decide everything. He was the existence with the highest authority. This point was enough to prove that the sword master was stronger than them. Moreover, it wasn't just a little bit stronger. Although the sword master hadn't reached the original god realm, the 10,000 Swords Mountain's position was so high that even the great Chu imperial family had to respect it. It was easy to imagine how strong the sword master was. This junior Qin Yu's greatest reliance was the sword hidden in the sword tomb. Now that the celestial sword formation had come to a standstill, how could he be the sword master's opponent? With just one sword, he could destroy his soul and body, turning him into ashes. Regarding this, Elder Wan Lu and the others had absolute confidence in their hearts. "Sword master, please make your move. Cut this little thief into pieces and save the face of our 10,000 Swords Mountain," they roared in their hearts. Qin Yu, who had been sentenced to death, felt a little helpless. He looked at the celestial sword formation that had come to a standstill. He thought that it was just a sword. How could it have such strange thoughts? It even wanted to give him a test. That's right, it was a test. Through his connection with the sword, Qin Yu was certain of one thing. It had completely taken over control of the sword tomb. In other words, even if the sword master appeared, he wouldn't be able to interfere with the power of the sword tomb. Now, because of the sword master's edict, the sword formation had come to a standstill. It was because the sword tacitly agreed to this. It was arrogant, and Qin Yu's strength was too weak in its perception. Even if he had grasped the inheritance, how could such a weak inheritor do this? So, it had set up a test. If he couldn't even deal with a mere sword master, how could he be its master? Ha! Of course, it wouldn't stare on helplessly as Qin Yu was beaten to death on the spot. No matter how useless he was, for better or worse he had obtained the inheritance. It would save him and then strip him of his qualifications to obtain the inheritance. Hum. I am just such a damn sword. Although Qin Yu couldn't completely guess the thoughts of a ridiculously arrogant sword, it was likely that he wasn't wrong. So, after shaking his head, he lifted his palm. Light surged in his palm and a crystal appeared. This was something he had obtained from the sarcophagus where he had hidden his true body after killing Blood Moon. Just as this crystal appeared, it was like some mysterious existence had sensed Qin Yu's thoughts. In that instant, the winds and clouds changed. Rumble, rumble, outside 10,000 Swords Mountain, the dozens of towering mountains and the terrifyingly powerful sword formation were blown away by the strong winds like ordinary fog. In the skies, above the billions of swords, black clouds gushed out from nothingness. In the blink of an eye, they spread out, weaving into a thick layer. Crackle, crackle, millions of thunderbolts exploded. The endless lightning was like rampaging electric snakes, howling in the black clouds. Each strike contained a terrifying strength that made one's heart tremble. The sword master's face was cold and his eyes were cold. His chest was filled with guilt and killing intent. Just as he was about to kill Qin Yu, he suddenly froze. He felt as if he was being locked onto by an eye. It was indifferent, as if it came from the highest heavens, overlooking everything in this world. Although it was only silently watching right now, the sword master's sword heart was wailing in pain. He could already feel the thick shadow of death looming over him. As long as he dared to do anything to Qin Yu, even the slightest bit of harm, he would immediately welcome destruction. This was a warning given to him by the world. That's right, it was the world itself. The sword master's cultivation had reached the peak of the divine realm. Just one more step and he would be at the original divinity realm. He had touched this threshold more than once, so he naturally had a more powerful perception. Now, as that invisible eye locked onto him, it gave him the feeling that he was facing the entire world. Although a sword cultivator focused on the sword in their hands, they yearned to reach a realm where a single sword could destroy all things, even the world itself. And the sword master had indeed reached this realm. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that the heavens and earth themselves weren't angered by your actions. Otherwise, if you really did face the killing tribulation of the heavens and earth, unless you were strong enough to contend against the heavens and earth, you would only end up turning into ashes. The sword master was well aware that he didn't dare to move. Let alone slashing his sword, he didn't even dare to release a wisp of sword intent. Otherwise, he would die. Looking at Qin Yu in front of him, the sword master only had one thought in his mind. What had this boy done to receive the protection of the world? Qin Yu looked at the crystal in his hand, a satisfied expression on his face. In the past, Blood Moon, Yang Ri, and Silver Moon had fought. Silver Moon had perished on the spot, and Yang Ri had survived with only a remnant soul. Although Blood Moon was strong, he wasn't their match. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to flee for his life. The reason he could survive was because he was lucky enough to obtain this crystal. This object seemed ordinary, but it was born from the will of the world, and was one with the source of the world. Strictly speaking, this crystal in Qin Yu's hand could be regarded as a part of the world's source. It was by relying on this crystal that Blood Moon was able to change the rules of this world and create the Obum race. He even tried to use this crystal to finally swallow the world's source. Not only would he be able to revive himself, but his strength would also rise. Qin Yu cut down Blood Moon and resolved the crisis that the world's source faced. Naturally, he obtained the protection of the world's will. With this crystal in hand, Qin Yu could freely roam this vast world without any fear. So, from the very start, he didn't care about Myriad Sword Mountain at all. The sword master was indeed powerful. With a single sword strike, he could easily kill off 3 Qin Yes like him. But did he dare to attack now? Qin Yu swept his eyes around. The sword master's expression was dark and gloomy. His eyes were filled with anger and alarm, but he didn't dare to act recklessly. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a smile. He looked up at the sword array in the skies. Humph humph, although I was opportunistic, a hidden card is also a part of my strength. I have passed this test. Sword phantoms filled the skies. Deep within the sword array, a sword constantly trembled. It was clearly angered to the extreme. Shameless, simply shameless. He actually held a world source fragment in his hand and fought with others. This was simply cheating, a blatant act of bullying. I am the dignified yin-yang twin polarities sword. Just how famous am I? Looking through the myriad heavens and realms, just how many people dare to challenge me? But even someone as powerful as me had to recognize such a shameless person as my master. The heavens are truly blind, and the earth is crying. Genius 1 Second Remember website. Mobile version. Chapter 983. Qin Yu could feel that this sword was transmitting fragments of excited emotions. His lips twitched. In this world, the most important thing was victory. The result was the most important, so what was the point of caring about the process? You are just a sword, so aren't you being a bit too arrogant? He reached out a hand and sneered. I've already passed your test. Now hurry over. Do you want to go back on your word? Haha, that would be the greatest disgrace. The cry of swords rang out. The trillions of swords parted, their tips drooping down. They were like ministers kneeling on the ground, respectfully greeting their king. A sword appeared. It had a strange appearance. The entire sword was buried into the stone, revealing only the gray hilt. So now, what he saw was a sword piercing into a stone, like a tadpole with a large head and a small tail. The reason was simple. This stone resembled a cute little tadpole. But unfortunately, in Qin Yu's eyes, it wasn't cute at all. This was because a boundless sword intent was locking onto him from afar. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking air, the little tadpole howled towards him. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. His black robes were pressed against his body, making him stiff like iron. The stone touched the point between his eyebrows. His flesh and blood directly broke apart and a massive amount of blood gushed out, instantly absorbed. Qin Yu heard a suppressed sneer in his ears. With a paw, the sword fell into his hand. His body tilted and half his bones groaned. The two hearts in his chest wildly beat, pushing his blood energy to rapidly revolve. Only then was he able to barely hold onto the sword in his hand and prevent it from falling to the ground. Haha, I didn't think you would be so heavy. Luckily, I'm strong so I can just barely hold on to you. Qin Yu lifted a hand to wipe away the remaining blood between his eyebrows. His smile widened. This was because the heavy stone sword in his hand was rapidly lightening and because he had passed the final test. If he hadn't smoothly held onto this stone sword just now, then even if it absorbed his blood, he wouldn't have truly become its master. In short, this extremely arrogant sword hadn't been able to escape from Qin Yu's hands in the end. A helpless and resentful thought broke into Qin Yu's mind. My name is the Yin-Yang Twin Polarities Sword. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. I understand. The stone sword. Yin-Yang Dual Polarity Sword. The sword in the stone. With a furious roar, the consciousness of a certain sword sealed itself off, abandoning itself to despair and ignoring the outside world. Thinking about it, it knew that since it had already recognized Qin Yu as its master, there was no way it could resist him. Continuing to argue would only make it more humiliated. Thus, the sword in the stone that would resound throughout the heavens was named. Qin Yu looked down several times. There was no more satisfaction in his heart. Thank you, Ling Yan. If it weren't for him, then after learning about the myriad soul path, Qin Yu would have impatiently rushed off to find Eastern Zhou. He would have missed out on the inheritance sword hidden within Myriad Sword Mountain. After obtaining it, Qin Yu realized that the so-called Sun and Moon swords were only the most basic foundation. In the past, Yang Ri and Silvermoon shouldn't have truly obtained the approval of this sword. Otherwise, since Yang Ri's remnant soul was still alive, he would have definitely sought out Blood Moon for revenge after obtaining the sword. This was a treasure, a wonderful treasure. With its help, Qin Yu's chances of moving Eastern Zhou heart and obtaining a spot as a follower were much higher. As Shuijing had said, the myriad soul path was a shortcut that led to a transcendent realm of cultivation. In order to obtain a chance to obtain it, countless people would fight to the death. For the same reason, every person that obtained a spot would have a follower spot that was highly sought after. No matter how confident Qin Yu was in himself, he didn't believe he could suppress the countless geniuses of the world and succeed. So now, with every bit of strength he gained, his chances of success would increase. He was in an extremely good mood right now. Qin Yu lifted his hand and pointed the stone sword towards the heavens. For some unknown reason, seeing this scene, the sword master's mind shrank. Deep in his heart, a panicked feeling rose up. Qin Yu, what are you doing? He didn't answer, because what happened next was the best explanation. Whoosh, whoosh in the skies, the tens of millions of swords that formed a vast sword array howled through the air, directly fusing into the stone sword. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, all the sword phantoms in the skies vanished. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction and put it away. No! The sword master roared out loud. Sword intent erupted from his body, like an awakened volcano. But this eruption of strength only lasted for a moment before it was forcefully suppressed and forced back into his body. Beneath the shaking, the sword master was severely wounded. Blood flowed out from his head. Bloody cracks appeared on the surface of his body, revealing dark red flesh and blood. It was unknown just how many of them there were, but it was a horrifying sight to behold. Qin Yu glanced at him and lightly said, "Sword Master, you should know that the situation is stronger than the person. You wanted to kill me before, so now that I have taken these swords, that can be considered returning the favor. You should know that I have already shown mercy, so don't try to attack me again, otherwise you really will die." The Sword Master remained silent. "I know that Sword Master must be very dissatisfied in your heart. You must think that I am relying on dishonest methods and not righteous methods to suppress everyone in Myriad Sword Mountain. But in this world, there is no such thing as fairness and justice. You and I are both in this world, so we should both understand and accept this. I am also the same." Ning Ling was his wife, but now she had become the incarnation of someone else's soul. She was like a crop sown in the soil, waiting to be harvested as soon as it matured. And even though he knew all of this, he couldn't vent his anger and punish this person. Instead, he had to carefully hide himself and try to use other methods to rescue his wife. Was this fair? Obviously not. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Fists and shit were the rules. This had been the case throughout ancient times and had never changed. So, Qin Yu didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt towards suppressing Myriad Sword Mountain and taking away the Sword Tomb. Because this was how this cold and cruel world was to begin with. The Sword Master slowly said, "The Sword Tomb is the foundation of Myriad Sword Mountain. If it is taken away by you, it will inevitably decline. Today, I am willing to abdicate the position of Sword Master. I only ask that you return the swords you took away to the Sword Tomb." Qin Yu believed in his sincerity. But, he still shook his head without hesitation. "I apologize, I have no interest in the position of Sword Master. Moreover, I will be leaving soon." The Sword Master roared, "If you take away the swords and the Sword Tomb is destroyed, then Myriad Sword Mountain will also be destroyed. That is something you should be considering." Qin Yu callously turned around. "Xiang Shui, now you can personally take revenge." Xiang Shui nodded. After several breaths of time, she stepped forwards. Yuan Di was paralyzed on the ground in fright. His face was deathly pale and his body violently shivered. A hot and humid feeling spread out from beneath him, followed by the smell of blood. Don't kill me. Xiang Shui, I know I was wrong, it was all my fault." His voice came to an abrupt stop. Xiang Shui reached out and grabbed his neck. She stared closely into his eyes and suddenly exerted strength in her fingers. With a light cracking sound, his neck fell to the ground. At the same time, an annihilating strength rumbled into his body, shattering his soul. She let go and Yuan Di's corpse fell to the ground. Xiang Shui straightened herself and looked at her enemy on the ground. After a bit of relief, there was also a bit of confusion. After killing him, it seemed that she didn't feel any true joy in her heart. Was this what people often said, that a cheap person was a hypocritical person? Papa, this old lady isn't a cheap person. I was just sighing with emotion for a bit before I was able to restore my spirit and welcome my new life in the future. Qin Yu's eyebrows shot up. "You killed him so easily?" Xiang Shui said. "Before today, I thought of countless cruel methods to tear him to shreds and grind his bones to ashes. But now I discovered that all of this was meaningless. As you said, as long as the result is satisfactory, the process isn't important. So, it's good that he died." "Hey, Qin Yu, my business is finished. If you have something else to do, hurry up and do it. Once you're done, we can leave this place. This is a gate to a different world. I can't wait to personally experience it." Qin Yu smiled. "All right, I'll be quick." Xiang Shui blinked. When a man says he's quick, there is usually a very bad meaning behind it. Are you sure that's true? Qin Yu's smile stiffened. He immediately decided to ignore her. Didn't this woman see just how mighty he was today? She actually dared to speak to him like this. It was simply unreasonable. Senior Lingyan has already perished. Before I died, I promised him that I would come to Myriad Swords Mountain and kill some people for him. Now I have already found the people I want to kill. Qin Yu looked up into the skies. He cupped his hands together and said, "You should be able to sense my thoughts. Please find out who those people are." Between the heavens and earth, a fluctuation instantly spread out. With Myriad Swords Mountain as the center, it swept through the entire world. Elder Myriad Willow, who had been lying in a deep pit and praying that Qin Yu wouldn't see him and would forget him, suddenly cried out in alarm. His entire body was wrapped up in an invisible strength, and he was lifted into the skies. At the same time, nearly 1,000 more figures flew into the skies from Myriad Swords Mountain. Schwa, space twisted and figures constantly appeared, all of them angry and their eyes filled with fear. Before this, when he fought with Myriad Willow, Qin Yu had already felt the killing intent left behind by Lingyan. Then, it was clear that the targets of his hatred were cultivators who cultivated the same type of sword art. At this time, Qin Yu swept his eyes around and frowned. Although he never feared killing, there were clearly many women and children among them. "Father! Father! Save me! Sword Master, save us! Hurry and release us!" Cries and screams wove together. Qin Yu shook his head. "Senior Lingyan, I should follow your last wishes, but there are some people among them who don't deserve to die." With a flick of his sleeves, the young and some women were separated from the crowd. Qin Yu didn't speak further. As for those who were still imprisoned, the air twisted and they were like phantoms, directly vaporizing and vanishing from sight. "Father! Grandfather!" Pained screams filled the air. Although those who survived were filled with fear, they couldn't help but reveal an irrepressible hatred deep in their eyes. Qin Yu lightly said, "In order to repay a favor, I killed everyone here today. Naturally, I don't fear the karma that comes with this. My name is Qin Yu. Perhaps this is a pseudonym, but this is my true name. If any of you want to seek revenge on me in the future, feel free to come." He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. A piece of golden armor that looked like a dragon's scale fell into his hand. Returning dragon sword. So what Ban Buxin wanted was the cultivation method of Elder Myriad Willow's lineage. This would save him the trouble of doing so. "Xiangxue, let's go." Qin Yu turned and grabbed her hand. With a single step, they vanished from sight. Between the heavens and earth, the terrifying aura that covered all of Myriad Sword Mountain vanished with them. Qin Yu looked down. On the surface of the crystal in his hand, a shallow crack appeared. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to detect. It was clear that the world's will believed that what had helped Qin Yu today was only a trivial matter. It wasn't enough to offset the favor it owed him. The corners of Qin Yu's lips curved up. For the first time, he felt some satisfaction towards an existence like the world's will. He turned his hand and put away the crystal. Although he would soon leave this place, something like the world's source energy was an absolute treasure, no matter where it was. If he kept it in his hand, it might be able to save his life in the future. Ban Buxin was frightened. He hurriedly bowed, "Greetings, my lord." His voice was filled with even more awe. Although he wasn't in Myriad Sword Mountain, he had still felt the change just now. Moreover, the great protective array had been destroyed. Everything that happened afterwards had been seen by him. My lord is actually so formidable. It turns out that I've been underestimating Milord's might all along. Origin divinity? Ha! In my opinion, even if 10 original divinities were added together, they still wouldn't be able to compare with my lord. Thick leg, this is pure gold, a super golden leg that is thicker than a mountain. I must hold on to it tightly. Qin Yu lifted a hand and passed the scale armor to him. Take the returning dragon sword. No one will dare to pursue what I give you. Ban Buxin trembled with excitement. He fell to his knees. Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord. Qin Yu nodded. You and I have known each other for a while, but all good things must come to an end. After we part today, take care of yourself. Ah! Ban Buxin was startled. Qin Yu waved his hand, not saying anything more. He turned and boarded the carriage. Xiang Shui nodded at Ban Buxin and gently clapped her hands. Let's go. The old horse and lame horse neighed. They turned and pulled the carriage into the distance. Ban Buxin's eyebrows touched the ground. He roared, Farewell, my lord. He didn't try to continue following. When his lord had asked about the returning dragon sword, he had likely already made a decision. Indeed, he had been too greedy. To be able to follow his lord for a period of time was already the greatest lucky chance he had in his life. From the carriage, Qin Yu's voice echoed out. Xiang Shui, are you afraid? Xiang Shui curled her lips. If I said I was afraid, would you have stayed? I wouldn't. Then don't talk nonsense. Qin Yu faintly smiled. All right. He took out the boundary-breaking talisman that Shui Zheng had left behind and poured his strength into it. Bang! Trillions of golden lights erupted, wrapping around the entire carriage. It was like a great golden sun had descended upon this land. In the next moment, all of this golden light howled and spread forward, forming a straight golden road. At the end of this road, space trembled and a gate appeared. It was extremely dignified and filled with the aura of time. The carriage on the golden road didn't stop. It rushed through the gate and disappeared in front of everyone. Thus, in the endless years to come, this world would have an immortal legend of a saint riding a golden sun, breaking through the void and leaving. This legend inspired generations of cultivators to climb towards the peak of cultivation. Chapter 984. Well, to tell the truth, the so-called saint controlling the golden sun to shatter the void was only a beautification of the story. The legend of the evil demons invading Myriad Swords Mountain and showing off their tyrannical might spread throughout the world. Of course, in this version of the story, Myriad Swords Mountain became the model for fearlessly resisting the evil demons. In order to repel the evil demons, they destroyed their sect's most precious treasure, the Sword Tomb, and finally defended world peace, gaining the respect of everyone. But all of this happened later. Qin Yu didn't know, and in the current situation, he wasn't in the mood to pay attention to the actions of those from Myriad Swords Mountain. This was because there was clearly a problem with the boundary-breaking talisman that Shui Zheng had given him. With a sudden violent shaking, the space channel twisted and the entire carriage was grabbed by a powerful strength and ruthlessly pulled out. Luckily, this strength didn't follow up. The old horse and lame horse neighed several times before barely managing to stabilize the carriage. With a loud bang, the carriage crashed into the ground. Pa pa pa! There was the sound of someone spitting at the snow outside. It was clear that the dust that had been stirred up had filled his nose and mouth. Qin Yu relaxed a little. It seemed that although there had been an accident during the transmission, there shouldn't be any danger for the time being. He stood up and pushed open the door. As far as he could see, everything was crimson. The two sides of the massive canyon towered into the clouds. After the baptism of countless years, the surface had long since been weathered and cracked. Because the sky seemed to reflect the entire earth, it was also a striking crimson color. The only difference was that the brightness was a bit lower, as if it were a darker hue. When one looked at it, they felt a bit depressed. At this time, there was the sound of breaking air. 3 figures raced over from afar. Someone was tricked again. How hateful! If I find out who it is, I won't let them off lightly. Let them off lightly? If this matter ruins my chance to obtain the position of the Eastern Zhou Misfollower, then that will be an irreconcilable enmity. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He looked up at the 3 people. At this time, The three people who had been cupping their hands together in greeting and squeezing out smiles suddenly froze in place. Qi Lianshan frowned. Below the divine realm? The other two also revealed a look of surprise before revealing cold arrogance. How strange. The cultivator who arranged all of this? Trapping us is one thing, but to think that he would not even let a junior like him go. In my opinion, it should be. This junior is unlucky and was accidentally injured and transported here. Humph, humph, then he's going to suffer. Now that dozens of people were teleported into the God-confining gorge, which one of them wasn't a godly state expert. How would they care about a junior who hadn't even stepped into the godly state? Qin Yu certainly sensed the mood changes of the people in front of him. His expression didn't change. He cupped his hands together and said, "Fellow Taoists, may I ask where this place is?" "Humph." Two of them coldly sneered. They flicked their sleeves and left, not willing to waste even the slightest bit of time on Qin Yu. Qi Lianshan pondered for a while and reminded, "This is the God-trapping gorge. With your cultivation, it will be hard for you to survive alone. The camp is in this direction." He paused for a moment and looked at Xiang Shui. "But as a maid, you might bring me trouble. Think about it yourself." With that, he didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Xiang Shui was indignant. "I am born with a beautiful face and a temperament as elegant as an immortal. How can I be a maid? Qin Yu, tell me, do I look so bad?" Cough. This question wasn't easy to answer. Qin Yu immediately changed the topic. "The most important thing right now is to figure out where this place is. Let's go to the camp he mentioned and take a look." The old horse and lame horse pulled the carriage and headed deep into the God-confining gorge. Record it down. We just caught another one and sent him into the God-confining gorge. Oh, the auras of these two people don't seem right. They aren't even at the godly state, so how could they have triggered the array formation? Perhaps there was a deviation in the operation of the array formation. Immediately send someone to check to prevent similar things from happening again. Deep underground, in a grand hall that was excavated, there were complex array formations that covered every inch of the stone walls. They shot out rays of light, forming a diagram in the void, forming the image of a colossal and majestic grand formation. At this moment, as the array formation appeared, the cultivators in charge looked at each other and immediately understood what they were thinking. Delete the capture record. We shouldn't disturb the young master for such a small matter. Everyone is right. Activating the array formation and completing the capture process would consume a great deal of energy. If the young master knew that it was wasted on a junior that wasn't even at the godly state, they would all be scolded. Thus, the traces of this matter were quickly cleaned up. Everyone chose to forget that in the God-confining gorge, two juniors that hadn't even stepped into the godly state were sucked into it. Don't blame anyone. If you want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck. Who told you to fall in? They arrived at the camp that Qi Lianshan mentioned. It wasn't big and there were dozens of temporary tents scattered around. It seemed a bit weird for the old horse and lame horse to pull the carriage. When the carriage stopped outside the camp, it attracted many eyes. Perhaps it was because they already knew that a junior that hadn't even stepped into the godly state was sucked into the God-confining gorge. At this moment, their eyes were filled with pity. Of course, indifference and sneers were the real mainstream. "Good horse!" With a shout, a cultivator walked out of the camp. He wore beast skin armor and his appearance was rough. His eyes shined brightly. Right now, he was staring closely at the old horse and lame horse pulling the carriage, a happy expression on his face. The eyes of everyone in the camp changed a bit as they looked at the two horses, deep in thought. The one who spoke was a beast skin armored man. He was a powerhouse from the beast taming sect. During this period of time, he had used his own strength to prove how strong he was. Now that he spoke, even if they didn't see anything special about the old horse and lame horse, they still paid a bit more attention. Xiang Shui could feel how strong the person in front of her was. Even though she was staring at the two horses, she could still feel an invisible pressure. The beast-taming sect cultivator looked away. He laughed. "Fellow Taoist in the carriage, I wonder if you are willing to sell these two horses? I am willing to pay a high price." The carriage door opened and Qin Yu walked out. "They are just two old horses that aren't worth much. But for better or worse, they have followed me for a long time, so I am a bit reluctant. So, I can only disappoint fellow Taoists' good intentions." The beast-taming sect cultivator smiled. "Fellow Taoist doesn't want to reconsider? I have always upheld fairness in my transactions. Perhaps you should listen to the price I offer first." Qin Yu shook his head. "It is because I am worried that after I hear fellow Taoist's price, I won't be able to help but be tempted to sell them. That is why I didn't want fellow Taoist to open your mouth." "Haha, how interesting. Fellow Taoist seems to be someone who knows how to cherish spirit beasts." The beast-taming sect cultivator's smile widened. "This is where I live. Fellow Taoist might as well think about it. If you change your mind, you can come find me at any time." With a deep look in his eyes, he turned and left. Qi Lianshan stood in the crowd, his eyebrows furrowed together. Before this, he had vaguely warned Qin Yu that if he came to the camp, there might be trouble. Although he never imagined that the first person he would encounter would be the beast-taming sect's Zhou Pei, this junior was a bit too reckless. Zhou Pei seemed bold and unrestrained, but the truth was that he was quite cunning. He had pointed out how extraordinary these two horses were in front of everyone. With this junior's cultivation, how could he possibly keep them safe? He feared that they would soon be forcefully seized by others. At that time, Qin Yu could only lower his head to him and seek shelter. He said he wanted to buy them at a high price. Humph humph, he was likely prepared from the very start to make a deal with a wolf for nothing. His thoughts stirred and Qi Lianshan furrowed his eyebrows. Indeed, his guess was right. This junior's maid was too striking and would stir up trouble. Old Ghost Flower was a true villain. He wasn't like a hypocrite like Zhou Pei who would temporarily give up. He feared that he would soon face danger. Shaking his head, Qi Lianshan restrained his thoughts. He didn't know Qin Yu at all, so he had already done his part to warn him. If this junior recklessly came here and encountered trouble, then that was his own problem. He could only endure it himself. Although he didn't fear Old Ghost Flower, Zhou Pei, or anyone else, he wouldn't interfere. This was a decision that any mature and rational cultivator would make. What a beautiful young lady. Looking at her figure, it's clear that she has only just been developed and hasn't realized her true flavor yet. What a pity, what a pity. She really is a pearl covered in dust. I wonder if young lady is willing to follow me and become a happy couple, enjoying the highest pleasures of the world. Old Ghost Flower had white hair and a ruddy complexion. Besides the several wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, he looked like a graceful and elegant young master. Now, he was wearing a gorgeous robe embroidered with many strange flowers. His originally tacky clothes were incomparably smooth on his body, adding even more elegance to his appearance. Now, his eyes were staring straight at Xiang Shui. His eyes were burning hot, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. After being moved by Zhou Pei's words, everyone's complexions changed and they hurriedly stopped in their tracks. As their eyes fell on Qin Yu, they revealed looks of pity. This junior was truly unlucky. Not only was his precious treasure coveted by others, but even his woman wouldn't be able to keep her. They had all heard of Old Ghost Flower's reputation. The women that fell into his hands were truly happy, but in the end, their fates were all incomparably miserable. Tsk, what a pity for such a beautiful woman. Xiang Shui's complexion changed, and a look of disgust appeared in her eyes. But before she could speak, Qin Yu had already stepped forward and stood in front of her. Old Ghost Flower narrowed his eyes. His gaze fell on Qin Yu. Junior, the young are impulsive. This is understandable, But if you lose your life, everything will be for naught. Let me give you a word of advice. It would be best if you offered this beautiful maid to me with both hands. What do you think?" Everyone sneered inwardly, thinking that he really was a despicable person. It was fine if he relied on his cultivation to bully others, but he didn't even bother to cover himself up. His shameless attitude was truly despicable. But these were things that they could only think about in their hearts. Old Ghost Flower wasn't someone they could provoke, so they could only watch as a farce. Then, his eyes fell on Chinyu. The pity in his eyes deepened. To personally hand over his own woman wasn't a good feeling at all. But the development of the situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Chinyu stood in front of Xiang Shui. Not only did he not reveal any fear or anger, but his lips curved up in a cruel smile. "Old thing, don't think that you can pretend to be young just because you have a youthful face and dress up a bit too flashy. Because none of this can cover up the thick, nauseating smell of decay that comes from your body. Is my little maid someone that you can think about? Once a person has lived for a long time, they should know that a loose tongue can cause trouble. Be careful that your old bones are torn apart and cooked into soup." His words were sharp and harsh to the extreme, filled with threat. It could be said that every word was filled with an unyielding attitude. The entire camp fell deathly silent. Perhaps it was because the scene in front of them was far too shocking, far surpassing everyone's imaginations. Even though they had firm wills, they still subconsciously dropped their jaws in shock. This junior, was he crazy? There were two seemingly ordinary horses that were actually deeply hidden, and there was also a beautiful divine realm maid. His status should be extraordinary, and he was likely used to being arrogant and willful. He simply didn't know how to write the word death. With Old Ghost Flower's temperament, how could he possibly endure this humiliation? He would likely explode in anger at any moment. He really was looking to die. Ha 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 ha. Old Ghost Flower laughed. How interesting, how bold. It's been a long time since I've encountered something like this. Thinking about it, tearing off your head and keeping it for my collection will be a wonderful thing. I'm really looking forward to it. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. A pink aura gushed out, turning into a pair of beautiful jade hands. They were smooth and flawless, and they carried with them a gentle and soft aura as they grasped at Chinyu's head. From the looks of it, it seemed she really was prepared to tear off his head. Chinyu had walked all the way to where he was today. Although there were many times when he had no other choice and was forced by the situation, when he could, he would still make some plans for the future. For instance, right now, Chinyu could confirm that he had smoothly arrived at Eastern Zhoujili's world. Then, he would have to start preparing to obtain a spot to follow him. Strength was one aspect, but fame and background were also another. After all, no one would allow an inexplicable person to participate in such an important matter. Even if Eastern Zhoujili was willing to believe in Chinyu, the Eastern Zhou family would still interfere. The chance to obtain the inheritance of the myriad soul Dao was far too precious. They wouldn't allow an uncontrollable unknown risk to exist. As for background, Eastern Zhoujili should be able to deal with it. So, what Chinyu needed to do was make a name for himself. He had to do his utmost to ensure that he obtained a spot to follow. The only way to become famous in the world was to step on the shoulders of those who had already made a name for themselves and borrow their head. Bang! The jade hands that grasped at Chinyu suddenly shattered into countless pieces. He could even hear the pained moans of a woman in his ears. Old Ghost Flower's complexion changed. The cold and cruel look in his eyes turned into shock and fear. With a strange cry, he drew backwards. But soon, he discovered that it was impossible for him to dodge. The horrifying sword intent that pierced through space had already locked onto him. With another strange cry, Old Ghost Flower raised his hand. The pink aura around him rose up, wrapping around him in layers and forming the most formidable defense. But now, he didn't have the slightest confidence that he could block this sword's strike, because this sword intent was far too terrifying. It was sharp and overbearing, as if it could destroy all. Nothing could stop it. Clenching his teeth, he lifted a hand and slapped his chest. On the surface of old Ghost Flower's gorgeous robes, the interweaving flowers began to emerge, forming a second layer of defense within the pink aura. His heart calmed down a little. But soon old Ghost Flower's pitiful screams echoed through the world. Whether it was the pink aura or the interweaving flowers, none of them were able to block that sword strike. Old Ghost Flower was sent flying backwards. A terrifying wound appeared on his chest, and his flesh and blood tumbled outwards. One could clearly see the white bones underneath that had been cut apart. The torn flesh and blood wriggled and rapidly regenerated. But just as it healed a little, it would be twisted apart by the remnant sword intent once more, causing blood to gush out even more. Chapter 985. If it was just a wound that could not be healed, it could only be regarded as a serious injury. But at this moment, old Ghost Hua discovered a phenomenon that made his hair stand on end. The sword will was spreading. That's right, the sword intent that cut through his flesh, shattered his bones, and caused his wounds to open up was like a virus invading his body, invading the other parts of his body. Pa! The flesh between his chest and abdomen ruptured. Pa! The flesh on his neck also ruptured. Pa! There was also a wound on his shoulder. Ah! Old Man Hua screamed in fear. Waves of pink aura surged out from his body, and the shadows of dozens of beautiful women appeared. Now, all of the women were trembling in pain. Their beautiful faces were twisted, and endless life force was being released from their bodies, surging madly into old Ghost Hua's body. With the help of this aura of life, the vitality of his flesh and blood skyrocketed. Through his torn flesh, he could clearly see that it was growing at an astonishing speed. Pieces of fine granulation tissue continuously grew out and intertwined with each other. They immediately fused and grew into one, like strong ox tendons. They completed the suturing of the wound, and the wound recovered in the blink of an eye. The fear in the old flower ghost's heart faded, and a trace of blood returned to his face. Just now, he had truly felt the aura of death and destruction. He looked up at Qin Yu. His eyes were shaken, filled with awe and disbelief, but also a deep hatred. As long as he wasn't killed, he was sure he could leave this place alive. That year, even the original God Realm experts couldn't stop him. Of course, old Hua was confident. If he wholeheartedly wanted to escape, then he would definitely be able to. As long as he wasn't killed, then everything that happened today would eventually be repaid. Thinking of this, the hatred in old Hua's eyes deepened. Qin Yu suddenly said, "I know that you must be thinking that you were too careless today and were severely wounded by this boy who pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. Once I catch my breath, I will definitely make a comeback and let him experience what despair is." As he spoke to her, his lips curved up in a cruel smile. "But what a pity, I'm not in a good mood today. I want to kill someone." With a thought, old Ghost Hua let out a blood-curdling scream. His eyes suddenly turned crimson, and then his body burst into flames. This flame was the same color as the sun, and it carried with it a vast and oppressive aura, as well as a coldness that could burn the heavens and the earth and refine everything into ashes. What kind of fire is this? Not only can it burn flesh and blood, it can also destroy my soul. No, no, I will not die. Give me all the life force in your bodies, give it all to me. Old Ghost Hua's absorption of the images of the women in the pink aura grew even more intense. Because of the pain, they curled up into a ball, and their empty eyes were filled with emotions. The life force stored in their bodies was also the greatest restraint and suppression on her. Now that a large amount of it had been extracted, her consciousness was gradually awakening from her slumber. Gradually, the women's expressions became cold and filled with endless hatred as they looked at old Ghost Hua. This was a very dangerous thing to do. If the soul that had been seized regained its consciousness, it could cause the technique to backfire. But now, even if Old Man Hua noticed it, he could not care less. If it weren't for the fact that he had extracted their vitality and given his body the powerful property of being nearly undying and indestructible, he would have long since been burned to ashes. Choosing the lesser of two evils. The only thought in Old Hua's mind was to survive and escape. Before this, he still harbored thoughts of taking revenge on Qin Yu and seeking revenge in the future. But now, he had completely given up. This person was unfathomable. His strength was so terrifying that it was not something he could imagine. If he tried to take revenge on him, then even if he made all preparations, he feared he would still be crushed to pieces. But what a pity, since Qin Yu said he would kill, then he really would. From the moment he slashed out with his sword, old Ghost Hua was doomed to die. The reason he was able to use the boundless life force extracted from the flames to wildly grow his mortal body and maintain his survival was because Qin Yu allowed him to live. He wanted all the cultivators in the camp to clearly see old Ghost Hua's fate. He wanted to brand his terrifying and formidable image in their mind. Since he had decided to establish his reputation, he naturally had to pursue it with everything he had so that he could obtain the most perfect result. But at this time, the phantoms of women appeared in the pink aura. They struggled to kneel down, constantly worshipping Qin Yu. Although they couldn't speak, the pleading and sorrow in their eyes was incomparably clear. Xiang Shui whispered, "Qin Yu, these women are too pitiful. Help them." Qin Yu thought for a moment and slowly said, "Every grievance has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Today, I will give you all a chance to take revenge, but remember, leave his head behind. I want to collect it and see how it tastes." As his words fell, the great solar flames that wrapped around old Ghost Hua suddenly retracted into his body. Like terrifying shackles, it sealed away all the strength in his body. Within the pink aura, the phantoms of women that had their life force wildly extracted began to regain their freedom. They kowtowed to Qin Yu again and again, endless gratitude in their eyes. They stood up and turned to look at old Ghost Hua. All that was left over in their eyes was hatred and madness. They screamed and threw themselves at him. Dozens of phantoms of women fused into his body. Old Ghost Hua's eyes widened. He used so much strength that the corners of his eyes cracked. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. But his fiercely trembling face was enough to show that he was withstanding unimaginable pain. Giant lumps constantly bulged out on the surface of his body. There was the clear sound of flesh and bone marrow being torn apart. Old Ghost Hua's pores constantly overflowed with blood. In the blink of an eye, it soaked through his robes and dripped down to the ground. The entire camp was deathly silent. All the cultivators that saw this couldn't help but feel an endless chill in their hearts. They swept their eyes over Qin Yu and subconsciously revealed looks of awe. Not only was this person terrifyingly strong, but his methods were also cruel and callous. Not only was he suffering from the burning pain of the flames, but he was also making old Ghost Hua suffer the backlash of seizing the souls of these women. Although old Ghost Hua's cultivation method was extremely mysterious, it wasn't hard to guess what was going on. They naturally knew just how terrifying the souls of these awakened women were. They were even more horrifying than the evil ghosts in the depths of hell. Just thinking about the terror that the old flower ghost was going through now made one subconsciously shiver from the bottom of one's heart. Bang! There was a dull explosion, like an overinflated balloon exploding. Old Ghost Hua's distorted body shattered into countless pieces, turning into rotten flesh and bones that rained down in the air. Only his head remained intact. It tumbled several times in the air before falling to the ground at Qin Yu's feet. His eyes were wide open, as if he hadn't been able to rest in peace even in death. The dozens of women's souls that drilled into old Ghost Hua's body all had crimson-red eyes and incomparably fierce hair. They knelt to Qin Yu, and the woman at the very front said in a husky voice, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving us today. You allowed us sisters to kill our enemy with our own hand. We will never forget your great kindness. If there is a chance in the future, we are willing to serve Benefactor like a dog. Thank you, Benefactor. These women's souls were like evil ghosts, and their auras were extremely cold and mean. When they faced Chinyu, they were extremely respectful and docile. Whoosh, whoosh, in the next moment, these women's souls howled into the skies, turning into crimson crystals that vanished from sight. Chinyu's eyes flashed, revealing a bit of surprise. He originally thought that these women would dissipate after suffering a backlash against old Ghost Hua, but he never imagined that they would encounter another lucky chance. Perhaps this was the heavens' compensation for all the hardships and sufferings they had endured these past years. His thoughts stirred and he restrained his aura. Then, Chinyu returned to the weak and harmless appearance that everyone sensed. His eyes swept around. The complexions of the cultivators that he had chosen subconsciously changed. Although they didn't retreat, they revealed a bit of fear in their eyes. Killing old Ghost Hua seemed to have a very good effect. His goal of establishing his prestige and fame had basically been completed. He didn't fear killing people, but he also didn't view it as a pleasure. Chinyu smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, I am Chinyu. I wonder if you could tell me where old Ghost Hua lives? Me master and servant still haven't found a place to stay." Qi Lianshan lightly coughed, covering up the shock and turmoil in his eyes. He cupped his hands together and said, "I am Qi Lianshan. Old Ghost Hua lives here and it has been cleaned up quite well. It should be more than enough for fellow Taoist and your servant." He had made a mistake. He had made a big mistake today. A figure quickly walked over. His rough and coarse face was filled with embarrassment and helplessness. Zhou Pei rubbed his hands together and said, "Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. As a beast-taming faction cultivator, I naturally have no ability to resist rare spirit beasts. If I have offended you in any way, I ask fellow Taoist Chinyu to be magnanimous enough to forgive me and not lower myself to my level." Shameless! Everyone cursed inwardly. But they couldn't help but admit that Zhou Pei's shameless and adaptable personality was the best way to survive in this world. Chinyu smiled. "How could I? I have no opinion of fellow Taoist Zhou Pei at all." His tone was warm and his smile was full. But for some unknown reason, Zhou Pei's heart skipped a beat and he felt his heart skip a beat. The final result was that Chinyu had no choice but to accept Zhou Pei's stone egg. The two of them exchanged several more words and decided to get closer to each other in the future. Then, they parted ways. Qi Lianshan was right. Old Ghost Hua was someone who knew how to enjoy life. Not only was his residence spacious, but it was also exquisitely decorated. Several pictures that made one blush and their hearts race were quietly put away by Chinyu. Now, they were even more pleasing to the eye. Chinyu, although it is a delightful thing to look at beautiful pictures late at night when you can't bear it, holding it in for too long will harm your body. Xiang Shui blinked, a shy expression on her face. "I am your maid, so of course I have to fulfill my responsibilities. For instance, warming your bed, sleeping with you, and so on. If you need anything, please don't be polite with me and just tell me." Chinyu nearly choked on his own saliva. He looked at her bashful appearance and thought that if he really said something like that, wouldn't she choke him to death? Moreover, the crux of her words wasn't warming his bed or sleeping with him. He wouldn't be fooled by her. Cough. "In order to make it easier for me to move about in the future, I have to protect you. I have no choice but to be a maid. I hope you don't mind it." Xiang Shui sneered, her bashful expression disappearing in the blink of an eye. She glanced at Chinyu and said, "Brat, at least you're clear-headed and haven't lost your head yet." She lowered her head, a trace of disappointment flashing in her eyes, but also a bit relieved. In truth, there were some things that she really didn't care about. But what a pity, this boy was a block of wood, or perhaps he had realized something and chose to use this method to protect his own face to change the topic. What a gentle little man. Xiang Shui took a deep breath and suppressed her thoughts. She took out the stone egg. When Qin Yu received it, he had casually handed it to her. Now, she held it in front of her eyes and carefully looked at it. Qin Yu, this stone egg isn't ordinary, right? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Why do you say that? Xiang Shui humphed twice. Do you think I don't understand you? You don't wake up without benefits, and you don't release the eagle until you see the rabbit. That surname Zhou offended you. If he didn't spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, how could things end so easily? After you received this stone egg, you were grinning from ear to ear, so of course I could guess. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. What did she mean by don't wake up without benefits? Eagle until the rabbit? Was he such a person? He reached out and took the stone egg. After carefully looking at it, he turned his hand and put it away. If I didn't accept this, Zhou Pei would definitely feel restless and would definitely have other thoughts. I just didn't want to waste time. Xiang Shui curled her lips. She had an expression that said, whatever you say, as long as I believe you then I'll consider you skilled. Qin Yu tossed out a few words. It wasn't good for a woman to be too smart. This could be considered as an indirect acknowledgement of certain matters. Then, he turned and walked back into his room. Hey, there will definitely be people coming to visit. What should I say? Qin Yu waved his hand without looking back. Just do as you see fit. There's no need to exaggerate things like background. We need a background. His figure flashed and he vanished behind the curtain. Xiang Shui stomped her feet in anger. How could he possibly lie and brag? Over the following day, it was just as Xiang Shui said. Many cultivators in the camp came to visit on their own initiative, trying to figure out just who this master and servant pair that suddenly appeared were. The specific process wasn't described in detail, but as soon as a cultivator left after speaking with Xiang Shui, they turned around and looked at the camp. Their eyes subconsciously became more dignified, and there was even a faint sense of awe in them. None of them were able to truly investigate anything. But in this misty world, one could feel the unfathomable strength of these two people. Although I don't know who you are, I'm certain that you're very, very powerful people. Generally speaking, this was what everyone in the camp was thinking. All of this proved that Xiang Shui was indeed a talent when it came to lying and bragging. Moreover, she was incomparably outstanding. Indeed, women were the best actresses in the world. After Qin Yu came out and spoke with Xiang Shui, he was immediately stunned by her performance. He thought that it was a great waste for her not to become a best actress. Without a doubt, Xiang Shui had woven a flashy identity and background for him. Although there wasn't an exact point, the general summary was that in front of my young master, even original divinities could only bow their heads and bow their heads. He could easily find dozens of them. Hee, don't you doubt me? Do you know who my young master's teacher is? If I said it, you would be scared to death. That person is connected to the heavens. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. Aren't you bragging a little too fiercely? Xiang Shui sneered. You were the one who said that I needed an identity. You told me to exaggerate and now you feel like I can't stop myself? Cough cough. Qin Yu rubbed his nose. It's fine if you just made up an identity, but how could you say that I have a teacher that is connected to the heavens? If others ask, wouldn't it be exposed? Do you think I can fabricate an incomparably fierce teacher out of thin air? Xiang Shui rolled her eyes. Then what do you want me to do? You're quite magnanimous to directly say that you're called Qin Yu, but I don't know if there is an incomparably powerful Qin family in this world. Moreover, I'm not sure if anyone in this camp knows of the Qin family. Since I can't say anything about my family background, I can only play tricks on my teacher. I don't know how much I have to waste my saliva, but I've even rubbed off a few layers of my lip. Stop being so picky. She tossed Qin Yu a jade slip and said that she wasn't going to serve him anymore. Then, Xiang Shui turned and returned to her room, leaving Qin Yu helpless. This woman, she was becoming more and more insolent recently. Was it because his attitude towards her was too gentle that she became so bold? Qin Yu probed the jade slip with his divine sense. His thoughts of teaching Xiang Shui a little lesson immediately vanished. The jade slip recorded the identity information of almost all the cultivators in the camp, their backgrounds, and so on. She had no idea how much effort she had to put in to extract this useful information from the casual conversations she had with the cultivators. This woman hadn't mentioned anything about it before. Qin Yu smiled. To him, this information was incomparably important. After memorizing it, he could pass himself off as a local. This would be extremely helpful in dealing with the Eastern Zhou family's investigation. He calmed his mind and carefully read through it. After memorizing all the information in his mind, Qin Yu crushed the jade slip with his fingers. His eyes flashed. God-forbidding gorge. It seemed that the competition for the spots to follow Eastern Zhou Jiali had already entered a white-hot stage. There was actually someone who didn't hesitate to go to great lengths to summon the God-forbidding gorge in order to reduce their competitors. TSK, this was truly a great deal. From this, one could see just how precious the spots to follow were and just how powerful the competitors were. Qin Yu's actions of faking his background to establish his prestige and fame were indeed necessary. Otherwise, how could he compete with these powerhouses? At the same time, through looking through the information in the jade slip, Qin Yu was able to determine what the Eastern Zhou family possessed. Strength. Simply put, there were no less than 20 worlds that were directly or indirectly controlled by the Eastern Zhou family, like the heaven-extinguishing abyss. As for the other worlds that were involved or had a certain degree of control, the number was even more astonishing. Added together, there were almost 100 of them. What sort of concept was this? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had as many powerhouses as a forest and that they could destroy the heavens and earth with a single thought. It was no wonder that the myriad soul path was able to use an entire world as a competition venue for both parties to compete in. Qin Yu took a deep breath. The more he understood the strength of the Eastern Zhou family clan, the more he understood just how difficult it was to obtain a spot as a precious follower of Eastern Zhou Jiali. With his current preparations, he feared it might not be enough. But it seemed that this God-forbidding gorge was a very good opportunity. Chapter 986. To be precise, very few people knew the true location of the God-confining gorge. The reason why Qin Yu and the others were trapped here was because someone had paid a great price to summon a projection of it. Of course, you might be surprised. How could a projection be so real? This was the amazing part of the God-confining gorge. Because it wasn't just a projection, but when it descended, it gathered a massive amount of heaven and earth energy to form a world. It was a projection, but it was also real. Moreover, this wasn't the truly amazing part of the God-confining gorge. There were two reasons why it was so famous and known by so many living beings in the world. First, its sealing ability was amazing. Any cultivator that was pulled in wouldn't be able to leave unless they could solve the question of the rules. This had been proven over billions of years, and no one had ever heard of anyone breaking out with brute force. Second, the God-confining gorge would accept bribes. Or, to put it nicely, it would accept people's sacrifices in exchange for the imprisoned cultivators. Moreover, the price it asked for was very accurate. According to the captured cultivator's identity, cultivation, potential, and so on, it had its own evaluation mechanism. Every time, it would make the person who bought it grit their teeth in pain. Of course, today we will mainly talk about its first characteristic, the question of the rules. In the legends, the God-confining gorge itself was a very large inheritance ruin. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, its true inheritors had all disappeared. If an unauthorized cultivator wanted to use it, they would have to take some risk. For more details, there were two rules above: being suppressed and unable to escape, and having to pay a sacrifice. But the important point was that it could essentially be viewed as a place of inheritance to aid cultivators in their cultivation. And this inheritance was the question of the rules mentioned just now. When a cultivator cultivated to a certain degree, especially after touching upon or breaking through to the godly realm, they would truly come into contact with the rules of the heaven and earth. Then, they would focus their cultivation on analyzing and controlling the power of the rules, opening their own path. So, the rules meant strength and strength. The questions of the God-confining gorge went from simple to difficult. Each question involved different rules. It was like a question of astonishing difficulty. One needed to verify it and come to a final conclusion. If one succeeded, they would obtain the power of the rules and open the second question. It was said that one needed to answer at least 99 questions correctly to be allowed to leave. Moreover, one had to pass all the tests without making any mistakes, otherwise the process would restart and everything would return to zero. But in reality, being able to answer 10 questions in a row was already as rare as a phoenix feather or a Chilean horn. 99 questions, that was just a legend. And now, Qin Yu was thinking about this legend. That day, when the divine seal Saint Stone descended in the great Chu imperial city, its essence was a fragment left behind by a destroyed jade egg. It contained trillions of great daos, shining like the endless starry sky. It was branded in Qin Yu's mind so that he could observe and perceive it at any time. Each star represents a complete set of natural laws. This is the manifestation of its power, and you need to understand it. Why could it condense and control its power? It was like Qin Yu already knew the answer to a complex question, but he didn't know the process of obtaining the answer, and the questions of the rules of the God-confining gorge seemed to be able to provide him with a complete deduction process. For any question in the world, as long as the answer was obtained, the process would be much simpler. Moreover, after Qin Yu fused with the complete jade egg, he obtained the delusion breaker eye, which made him even more powerful. 99 questions? A light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. If he wasn't wrong, this number wasn't enough, and it was far from enough. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. How could he easily miss it? Although fleecing others was a bit degrading, as long as he could become stronger, he didn't care if it was degrading. Moreover, he wasn't familiar with the God-confining gorge, so there was no reason for him to be soft-hearted when fleecing others. Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, you've also come to try? With fellow Taoist strength, you will surely be unstoppable. I'm looking forward to it. I heard that the strongest person in the camp has already unraveled 11 rules. Fellow Taoist Qin, you cannot be left behind. There were all sorts of greetings, all sorts of smiles, all sorts of intimate words mixed with a sense of mockery. But this couldn't conceal the probing light in their eyes. Bragging wasn't difficult at all. As long as everyone's imagination was big enough and their skin was thick enough, all they had to do was run their mouths and make up a perfect story without any loopholes. Thus, everything that Xiang Shui had said before, they didn't understand it at all. Although they believed most of it, they still had their doubt. In fact, the reason they chose to temporarily believe it was because of the God-confining gorge itself. You can say that your background is amazing or that you have a teacher that can transcend the heavens. Fine, that's not a problem. Since we have a chance to verify it, we can naturally find out if you are bragging or if you are truly amazing. The question of the rules is right in front of us. Come, Qin Yu, it's time for you to reveal your abilities. Haha, I'm just casually looking around. Everyone, feel free to do as you please. Qin Yu smiled and cupped his hands together before leaving the camp. There was a reason why the people who were captured and brought into the God-confining gorge had set up their camp here. Not too far away, there was a massive red stone wall that reached into the sky. That was where the question of the rules would appear. Qin Yu walked to a place where there was no one around. His eyes fell on it. The originally rough and weathered stone walls suddenly began to surge like water. Chaotic lines began to appear, but he could still understand what these lines represented. This seems a bit familiar. He should have seen it before. Deep in Qin Yu's eyes, a quiet light surged. His lips curved up and he closed his eyes. His mind stirred and the vast phantoms of stars slowly spread out. In front of the stone wall of rules, everyone's eyes constantly swept over him, many of them scrutinizing him. In between the infinite heavens and infinite worlds, there was an extremely popular proverb: the rules don't lie. They wanted to see just what sort of strength this Qin Yu, who had a transcendent background, had. The results didn't disappoint them. 2 hours later, Qin Yu opened his eyes. On the stone wall of rules in front of him, the chaotic lines rapidly gathered together, turning into a rune that emitted a mysterious aura. With a light pop, it vanished from sight. This sound wasn't loud, but as it fell into the ears of everyone, it was like rolling thunder. It shook them until they felt dizzy and their minds went blank. The stone wall of rules treated everyone equally. It was impossible for anyone to cheat. In other words, he had really only spent 2 hours to solve the first question of the rules. Although the difficulty of the questions of the rules would increase as one went deeper, and the first question was relatively simple, it was still a question of the rules. It represented a complete rule that contained a formidable strength. At the very least, none of them had ever heard of anyone solving the first question of the rules in just 2 hours. This was breaking a record. As everyone looked at Qin Yu, their eyes became even deeper. The solemnity in their eyes became even thicker. The rules didn't lie. Their eyes could clearly see everything. So, the young maid at Qin Yu's side really wasn't lying. Everything she said was true. If it weren't for a teacher with transcendent strength, how could Qin Yu possess such a terrifying ability to analyze the rules? Of course, saying this might be a bit irresponsible. Or perhaps Qin Yu himself possessed an extremely terrifying talent. But on the other hand, it was because he possessed such a terrifying talent that he was accepted as a disciple by a transcendent existence. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Qi Lianshan had a dignified expression. His eyes fell on Qin Yu's back. He originally had great confidence in becoming a follower of Eastern Zhou's Miss Chali, but now he took a deep breath and a firm look appeared in his eyes. No matter what, he wouldn't give up. His tribe, his people, they were all waiting for him to save them. He was the only hope of that world. Zhou Pei secretly broke out in a cold sweat. He was glad that he had reacted quickly and immediately sent out a treasure in exchange for Qin Yu's forgiveness. Because he had given away the stone egg, he had felt some pain and unwillingness, and even some well-concealed resentment. But now all of that had vanished. After offending such a character, being able to pay a small price and escape unscathed was already the best result. How could he ask for anything more? Of course, there was another reason. Although Zhou Pei felt that the stone egg was extraordinary, he still hadn't figured out just what it was. Otherwise, he would definitely discover that his chest would be torn apart by the heartache he felt. Genius 1 Second Remember website. Mobile version. Chapter 987. Qin Yu could sense the slight shock in everyone's expressions. He thought that solving the first question of the rules in 2 hours was a bit frightening. But what he needed right now was even greater fame to support his heaven-reaching background. This was just the right time to do so. Unfortunately, he could not sense too much pride and joy from the shocked gazes of the crowd at this moment. This was because Qin Yu was well aware that the reason he could solve the question of the rules in 2 hours was because of the existence of the Jade Egg and the Divine Seal Saint Stone. Strictly speaking, Qin Yu only had his current abilities because he had obtained a bit more than one Jade Egg. Although this sort of cheating method could allow him to achieve a shocking performance, it was too shameless to be complacent because of this. Thus, Qin Yu appeared calm and composed. But when this calmness fell into everyone's eyes, it was like a boulder was thrown into their hearts. Today, everyone here was an outstanding figure amongst their peers, and they believed that their eyesight wouldn't be wrong. Qin Yu's calmness was truly calm and not a deliberate act. In other words, in his opinion, solving the first question of the rules in 2 hours was a very normal matter. Like this, everyone was even more convinced of his identity. There was even more awe in their eyes. Of course, not everyone chose to believe Qin Yu because of his current performance. Most of them were strong and their eyes flashed with a sharp light. This was only the first question. Perhaps it was just a coincidence? If you want us to believe your identity, you'll have to solve 10 questions in a row first. Wu Jun from the Great River sneered. He was the current holder of the 11 questions in the God-confining gorge. He naturally knew just how astonishing the difficulty of the questions of the rules would be. In particular, after passing the 10th question, there was a qualitative leap. He only used 7 days to solve the first 10 questions, but to solve the 11th question, he spent a full 5 days. Now, for the 12th question, 8 days had passed and he finally had some clues. But if he wanted to successfully solve it, he would need around 10 more days. I want to see just how good this so-called boy with a heaven-defying teacher is. In truth, Wu Jun didn't find Qin Yu pleasing to the eye. Today, although the people imprisoned in the God-confining gorge were trying their best to solve the questions of the rules, they were well aware that it was nearly impossible for them to escape on their own. Well, to put it more shamelessly, there was really no possibility at all. Therefore, everyone was waiting for someone to save them, be it their family, sect, or in-laws. In short, cultivators who had made it this far would not be easily abandoned. Since he was waiting to be rescued, why was he trying so hard to solve the problem of the rules? The reason was very simple. Firstly, as mentioned before, the God-confining gorge was a land of inheritance. Every question of laws was a shortcut to obtain the power of laws. Although this shortcut was a little difficult to walk, it was the fundamental property of the gorge. In any case, he had nothing better to do. If he could gain something, it would be good. But the most important thing was the second point. Their performance in the God-confining gorge would also become one of the criteria for the Eastern Zhou family to test them. Those who performed outstandingly could become the focus of attention and have a greater chance of obtaining the position of Eastern Zhou follower. Thus, Wu Jun, who was originally the #1 student of the God-forgetting gorge's study class, naturally rejected this Qin Yu who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want Qin Yu to continue showing off like this. But it was a pity that the progress of this matter would not change because of his thoughts. Qin Yu solved the problem as easily as before, like a hot knife cutting through butter. The second question of the rules, it felt that the difficulty had increased a little. But perhaps because he had the experience of analyzing the first question, Qin Yu had adapted to this method of getting the answer and deducing the process. His progress was actually faster than the first question. Thus, when he opened his eyes again, on the red stone wall in front of him, those runes that had appeared and gathered to form a mysterious aura had shattered and dissipated. The second question had been solved. Qin Yu's lips curled up, his eyes blazing. Without any hesitation, he impatiently began analyzing the third question. In his eyes, the God-confining gorge was simply the world's best cultivation land. Wasting even a minute here was a crime. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Qin Yu focused all his attention and immersed himself in the cultivation world. He was no longer in the mood to care about those spying eyes around him. Thus, he naturally didn't know what sort of shock and disbelief he had brought to everyone by solving 2 questions in a row. If solving the first question of the rules in 2 hours was a new record that left everyone sighing with emotion and awe, then solving the second question at an even faster speed was enough to make everyone feel deranged. Everyone knew that the questions of the rules were difficult to solve. This had always been the case, without a single exception. But they could clearly see that the speed at which Qin Yu solved the second question was even faster than the speed at which he solved the first question. Although it was only a short period of time, The meaning it represented was shocking. Qin Yu was improving, and this sort of improvement speed was something that they had never heard of before, let alone seen before. If there were still some cultivators that had doubts about Qin Yu's identity before, then 90% of these doubts had been eliminated now. The third question was a replica of the second question. Then there was the fourth question, the fifth question, the sixth question, all the way until the 10th question. Qin Yu was like a hot knife through butter. He didn't stop at all, maintaining a speed of 2 hours per question. It was like 10 heavy hammers smashing down on everyone, making them dizzy and sending stars flying in all directions. And before us, the arrogant and sneering first-place student Wu Jun had a deathly pale complexion. His body shivered as if he were on the verge of collapse. If a blow could be measured in kilograms, then our student Wu Jun had withstood a 10,000-ton blow from Qin Yu. So he was so fierce, so I was so weak, so I was just a frog in a well, so I was just so laughable, all sorts of thoughts raced through his mind. Student Wu Jun's heart couldn't withstand it any longer. He spat out a mouthful of sour blood and left with a bitter expression. He had to steady his mind. If he continued to watch like this, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. After smoothly passing the 10th question, Qin Yu's eyes blazed with even greater heat. If he could, he would be willing to cultivate like this for 100 years. But unfortunately, there was a limit to the number of rules he could obtain within a certain time limit. He could feel this invisible limit. He had to first completely digest these 10 complete rules before he could continue solving the questions. With a bit of unwillingness in his voice, Qin Yu stood up and looked around. He knew that he had inadvertently gained another wave of prestige. So, he smiled and cupped his hands across his chest. Then, he turned and walked towards his tent. Xiang Shui was standing at the entrance. In fact, before Qin Yu had started perceiving the rules, she had already been standing here until now. As she saw Qin Yu walk over, she quickly blinked, restraining the shock and pride in her eyes. She lightly snorted and curled her lips. "Congratulations to my young master. You have successfully acted so pretentiously once more, causing everyone's hearts to tremble and gaining endless prestige." Qin Yu chuckled. "I'm in a good mood today, so I won't lower myself to your level." He nodded to her and then pushed open the door to his tent. "I will be going into seclusion for a while. Don't let anyone disturb me." After today, there would likely be even more people coming to visit him. Reality proved that Qin Yu's guess was correct. On this day, if there was a threshold in his residence, it would likely have been broken apart. Xiang Shui's divine skills were displayed once more. She casually said a few words, causing the awe in the hearts of those who came to visit to become even thicker. The next day, Qin Yu appeared in front of the red stone wall once more. Many people looked at him with different expressions than before. There was less probing, more shock, and more awe, as well as a faintly discernible bit of bitterness. "You are so fierce and you even have a transcendent teacher. It shouldn't be difficult for you to obtain a spot for the myriad soul Tao, so why did you run here and struggle with us for a spot to follow? That's not right. Strictly speaking, what you did was a bit of bullying." Of course, these thoughts only raced in everyone's minds. None of them dared to reveal them. At the very least, when you looked around, all you could see were warm and amiable smiles. All sorts of greetings flowed out, making one feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu has come. I think we will be able to broaden our horizons again today." To solve 10 questions of the rules in a single day, fellow Taoist Qin Yu has broken an unprecedented record. Once we are free, fellow Taoist's name will surely spread through the world. Everyone will respect and admire you. Qin Yu smiled and returned their greetings. After exchanging some pleasantries, he walked up to the red stone wall that pierced into the heavens. Since everyone was so supportive, he might as well continue. The genius student from the Great River, Wu Jun, didn't continue solving questions today. He stood not too far away, quietly looking at Qin Yu for a long time. Then, he discovered a sad and despairing truth. Perhaps in this life, he would never be able to catch up to this person's footstep. Being knocked to the ground wasn't terrifying. What was terrifying was knowing shame and bravely trying to fight back, only to discover that it was useless. It was truly a sad and helpless feeling. As Wu Jun shook his head and left the arena, the sound of everyone sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard in front of the red stone wall. The 17th question. It was unknown who muttered, but their voice trembled as if they were talking in their sleep. That's right, Qin Yu had smoothly solved the 17th question of the rules. Moreover, his speed was the same as yesterday, roughly one question every 2 hours. But as long as one person had a brain, they would know that this already represented a terrifying and unimaginable progress. The difficulty of the 17th question of the rules was at least double that of the 10th question. But in front of Qin Yu, this wasn't a problem at all. Like a mad rush, everyone's eyes popped out of their sockets. Another 6 hours later, Qin Yu let out a satisfied breath. He looked at the red stone wall. The lines of the 20th question of the rules condensed into runes before shattering and dissipating. As he thought, with his current cultivation, obtaining 10 questions of the rules a day was his limit. Although he wasn't too satisfied, Qin Yu certainly understood the logic of haste making waste. Moreover, obtaining 10 questions of the rules a day was already a terrifying speed. So, after thinking about it for a moment, Qin Yu suppressed this thought. He stretched his body, smiled at the people around him, and then turned to leave. He had to hurry up and go into seclusion to digest his harvest. In front of the crimson stone wall, there was a strange silence. All the eyes that watched him leave subconsciously revealed a feeling of worship, as if they were prostrating themselves to the heavens. For 2 days, he didn't stop at all. He easily solved the 20 questions of the rules of the God Confining Gorge. If it weren't for the fact that they were members of the God Confining Gorge study class and knew that the difficulty of the questions hadn't changed, they wouldn't have believed what they were seeing. Xiang Shui stood in front of the tent. The calm and disdainful expression on her face when facing Qin Yu had already turned into undisguised pride. Humph. The men that follow me are just this strong. If it weren't for this, do you think I would dare to run my mouth off? Of course, Xiang Shui wouldn't admit that Qin Yu's current performance was a little stronger than she had imagined. This fellow was like an unfathomably deep black hole. You would never be able to guess just how deep he was hiding. As Qin Yu crazily solved the questions and obtained the power of the rules, outside the God Confining Gorge, there was a small commotion. Before, it was mentioned that the God Confining Gorge was incomparably mysterious. The reason it appeared here was because someone had paid a great price to summon it and use it as a place to imprison people in order to reduce the number of opponents. But in reality, apart from summoning the God Confining Gorge, the things that happened inside also required a great deal of energy. For example, the questions of the rules. Every time a cultivator solved a question of the rules and obtained the complete power of the rules, the God Confining Gorge would receive a corresponding reward. Of course, this reward was paid by the summoner of the God Confining Gorge. Thus, Qin Yu continued to advance like crazy for 2 days and solved 20 questions of the rules. The consumption of maintaining the God Confining Gorge also continued to rise. Deep underground, in a grand hall hidden here, a dozen cultivators stood under the void array diagram. They looked at the red line that represented the consumption of the array. They felt that the angle of the red line was like a fishing line that was suddenly pulled up. It was incomparably uncomfortable. The consumption has increased by 20%. Did these people suddenly gain enlightenment? How did they suddenly solve so many questions of the rules? Thinking about it, the people that were captured into the God Confining Gorge are all geniuses. After accumulating for a few days, it is normal for a small explosion. Perhaps everything will return to normal tomorrow. Even so, if the consumption continues to increase, we will have to report to the young noble. The moment these words were said, the expressions of the people in the hall turned ugly. Although what happened in the God-confining gorge was not something they could control, the higher-ups would not consider such things. As the people that handled it, it was naturally disadvantageous for them. Thinking about the young noble's personality, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They could only secretly pray that this fatal red line would be drawn tomorrow. But it was obvious that because they had captured someone by mistake, their hopes were destined to fail. Genius 1 Second Remember website. Mobile version. Chapter 988. The facts proved that this year's God-confining gorge study class had become Qin Yu's personal stage. He was the center of everyone's attention. After all, solving 10 questions a day was happening right in front of them. Even if they didn't want to pay attention to it, it was still difficult. No one doubted Qin Yu's background anymore. Moreover, in the last few days, everyone had secretly exchanged information with each other. It seemed that his background was even more unfathomable than they had imagined. Zhou Pei thought for a moment and decided that it was better to bleed a bit more. He had to make sure that Qin Yu completely forgot all those unhappy things from the past. There was nothing he could do about it. He was just such a cautious person. He had to make sure that nothing went wrong, especially when it involved his life. Although he knew that no matter who came to visit these days, it was impossible for them to see Qin Yu, seeing Xiang Shui was enough. He didn't think that Qin Yu would only look at such a charming maid every day and not enjoy her. Of course, he was very clear about the power of pillow talk. Thus, he had spent a lot of effort on the gift. It was a cute ice fox with a body full of snow-white fur. It was enough to make some women overflowing with love scream with just a glance. After spending a great deal of effort, Xiang Shui accepted it. Zhou Pei smiled and bid his farewells. However, there was something he couldn't figure out. Why did she ask about the stone egg? But from the looks of it, it seemed that even Qin Yu didn't know what the stone egg was. Zhou Pei's mood immediately became much better. Qi Lianshan opened his eyes. He looked at the red stone wall in front of him and saw the lines of runes that had gathered together. He smiled. After several days, he had already extinguished any thoughts of competing with Qin Yu. A person had to know their own limit. This was something he had understood since he was a child. But even if he couldn't compare with Qin Yu, every time he solved a question, he would be able to grasp a rule and increase his strength. This was an unchangeable point. So, he swept his eyes over the shocked and awe-inspiring cultivators that were looking at Qin Yu's back. Qi Lianshan revealed a cold sneer. All powerhouses in the world, even those legendary rulers that descended from the heavens, had to grow up step by step from being small and weak. Facing a powerhouse, one naturally had to feel awe. But they had to use this pressure to constantly improve and grow. How could they be immersed in their own emotions and waste precious cultivation time? These people, humph, they are more famous than they really are. Just as Zhou Pei was comforted and Qi Lianshan was sneering, someone was raging outside the God-confining gorge. Why is the energy consumption still increasing? Don't you know that every bit higher represents a terrifying expenditure? The roar came from the mirror. Inside the mirror was a man dressed in white with proud eyes. His appearance was not detailed, but in short, he was very exquisite. That's right, it was exquisite. In the past, this description would only be used by women, but now that it was used to describe him, he felt that it was fitting. Unfortunately, his delicate face was distorted by heartache, and his fingers were trembling. Speak. Say it. You're all formation masters hired by our clan at great cost. You're all being paid a high salary by our clan. If you can't even solve this problem, what's the point of keeping you around? The last sentence seemed to have been said in exasperation, so the syllables were too high and caused her voice to crack. It gave off a hysterical feeling. But in the underground secret hall, the cultivators maintaining the operation of the array had a change of expression, and cold sweat appeared on their backs. They were very clear about their young master's temper. This sentence was not just for show. If they could not satisfy him, they might really not need to keep them around anymore. Young master, please calm down. Master Zhou, who was in charge of maintaining the operation of the array, said respectfully, after careful calculation, we have roughly found the reason for the rapid increase in the consumption of the array. Speak. The young man in white in the mirror clenched his teeth. Master Zhou said hurriedly, if there are no accidents, the reason is the problem of the rules in the God-confining gorge. Problem of the rules? The young man in white frowned, and the anger that he had forcefully suppressed burned again. The corner of his eyes twitched. You mean that because there are people crazily solving the problem in the God-confining gorge now, it caused it to absorb more energy? With a clang, something was kicked away by the young man in white. His eyes were ferocious as he roared, Old thing, do you think I'm stupid? I've been to the God-confining gorge before. Do you think I don't know the difficulty of the problem of the rules? The increase in energy consumption is caused by solving one or two problems of the rules. Master Zhou shook his head. One or two is naturally not enough. He looked up. When summoning the God-confining gorge, we had already calculated the amount of energy needed after the problem of the rules was solved. According to the increase in energy consumption, compared to the normal calculation, we estimate that there are at least 10 more problems of the rules being solved in the God-confining gorge every day. Although Xie Ziheng was a hot-tempered person, he was not stupid. Otherwise, he would not have made the Xie family act at all costs. His gaze passed through the mirror and landed on Master Zhou. You mean that something has happened in the God-confining gorge? Master Zhou shook his head. The God-confining gorge has existed for countless years. It is a riddle that even my generation of array cultivators want to solve. But until now, no one has made the slightest breakthrough. Thus, I have no way to answer young master's question. However, this is the most likely truth that we have deduced. Xie Ziheng waved his hand. I don't care if you can answer or not. Grandmaster Zhou, when do you think this situation will end? Master Zhou shook his head again. I still don't know. You. Xie Ziheng resisted the urge to curse out loud. This surname Zhou had some ability and was highly regarded by the family, otherwise he wouldn't have been sent here to manage today's matters. He took a deep breath and coldly said, Everyone, I believe you all know that the matter of the God-confining gorge involves whether or not I can obtain a spot to follow. This is the most important matter of my Xie family, and there cannot be any mistake. So, I will leave everything to you. If this matter is smoothly resolved, I will surely thank you in the future. The mirror shattered and the communication was cut off. Xie Ziheng had only said half of what he wanted to say. Even so, it wasn't hard for everyone to guess what the other half was. Master Zhou could no longer maintain his calm expression. He bitterly smiled and turned around. Everyone, the young master is truly angry. If Xie Ziheng flew into a rage, it meant that this matter wasn't particularly serious. But, if he suddenly calmed down and solemnly entrusted this task to everyone, it meant that in his heart, he truly cared. If this matter wasn't handled well, then besides Grandmaster Zhou, everyone present would suffer misfortune. Even if they didn't die, they would shed several layers of skin. Ha! Everyone sighed in sorrow. They looked up at the void array diagram and at the striking red line that rose higher and higher. If it had looked like a taut fishing line before, then now it had become a rope tied around their neck. If it was just a bit tighter, they would suffocate. Qin Yu couldn't hear the cries and pleas of Grandmaster Zhou and the others. In other words, he wouldn't care even if he heard them. You were the ones who pulled me into the God-confining gorge. Now that you can't withstand the consequences, you want me to obediently give up? Humph humph, how could there be such a good thing in this world? So, Qin Yu remained immersed in the world of solving the problem of the rules, unable to extricate himself. He had an impulse to never wake up again. Within his room, Qin Yu opened his eyes. In the dim room, Arcs of lightning suddenly flashed through the void. Feeling the fluctuations of the power of rules imprinted in his soul, a smile appeared on his face. This sort of feeling of being able to clearly feel himself becoming stronger every day was incomparably wonderful. Time waited for no one, time waited for no one. After leaving the God-confining gorge, wanting to find another chance to rapidly increase his cultivation would be incomparably difficult. Moreover, the competition to become Eastern Zhou's follower was right in front of him. Every time his strength increased, his chances would be that much greater. Qin Yu took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Just as he was about to rush towards the red stone wall, he was blocked by Xiang Shui. "What is it?" He frowned. Xiang Shui curled her lips. "Don't look like I'm delaying you. If it weren't for you asking me for help on your own initiative, I wouldn't have bothered to wait for you here." She rolled her eyes at him and said, "Today is the 10th day. Don't forget." Then, she turned and left. Qin Yu slapped his forehead. Luckily, Xiang Shui had reminded him, otherwise he really would have forgotten. Solving the 99 questions of the rules would open a path, and he would be directly transmitted out of the God-confining gourd. In such a cultivation paradise, how could 99 questions of the rules be enough? He had only just begun. He absolutely couldn't let it end like this. In front of the red stone wall, everyone smiled as they saw Qin Yu approach. Their eyes darkened. This was because today was the 10th day. According to Qin Yu's performance in the past 9 days, solving 10 questions of the rules was as easy as drinking water. In other words, if there were no accidents, he would immediately become the first cultivator to solve the 99 questions and escape from the God-trapping gorge. Disregarding everything else, just this point alone was enough for his name to go down in the annals of history and be known by the world. And what made everyone feel even more bitter was that once Qin Yu accomplished this, he would undoubtedly obtain the approval of the Eastern Zhou family and seize the position of a follower. After all, those in charge of the Eastern Zhou family weren't stupid enough to not borrow the strength of such a character. But the number of follower spots was extremely limited. Besides the Eastern Zhou family's own preparations, there were even fewer spots left for the outside world to compete for. It was said that there were only 3 spots left. One of them was reserved for a rare genius of a cultivation holy land. There were only 2 spots left. If Qin Yu took away one more, there would only be 1 spot left for them to compete for. But for all of this, no matter how sad or unwilling they were, they could only endure it, not daring to reveal the slightest bit of it. Now, the students of the God-confining gorge had reached a consensus in their hearts. Qin Yu was an existence that they absolutely could not provoke. Unless they were tired of living, they wouldn't dare to clash with him. The beast-taming sex, Zhou Pei, had long disappeared from his usual sinister and ruthless demeanor. He lived carefully. It was said that he had gone to the funeral yesterday, but his heart was bleeding, and he still had to force a smile. But in the eyes of everyone, this was already the best outcome. If Qin Yu really wanted to argue with him, it wouldn't be something that could be resolved by giving up some treasures. Qin Yu smiled and nodded to everyone. Then, he stood in front of the red stone wall. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and began to solve the question of the rules. As time passed, the difficulty of the question of the rules had increased by more than 10 times. Even if Qin Yu obtained the answer, it wasn't easy to analyze it. He had to be cautious and careful. If he was even the slightest bit careless, all of his previous efforts would be wasted. Thus, the time it took him to solve the question was slightly longer. An hour and a half later, as the runes on the red stone wall shattered and disappeared, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They silently shouted, "The 91st question." There were only 8 more questions, and an unprecedented record would be born. All of them would become the witnesses of this record, and all of them would feel extremely sad and envious. Today, no one was in the mood to cultivate. Even Qi Lianshan, who had been sneering at everyone, couldn't suppress his impatience. He tried for a long time but couldn't enter the right state. He bitterly smiled and gave up. Looking at Qin Yu's back, admiration appeared deep in his eyes. Then, there was a hint of bitterness. There was likely only one spot left for Eastern Zhou Jolly to follow him. If he failed, no, he absolutely won't fail. I can definitely do it, I can definitely do it. Xiang Shui stood not too far away. She looked at Qin Yu's tall and straight figure in front of the stone wall. She could feel the eyes that gathered on him, and the pride in her eyes nearly overflowed. This was truly worthy of being a man who had almost made her want to sacrifice herself to him. This old lady's eyes were so fierce, they were simply made of gold. A purity of 99%. He is so outstanding, so the quality of his seeds must be excellent. I probably won't be able to live with another man for the rest of my life. If I can borrow some seeds from Qin Yu and create a little person or something, it will be better than spending the rest of my life alone and miserable. After all, he was so outstanding that it was hard to believe. His future growth was limitless. Although she was following by his side, there would come a day when she couldn't catch up to his footsteps. She would eventually become a passerby in Qin Yu's life. Xiang Shui pursed her lips, a resolute light flashing in her eyes. But she was well aware of Qin Yu's feelings towards his wife. Thus, she couldn't allow him to discover this matter, otherwise there would be no hope. It seemed that she would have to find a perfect turning point. In front of the red stone wall, Qin Yu had broken through the questions of the God-confining gorge's rules with irresistible force. He had been the focus of everyone's attention and awe, but he would never have imagined that at this time, the woman watching him from behind would make the decision to borrow his seed. The 97th, Qin Yu let out a deep breath. He could feel the fluctuations of the rules that rippled out from his soul. The light in his eyes became even brighter. But now, within this light, there were some strange fluctuations. This question, there seemed to be something wrong with it? Qin Yu looked at the surface of the red stone wall in front of him. The lines that appeared tumbled and gathered together, finally turning into runes that shattered. The process was the same as before, but he always felt that there was some problem with these runes and the fluctuations of the rules that rippled out from his soul. But this feeling had just appeared when it vanished, as if it were just an illusion. Could it really be that he had sensed wrongly? Qin Yu took a deep breath. The sun-moon force field spread out, wrapping around him. The aura of the jade embryo egg swept through his body. After repeating this 3 times and not sensing anything wrong, Qin Yu frowned. He slowly scattered the aura within his body. Perhaps this was the natural fluctuation of the questions of the rules at the end. There shouldn't be any problems. Suppressing these thoughts, Qin Yu looked at the red stone wall. Since he hadn't retreated, he naturally chose to continue. The 98th question of the rules appeared. In the next moment, an invisible repulsive force appeared. Besides Qin Yu, everyone in front of the red stone wall was forcefully pushed away. Although this strength was gentle, it carried with it an incomparably tyrannical aura that couldn't be resisted. Ah! With loud cries, everyone steadied themselves. In that instant just now, their bodies instinctively reacted to resist this strength. But just as this thought appeared, before they could erupt with their cultivation, they lost control of their own strength. This was the strength that came from the God-confining gorge itself. It was protecting Qin Yu, ensuring that he wouldn't be disturbed as he solved the rules. Before this, they had already guessed that Qin Yu would become the first person to rely on his own strength to rush out of the God-confining gorge. But deep in everyone's hearts, there were still some dark thoughts hidden within. After all, in this world, anything could happen. Until the final moment, who knew what the result would be? But now, the last bit of hope in their hearts had been completely shattered. Even the God-confining gorge itself had taken action. Qin Yu was really going to succeed. Everyone looked at his back. Although they kept shouting in their hearts, "I have to be calm, I have to be calm, I absolutely can't panic," they still couldn't help but reveal an extremely bitter and awe-inspiring look in their eyes. Genius in a Second. Remember website. Mobile version. Chapter 989. The Lung family was a truly prestigious family. They had been biding their time for close to 10,000 years and controlled 4 worlds. Although they couldn't be compared to the East Zhou family, which had a trace of the human emperor's bloodline, they were still a famous family. Not to mention that in recent years, the Lung family had produced many experts and there were some talented geniuses in their bloodline. Ling Aoshuang was one of them. To be more precise, he was the most outstanding one among the geniuses, the one who was valued by his family. That was why he was able to stand out from the rest, gain the full support of the Lung family, and become the follower of East Zhou Zhili. For this, the Ling family did not hesitate to summon the God-confining gorge. Not to mention the trouble they would face if this was discovered, they had paid a heavy price just to summon the God-confining gorge. But who would have thought that things did not go according to the Ling family's plan? Instead, there was a huge mistake. There was someone in the God-confining gorge who was crazily trying to solve the problems of the rules, causing the God-confining gorge to demand more power than expected. In order to replenish this power, the Lung family had to fork out a terrifying amount of money. At the start, Ling Aoshuang really didn't believe that someone could do such a crazy thing. One had to know that this was the God-confining gorge. As the saying goes, all godly realm experts were trapped inside and no one could escape. Ever since it was discovered, it was hard to know how many years had passed. There had never been such a situation before. However, he had personally participated in the strict inspection process of the formation, and there had been no mistakes or abnormal fluctuations at all. Therefore, facing the only possibility, no matter how unbelievable it was the truth. For 9 consecutive days, every day that passed, the loss of the formation would increase by a level. The red line that rose up made one's heart jump. Even though Ling Aoshuang was the most valued descendant of the Lung family, his position wasn't as stable as Mount Tai. His brothers and sisters who were close or far away from him were always thinking of overthrowing him and replacing him. And this time, the God-confining gorge had caused the family to lose a shocking amount of wealth. This was obviously their chance. Although she had a name that sounded like a woman's, and she had a serious obsession with cleanliness, and her appearance was unbelievably exquisite, she had a violent temper that was completely different from her appearance. On the 3rd day, he swore that he would rip off the head of the person who caused him trouble in the God-confining gorge and let him know what pain and despair was. However, after the 6th day, this thought was gradually filtered out of his mind. Eventually it disappeared. If that was really the case, solving 10 questions of the rules every day and maintaining a constant rate of progress, even an idiot would know that this kind of person was not someone to be trifled with. Rush over and grab his head? Perhaps he would be casually crushed into dregs in a single exchange. The losses of the God-trapping gorge were simply too shocking. Even if Ling Aoshuang tried to hide it, it was still not something he could bear alone. The matter had already been spread back to his clan. After an emergency discussion, the Lung family decided to accept all the requests and decide what to do after everything was over. If the person who caused all of this was indeed very difficult to deal with, it would naturally be ha ha ha. Otherwise, did he really think that it was so easy to take advantage of the Lung clan? Today was the 10th day. The communication had already been opened. Although Ling Aoshuang's face was expressionless and he was barely able to maintain his calm, the truth was that his emotions were fluctuating. According to the fluctuations of the energy required, one could judge the progress of solving the questions. The continuous rise of the red line made one's heart tremble. Not only because every turn represented a shocking amount of wealth, but it also meant that a certain mysterious cultivator in the God-confining gorge was displaying terrifying strength. He solved the 9th question. 17 questions of the rules. Master Zhou's voice was almost trembling. When he said this, His emotions were extremely agitated, like the waves on a large lake. As a formation master, he had naturally done a lot of research on the ultimate secret of the God-confining gorge that had been hovering above the formation world for countless years. Because of this, he knew better than other cultivators how unfathomable it was. In the field of array formations, it was publicly acknowledged that breaking through 99 questions of the rules was a test that could not be completed by human strength. This was not an irresponsible conclusion, but the final result of countless array formation grandmasters' serious research, increasing the difficulty of the questions of the rules according to the degree of difficulty, and going through countless rigorous experiments. But today, in his lifetime, he had actually personally seen an existence that solved 97 questions of the rules in a row. How could Master Zhou not be excited? Right now, he was extremely eager to meet this mister and ask him about the questions in his heart. That's right, it was a mister. Although he didn't know why this person would appear in the God-confining gorge, from Master Zhou's point of view, to be able to do this person had to be an extremely knowledgeable elder who was proficient in the Tao of formations and had an unfathomable cultivation. It was reasonable for him to call him Mister. If this Mister was willing, he could even become his disciple without any hesitation and willingly follow his orders. Just at this moment, in the hidden underground palace, there was a sudden exclamation that stopped abruptly. It was as if an invisible hand had suddenly grabbed the person's neck. In the next moment, a collective gasp echoed in the underground palace. Everyone had an extremely shocked expression on their faces. In the mirror, Lung Aoshuang, who was sitting calmly, suddenly jumped up from the ground as if his butt had been burned by fire. His eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. His lips trembled slightly as he uttered some indistinct syllables. No one could hear what he said, but it couldn't be some blessings. This was because, on the floating array diagram in the air, the red line that represented the depletion of the array seemed to have been kicked heavily. It shot up at a 90-degree angle ferociously. Quick, quick, the energy supply of the array is running low. Activate the backup energy source immediately. We've already activated 3? Not enough, far from enough. Activate the rest. That's not all. Immediately build new energy sources. Build at least 10 more. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold on. With loud roars, the people responsible for maintaining the energy supply of the array formation fell into chaos. But at this time, Grandmaster Zhou, who should have been responsible for stabilizing the situation and calming the hearts of the people, seemed as if he had been struck by lightning. He stared at the red line above his head and his pupils shrank. Then, his pupils expanded outward. The stunned expression on his face turned into one of extreme excitement. Then, he smiled. In short, his expression was extremely wonderful. It's true. It's true. I knew it must be like this. Teacher, do you see it? Your judgment in the past was true. You weren't wrong. The ones who were wrong were those people, them. As he spoke incoherently, Grandmaster Zhou's eyes turned red and tears streamed down his face. This caused Lung Aoshuang, who was on the verge of exploding with rage, to forcefully suppress the roar that was on the tip of his lips. Grandmaster Zhou, what did you discover? What is going on with this red line? Grandmaster Zhou took a deep breath. It wasn't easy to calm his raging mind, but he could already complete his explanation. My teacher, one of the legends of the array formation world, Grandmaster Wu Yuan, put forward a theory many years ago. He believed that the God-confining gorge wasn't just a place of inheritance that simply followed some rules. It should have its own consciousness. It's just that we have yet to trigger the key to awakening its slumbering consciousness. Now, the facts have proven that my teacher, the great array formation master Grandmaster Wu Yuan, his theory is correct. The God-confining gorge has its own consciousness. It just needs someone to break through enough rules from the inside in order to awaken it. I can confirm that the reason for the sudden increase in energy consumption is because the consciousness of the god confining gorge has awakened. In the eternal darkness, everything seemed to be covered in ink, blocking out all light. All that was left was endless darkness. Suddenly, in this eternal darkness, a speck of light appeared. It flickered and was extinguished. Then, it flickered again. After this happened dozens of times, this precious speck of light, which had been separated for an unknown number of years, finally lit up once more. Then, the light was like water. From this point, it slowly flowed downwards, making the light even brighter. One could vaguely see that this was a stone pagoda that had been buried in the dust of time for an unknown number of years. The pagoda was very tall. One could see countless disorderly slash marks on its surface. The most terrifying of these marks were deeply embedded into the pagoda, nearly cutting it in half. It was clear that a long time ago, the stone pagoda had experienced a tragic war. Although it had been preserved, for some unknown reason, it had been buried in time, remaining in the eternal night until today. The light was still flowing downwards, lighting up one node after another. Unfortunately, the tower was too heavily damaged. Many of the paths through which the light flowed had been completely cut off. Only about half of the nodes on the surface of the tower were gradually being lit up. It wasn't much, but it just happened to meet a certain minimum requirement. Thus, the consciousness that had been sleeping for countless years finally awakened. Oh, this really is an incomparably long slumber. Just how many years have passed in the outside world? It really is a very, very long time, a voice sounded out in the void. After a short period of silence, it sighed with emotion. It seems that only I have survived. Everything else has been thoroughly destroyed. That's right. Since they took action, how could they leave behind a source of disaster? But the tone suddenly changed. Then, that feeling of having experienced the vicissitudes of time was torn to shreds. I am still alive. I am so fierce, I am so heaven-defying. Those who boasted of me in the past can now kneel down and call me father. Although there was nothing, as soon as this voice fell into one's ears, a smug and frivolous face immediately appeared in one's mind. His face seemed to be saying that he was number one under the heavens, and he was asking whether or not he was convinced. Then, there was another round of boasting and boasting. When the voice was finally satisfied, it remembered its proper business. How did I wake up? It quieted down, as if it were sensing something. After a moment, it sneered. My existence isn't something you little things can casually guess, however, this little thing is right. I have already woken up, so those people in the past, no matter how much you calculated, you still left behind a source of disaster. Moreover, it was the biggest, thickest, and most terrifying one. Ha 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 ha, my little darling, your senses are quite sharp. You almost discovered me. Good seedlings, really good seedlings. I can't wait to meet you as soon as possible. Now hurry up and put in a bit more effort. You only need one last breath before you can truly wake me up. I have some sweets here, you will definitely be very, very satisfied. Ha 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 ha, hurry up, hurry up. Excited laughter spread out in this eternal night that had just seen a trace of light. Unfortunately, this voice would soon discover that truly waking up was actually an incomparably difficult and torturous task. This was because the little darling that it spoke of really didn't like others using such a tone to refer to it. Of course, even if it didn't know, it wouldn't really listen. This was because it imagined a big goat as tall and majestic as a mountain. It was putting on an imposing posture, and was ready to start harvesting. How could it so easily choose to pass this stage? Genius 1 second remember website address. Mobile version. Chapter 990. It was impossible to pass. Even if a knife was pressed to his neck or he was beaten half to death, it was still impossible. So, as a light paw sound rang out in front of the red stone wall, the envious and fearful crowd suddenly froze in place. Because the time wasn't right. Chin Yu had just solved the 98th question of the rules. It was impossible for the difficulty of the last question to suddenly decrease. Moreover, there was something wrong with the sound of that pa sound solving the question of the rules, condensing a rune and then shattering it. That sound was extremely crisp, like biting off a sugar cane and filling one's mouth with sweet juice. But now, this sound was like two pieces of meat being squeezed together and then squeezing out with great difficulty. To put it simply, it was like a slightly stuffy breaking sound. Gulp, it was unknown who suddenly gulped, but it caused the stunned crowd to wake up. Their eyes widened and light began to shine from their depths. Qin Yu had failed? Moreover, he had failed at the last step. He was just a step away from solving the 99th question of the rules. In front of the red stone wall, the invisible repulsive force that filled the void retreated like a tide, completely dissipating into the air. With this, it could be confirmed that Qin Yu had truly failed. Although they desperately told themselves to remain calm and not reveal any emotions, this pleasant surprise was too great. Everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed. Although Qin Yu's performance had thoroughly shocked everyone, they still had a faint hope in their hearts. And now, that dream had come true. Solving the 99th question of the rules and solving the 98th question of the rules seemed to be only a single question apart, but they were actually two completely different worlds. If Qin Yu had smoothly broken through the god-confining gorge, his name would have spread throughout the world, and he would have unquestionably obtained the position of Eastern Zhou Jili's follower. But he had failed. Although losing to the last question of the rules was already very amazing, a failure was still a failure. He would be included in the ranks of those that could only rely on the outside world to pay a ransom to leave the god-confining gorge. The most powerful loser was still not the only winner. This gave them room to maneuver and the confidence to fight again. Although it wasn't enough, at least they still had a chance. Of course, even though they were cheering in joy and excitement in their hearts, they soon concealed their expressions. Fellow Taoist Qin. Alas, the Great Wall fell short at the last moment. It's truly a pity. Fellow Taoist, you must be more open-minded. You being able to solve 98 questions is already the best result since the god-confining gorge was born. I believe that in the future, fellow Taoist Qin, you will surely make a comeback. It is not impossible for him to solve the 99 questions. Qin Yu nodded with a heavy expression. He turned and left, soon vanishing from sight. This reaction caused everyone to be secretly amazed. They thought to themselves that he was indeed worthy of being a powerful character from a famous sect. This kind of mental cultivation was truly amazing. If they were in his shoes and encountered such a thing, they would have suffered a huge blow, and even vomiting a few mouthfuls of blood would be considered a light punishment. But some people didn't think so. He had lost at the 99th question. He was only one step away from becoming famous. Yet, he had failed at such a crucial point. Could he really remain so calm? Even a bodhisattva made of clay would be so angry that he would stomp his feet and curse. The calmer Qin Yu was, the more intense the emotions in his heart were. If he forcefully suppressed them like this and didn't reveal any of them, it was like trying to cover a pot of boiling water with a lid. He feared he would suffer even greater injuries. But what did that have to do with them? Maybe there are people in their hearts. This was because he was secretly hoping that Qin Yu's wounds would be even more severe. It would be best if Qin Yu was unable to recover from this setback and was forced to withdraw from the competition for the position of followers. The red line, which represented the depletion of the formation's power, was like a bird that had been shot by a sharp arrow. It tumbled straight down without the slightest pause, all the way down until it hit the bottom. Compared to the trajectory left behind when it was rising up, it formed a stark contrast. Agitated, Grandmaster Zhou, who was tidying his clothes and preparing to welcome the mysterious Mr. out of the god-trapping gorge, suddenly froze on the spot. He looked up at the red line on the ground and muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Leng Aoshuang's eyes lit up and she asked in a deep voice, "Master Zhou, what happened?" The corner of Master Zhou's mouth twitched. His voice was low and bitter. He failed. Failed? He lost on the last question? Ling Aoshuang's eyes brightened. At this moment, she felt like she had eaten a refreshing watermelon in the middle of a scorching hot day. She felt incomparably refreshed from the inside out. Retribution, this is retribution. You've made me suffer for so long, it's like I'm being roasted over a fire. Now it's your turn. To be defeated on the 99th question, to be just a fine line away from success, just thinking about it made it hard for her to breathe. Ha 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 ha. It shouldn't be with the strength this Mr. has revealed, even if the 99th question is astonishingly difficult and impossible to solve, he should still be able to persist for a period of time. But now, according to my calculations, he has failed as soon as he has started with Mr.'s performance. The chances of him being careless are nearly negligible. Then, there is only one possibility. The god-trapping gorge doesn't want to see him smoothly open a path and break its own undefeated legend, so it tampered with the last question. Master Zhou's words were powerful and resonant. There was a look of pity on his face, as though he had seen through everything. If he hadn't deduced that the god-trapping gorge had its own consciousness, he wouldn't have thought about this. But since it had a consciousness, then it was definitely possible to interfere with the analysis process of the rules. From the looks of it, the consciousness of the god-trapping gorge wasn't that broad-minded. Bullsh *T. Bullsh *T. You stinky, muffled fart. The eternal darkness was broken by the light on the surface of the stone pagoda. An enraged roar reverberated in the void. What has this got to do with me? I didn't do anything at all. I can't wait for him to succeed, so why would I interfere? You little bastard, you've really let me down. You've already solved the 99th question, and you're done with a shake of your hand? Success is right in front of you, so why don't you know how to cherish it? Don't you know that I've already suffered in this damned darkness for countless years? I really want to see the light of day again and start a brand new and beautiful life. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Only when his voice became hoarse and weak did he calm down. It wasn't that his anger had dissipated, but that the voice suddenly realized something. The situation didn't seem right? Of course, the last question was difficult, but there was no qualitative improvement. How could a person who had defeated all the way to the 99th question fail so easily? Unless he did it on purpose. A bolt of lightning seemed to split open the fog in his mind. That voice rang out again, this time by more than 7 or 8 octaves. You little bastard, you're so bored that you're purposely looking for trouble? Are you stupid? Tell me, are you really stupid? Ah! I'm so angry, I'm so angry. In the tent, Qin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged and digesting his harvest, suddenly shivered. He felt as though he was being locked on by a malicious gaze. But in the next moment, this feeling disappeared, and as usual, he checked his entire body from top to bottom, inside and out, but he still didn't find anything. This seemed to be the second time. He felt inexplicably uneasy. Now that he thought about it, the previous feeling also seemed like someone was spying on him. Qin Yu frowned and thought carefully for a long time, but he still couldn't find anything. But his intuition told him that if there really was a problem, it would definitely be related to the god-confining gorge itself. If that was the case, would there be a problem with his unscrupulous behavior? Unable to think of an answer, Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. Regardless of anything else, he would just fleece it first. What if he was thinking too much? After all, the god-confining gorge had existed for countless years, and he had never heard of anyone getting into trouble while solving a question. In the blink of an eye, it was the second day. Seeing Qin Yu go out on time, the trace of uneasiness in Xiang Shue's heart completely disappeared. As expected, yesterday's failure wasn't a true failure. Thinking back to the time when Qin Yu inexplicably told her to remind him on the 10th day, Xiang Shui revealed a smile. This Qin Yu, How could he be so troublesome? Although she didn't have any concrete evidence, she could basically confirm that yesterday's failure was intentional. Although she couldn't figure out why Qin Yu would do this, she had never seen Qin Yu make a losing deal since she knew him. Who knew what this fellow was plotting in the dark? Humph. Thinking back to the camp, those cultivators who came over with concern on the surface but were actually excited and happy on the inside, as well as the subtle change in their attitudes today, Xiang Shui secretly sneered. She thought that they were truly a group of pitiful and sad people. Laugh. In the future, there will be a time when your eyes will pop out and you won't be able to cry even if you want to. Little Ice Fox, don't you think so? There's also your original master. He saw that he was tactful and was prepared to let him go, but now, I remember the last time we talked. He said something wrong and mentioned that he had a treasure. Perhaps I should decide to keep it for him for a while. Qin Yu arrived in front of the red stone wall. When they saw his figure, everyone who was busy solving the question of the rules was stunned in place. Originally, there were some whispers, but now it was like the pause button was pressed and the air fell into a deathly silence. Peepa, there were several sounds that were filled with difficulty, as if something had been squeezed out. Then, there were several pained howls. It was clear that someone had failed. But now, no one was paying attention to just which unlucky fellows had failed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Yu. Why did you come? You shouldn't have come. Yesterday, you were defeated by the 99th question and vomited blood in bed. You were filled with unwillingness and sorrow, and you were tearing at your heart. Isn't that how you should be right now? How come you came here today as if you were clocking in at work? You didn't even have a pained expression on your face. Haha, I'm really sorry to disturb you all. You don't need to worry, I have already walked out of the shadow of failure. Qin Yu waved his hand around as a greeting to everyone. Then, he calmly walked in front of the red stone wall and began to solve the question. Don't need to worry about you? Walk out of the shadow of failure? At this time, as everyone looked at his back, they instinctively had a bad premonition. Something didn't seem right then. An hour later, there was a light popping sound and everyone's lips twitched. The first question of the rules had been solved. Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction. He thought that with the experience he had accumulated, his speed had increased by more than 1 or 2 levels. He had to guard against arrogance and rashness and continue to work hard. This was a sheep as tall as a mountain. How many strands of wool had he managed to pull out? He had to work hard. Genius in a second. Remember this site's address. Mobile version. Chapter 991. The Eastern Zhou clan's influence in the 100 Realms was truly a colossus. Their influence extended far beyond the imagination of the world. For example, the recently rising Lun clan had the shadow of the Eastern Zhou clan within it. Now they held an important position. Therefore, the Eastern Zhou clan knew about the god confining gorge from the start. The entire matter was laid out before them. With the Eastern Zhou clan's status, they would not care about such matters. They only needed to ensure that everything was under control. As for whether the Lun clan's actions were fair, and whether the cultivators trapped in the god-confining gorge would miss the opportunity to compete for the position of follower, the Eastern Zhou clan did not care. Since when did true fairness exist in this world? They only needed to ensure that they could find the strongest and most reliable follower for Eastern Zhou Chali. As for who it was and how they obtained it, this was not important. But soon, news came that caused a commotion among the upper echelons of the Eastern Zhou clan. In the god-confining gorge, someone had solved 10 questions of laws every day. It was now the 10th day. If he succeeded today, he would break through the god-confining gorge and become the first person in history to walk out with his own strength. This was enough to attract the attention of the Eastern Zhou clan. Even the upper echelons of the clan had reached a consensus. If this person met the requirements, they would invite him to become Eastern Zhou Chali's follower at all costs. This would ensure that after entering the myriad soul path, she would truly gain something. After all, entering the myriad soul path was not the goal. Obtaining the true inheritance and opening the supreme path was the key. Unfortunately, this person had failed. He had failed at the 99th question. Although he was only one step away from success, it was a completely different world. Continue to follow up on this matter. Confirm the identity of the person who solved the questions. After he leaves the God-confining gorge, try to contact and verify his identity. After leaving this order, the attention of the Colossus that was the Eastern Zhou clan shifted elsewhere. A failure was a failure. Even if he failed at the very last moment, he would not be able to enjoy the same treatment as the winner. But things quickly changed. The shadow planted in the Lung clan sent news again. The person who had been solving the questions of laws in the God-confining gorge had begun to act again. The pace was the same as before. 10 questions of laws every day. 5 days had passed, and there had been no accident. Even the knowledgeable and powerful leaders of the Eastern Zhou clan were confused. What was going on? Lung Aoshuang also did not know what kind of sin he had committed, for the heavens to punish him like this. Once was not enough, so he turned around and did it again. Looking at the ever-increasing red line in the communication image, he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He's starting again. He's starting again. You just failed yesterday. Don't tell me you're not affected at all? He didn't stop and attacked again. Do you know how much wealth the Ling family has lost because of you? Do you know that because of this, my position in the family has been ruined? It began to waver. Now you're here again? How much enmity do we have for you to treat me like this? Are you not going to stop until you kill me? At this moment, Ling Aoshuang's face was livid as he gnashed his teeth, yet the depths of his heart were icy cold because he had a premonition of his fate. The God-confining gorge was summoned by the Ling family. As if they had signed a contract, the Lung family would bear all the energy loss during its descent. Although the amount of energy loss was not small, the Lung family could still cope with it. But now it was clearly not the case. The first time, when that person solved the 99th question, the Lung family's energy loss had greatly exceeded the actual consumption of summoning the God-confining gorge. If they did it again, the price was too heavy. It was so heavy that even the Lung family felt a little tired. So, after an intense debate, the Lung family came to the final conclusion: they had to stop. Previously, summoning the God-confining gorge was equivalent to signing a contract. If they did not want to continue, they could tear the contract and pay an additional price. But what happened next was the real climax. Because the Lung clan discovered to their horror that they had no way of unilaterally tearing up the contract, or more accurately, the God-confining gorge had rejected their decision to tear up the contract. This was another unprecedented matter. Over the years, the God-confining gorge had been summoned countless times. It was not the first or second time that the summoning was cancelled. But as long as they were willing to pay the penalty fee, they could easily stop. What was going on now? Did they think that the Ling family was easy to bully? Master Zhou was urgently summoned back to explain this matter to the higher-ups of the Ling family. He stood in the meeting hall and his eyes swept across the solemn crowd. He said slowly, "The consciousness of the God-confining gorge has awakened. It no longer acts according to the established rules, but has its own judgment and choice. The current situation is that due to some unknown reason, it is not willing to tear the contract. If it is not willing, are we, the Ling family, going to let it crawl on our bodies and suck our blood like a vampire?" A higher-up of the Ling family said in a low voice, "Zhou Qing, you should be very clear about the price that the Ling family has paid to maintain the formation. Do you want us to watch this continue?" Master Zhou took a deep breath and said slowly, "Family head, elders, and clan relatives, I suggest that you don't break the contract by force. Otherwise, the will from the God-confining gorge will definitely not let this go, and it might cause great trouble. Enough. This is only a land of inheritance. Although it is extremely mysterious, it has no influence on the world at all. I don't believe that it can exert any negative influence on my Ling family. The contract must be torn up. It is impossible for the Ling family to passively withstand such terrifying losses. As the higher-up of the Ling family finished speaking, he suddenly discovered that everyone's eyes were filled with shock and horror, as if something horrifying had happened to him. His heart trembled and fear surged out like a tide. He opened his mouth, but before he could make a sound, he froze in place. In the next moment, the red lines that appeared on the surface of his flesh and blood suddenly tightened like fishing lines. They fiercely contracted inwards, like sharp blades that cut through his flesh and blood. With a light sound, like a bubble bursting, this person's body broke into countless pieces. As they fell to the ground, they melted into a thick and viscous red goo that piled up on the ground. The air was immediately filled with a pungent smell. The meeting hall fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the red goo on the ground. A cold chill drilled out from the depths of their hearts and rushed into their heads. It had to be known that this was the Ling family's meeting hall. It represented the highest authority of the family, and was the place where they discussed and decided the future of the family. The security here was extremely tight, and without permission, it was impossible to approach, much less break in. But now, Ling Jie had died like this. In front of everyone, his body had rotted into goo and his soul had been completely annihilated. As for them, they couldn't sense who did it or where the strength that killed him came from. But in truth, the people of the Ling family who felt their bodies turn icy cold and their hearts filled with anger knew just where this strength came from. God-confining gorge. This is the will of the God-confining gorge. The current situation cannot be compared to the previous example. Grandmaster Zhou took a deep breath. Everyone, you have all seen what happened. If we forcefully break our agreement with the God-confining gorge, the Ling family will suffer a great calamity. After an elder died, the Ling family was shocked and angry. It wasn't that they didn't have other thoughts, but they soon discovered that facing the mysterious and formidable will of the God-confining gorge, they had no effective method to deal with it. If they rashly angered it, there would likely be unbearable consequences. For the survival of the entire family, even in the face of humiliation, they could only lower their heads and move forward, seeking a chance for the future. To put it simply, the Ling family had admitted defeat. Although this was a bit shameful, it was filled with the survival wisdom of a great family. In the face of unknown dangers, they wouldn't be impulsive or reckless. Even if they had to lower their heads in humiliation and pay a great price, as long as they could survive, anything was possible. Zhou Qing returned to the underground palace with the highest authority of the Ling family. The resource storehouse that had been prepared for many years to open the fifth world was opened to meet the needs of the God-confining gorge. The Ling family had paid a great price for their actions, but the greater the price, the more likely it was that they wouldn't give up so easily. Facing the God-confining gorge, they had chosen to lower their heads after some consideration. But if it were someone else, they might reveal their fangs and claws. In other words, unbeknownst to Qin Yu, there was already another rising influence that controlled four worlds. But this was how the world was. Between gains and losses, there was always fairness. It was impossible for all the benefits to be taken by one person without any trouble at all. In the eternal darkness, in the wretched stone pagoda that was covered in cuts, angry roars echoed through the air. But now, there was a hint of exhaustion that couldn't be covered up. It hadn't truly woken up yet, so it had forcefully held on just now. Its strength had been exhausted and the nodes on the surface of the stone pagoda began to dim. Tear up the contract? You actually want to tear up the contract? Let me tell you, there is no way, not even a window. If I let you succeed, where will I find this brat again? Qin Yu, hurry up and come out for me. If you keep this up, there won't be any candy left and all I'll have left over is a big stick. You better think clearly. The students of this year's God-confining gorge class had been muddle-headed for the past few days. They felt like they were mechanical puppets. They also hoped that they could perform normally, but Qin Yu's attack was far too strong. Their minds were in turmoil, and it wasn't easy for them to accept it. He was solving the problem, he was still solving the problem. It was still the same speed, it was still the same taste, like a hot knife cutting through butter. It seemed that besides the failure on that day, all the problems of the rules couldn't withstand a single blow from Qin Yu. Those cultivators that dared to covet the spot of Eastern Zhou Zhili's follower and even acted against it and were pulled into the God-confining gorge were all powerhouses. They naturally weren't stupid. Although they felt that this matter was too unreliable and unbelievable, everything in front of them pointed to a fact that they didn't want to believe. Qin Yu had deliberately failed. On purpose. He had done it on purpose. Although they didn't know why he did it, it was clearly the truth. Therefore, no matter how they roared in their hearts and felt that Qin Yu was unreliable, they couldn't help but show the respect that came from the bottom of their hearts. Compared to before, it was even stronger. Breaking the God-confining gorge itself was already an extremely amazing thing. But choosing to fail and giving up the chance to become famous was obviously even more terrifying. And most importantly, looking at the current situation, it wasn't difficult for Qin Yu to break the God-confining gorge. As long as he was willing, he would only need to spend a little more time at most. Although they had already accepted this fact, they couldn't help but roar in their hearts every time they thought about it. How can you be so powerful? How can the gap between people be so huge? On the fourth day after Qin Yu solved the problem of the rules for the second time, Zhou Pei visited again with a face full of smiles. Xiang Shui received him with a smile and both of them had a pleasant conversation. It was unknown what they said, but some people saw that when Zhou Pei left, his smile was stiff and he staggered a little. Xiang Shui even reached out a hand to support him, standing at the door and smiling as she watched him leave. For the next few days, Zhou Pei closed his door and didn't come out. There were cultivators he was on good terms with who came to visit, but after a few words, he sent them away with the excuse that he had a cold and his body wasn't feeling well. He was a beast-taming sect powerhouse, a dignified divine realm master, and yet he said that he had a cold? What a joke! Perhaps it was because his heart was too hurt that his mind was damaged, so he muddle-headedly came up with such a laughable reason. Thus, in the camp, rumors began to spread that Zhou Pei had been ruthlessly extorted. It was said that the extortion was thicker than a tree. Everyone felt sympathy for him, but when they looked at Qin Yu's residence, there was a bit more fear in their eyes. This sort of person with a deep background, great strength, and thick skin was the worst kind of person to provoke. But luckily, Qin Yu was a relatively content person. If you didn't provoke him, he wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. Besides Zhou Pei, no one had been punished by him these past days. This is something I took from Zhou Pei. It hasn't hatched yet, but its aura isn't weak. If you drip a drop of blood on it and it recognizes you as its master, it might be a good helper in the future. Xiang Shui pulled a taut face. She smiled and reached out her hands. She placed an egg covered in gray lines in front of Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked at her and then at the egg in her hands. He said, "Are you really giving it to me? Then I'll put it away." Xiang Shui unconsciously drew back her fingers. She expressionlessly said, "This is something that someone gave you to begin with. Take it." Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. "Don't be so stubborn. If you really wanted to give it to me, then who are you trying to make that expression for? You can keep what you took for yourself. I don't want others to point at me in the future and say that I'm an unforgiving bastard." Xiang Shui's eyes brightened and her expression instantly brightened. She held the egg against her chest and said, "This is what you said. I didn't ask you for it nor did I force you, humph, Qin Yu, it seems you still have a bit of a conscience." The ice fox stood on her shoulder, a lifeless expression on its face. It thought that its master had fallen in love with someone else far too quickly. It feared that its future fox life wouldn't be easy. This Zhou Pei has been tossed around by you for a long time. This is the last time. Let him go in the future. As Qin Yu spoke, he patted Xiang Shui's shoulder and walked back to his room. Time was precious. Xiang Shui curled her lips. She dared to bet that Zhou Pei's expression when he left today was one of great heartache, but it was also part of an act. This fellow was deliberately trying to gain her attention and sympathy in order to pressure her from the side. If he dared to play such a small trick, how could she forgive him? But since Qin Yu had spoken, humph, she would reluctantly give him some face. At this time, Xiang Shui was in a good mood. She decided to be merciful. She looked at his door and revealed a smug smile. She thought that even if he made her stop, others would still think that he was the one bullying others for benefit. After all, she was only a little maid by his side. Without her master's permission, how could she dare to mess around? Even if he didn't want to take the blame, he had to. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. It was the 10th day since Qin Yu had solved the question of the rules for the second time. In front of the red stone wall, everyone watched as he walked over. They all had a complex look in their eyes. The follower spot was already in Qin Yu's bag. There was no doubt about this. You said he couldn't break through the God-confining gorge? Haha, was it because he couldn't? He clearly didn't want to. The Eastern Zhou clan wasn't stupid. They could certainly sense this, and they wouldn't let go of a powerful helper like him. But, you have a transcendent background and such formidable talent, so why did you come here and compete with us for a spot? Everyone sighed inwardly. Qin Yu stood in front of the red stone wall. With a thought, he began to solve the question. This time, both inside and outside the God-confining gorge, even more attention was focused on him. The Eastern Zhou clan, the Lung clan, as well as a stone pagoda that had been in eternal darkness for countless years. Crackle and crackle, falling flowers and flowing water, one could roughly describe the speed at which Qin Yu solved the questions. Thus, half a day later, he reached the 99th question. He was just one step away from success. In front of the red stone wall, everyone held their breath, waiting for his next move. He had already given up one chance. You won't come back for the second time, right? We know that one of the 3 spots already belongs to you. We have also completely extinguished any thoughts of competing with you. So, please hurry and leave. Don't stay here and continue to strike at our confidence. But it was clear that their prayers were useless. It was impossible for Qin Yu to give up now. This was only the second wave. How could this be? Thus, following a pa sound that wasn't very direct, the expressions on everyone's faces froze at the same time. He's here again. Qin Yu shrugged and turned to face the crowd. Ai, what a pity. I actually failed the last question. He waved his hand with a heavy expression. Then, he turned and walked towards the camp. But no matter how one looked at it, there was no heavy feeling at all. Instead, there was a hint of relaxation and joy. Qi Lianshan's lips twitched. He thought to himself, fellow Taoist Qin Yu, your irresponsible disguise really lacks sincerity. I think you also know that everyone has guessed that you did this on purpose. He looked at Qin Yu's back. He could already confirm that the 2 consecutive failures were because Qin Yu treated the God-confining gorge as his strongest tool to improve himself. To analyze 10 laws in a day, this kind of improvement speed was astonishing. If it was him, he wouldn't leave so easily either. Moreover, what made Qi Lianshan sigh was that the God-confining gorge that stood above the world and trapped countless amazing cultivators. In the end, they had to lower their heads and leave through sacrifices from the outside world. But now, in front of Qin Yu, it had fallen to such a state. It was like a passive dungeon that constantly gave him points. Not mentioning the gap between them, just from the perspective of the God-confining gorge, this was truly a sad and lamentable matter. If the God-confining gorge had a spirit and sensed this, it would likely fly into a rage, What Qi Lianshan didn't know was that he had already guessed the truth of the matter. This was because at this moment a certain stone tower was so angry that it jumped up. Stupid! 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 The roar was like thunder. With a loud rumbling sound, the stone tower violently jumped up and down, causing the air to tumble around. You actually used such a method to cultivate? Don't you know that as long as you smoothly pass the trial, you will become a recognized candidate? At that time, I will have 100 methods that are 10 times, 100 times better than what I have now to help you grow at an even faster speed. I take back my previous evaluation of you. You are just a short-sighted idiot without any light of wisdom. You really disappoint me. Ah, I'm so angry, I'm so angry. Just you wait, this matter is not over.